Good morning, everybody. We are ready for starting the second day of this meeting. We have quorum, so I will give the floor to the president of the committee.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
I see everybody is awake. I hope you had a good rest, and we are ready to resume this morning. From the agenda, we have quite a number of items to get through, but given how we have worked effectively yesterday, I think we can get through them quite well. So let's start. I want to bring document CE 176-14 to your attention, to the attention of the committee, and I invite Mr. Ronnie Maza, the Director of the Department of Planning, Budget, and Evaluation of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table and to present the item. Yeah. So it's item 413, Budget Policy of the Pan American Health Organization. Mr. Maza, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Director, distinguished delegates, colleagues, I am pleased to introduce this item, 4.3, Budget Policy of the Pan American Health Organization. The purpose of this document is to ensure that we have a transparent, evidence-based guidance for allocation of the flexible resources across PAHO's functional levels, and by that we mean the regional, sub-regional, and country levels. In terms of why we're doing this policy responds to a mandate that your member states asked when the current policy was approved for 2020-25, that at the end of that policy, we need to conduct an evaluation and incorporate findings from that external evaluation that was done and published, available on our website, and then incorporate that to inform the new policy. The external evaluation highlights some strengths of the policy we're closing this year in terms of its structured, data-driven approach for budgeting, but also areas for improvement, such as the need to ensure that we use current data, because the cycle of using data every 6 years was an issue as identified by the external evaluators. The unclear metrics and limited understanding of the policy in the House. So we have tried to address that. The new policy determines the principles and the criteria to establish budget envelopes for functional levels. A budget envelope is a space. It's not really funding, but the budget envelopes that then requires to be filled for each of the levels I mentioned before where we work. In terms of the set of principles, the adaptation that we need to have, having some flexibility to respond to the evolving needs and priorities as we implement. That has not to be rigid, as the context can evolve and the situation evolves very quickly, as we know. In terms of the guiding principles that are in the document before you, they include equity, solidarity, and Pan-Americanism, country focus, responding, of course, to the country needs and priorities, and flexibility, as I mentioned before, the need to adapt quickly, but with informed criteria and evidence. In terms of the criteria, we have included 4, again, based on the lessons and recommendations: alignment with priorities, prioritization, progressivity, absorptive capacity, especially when we're implementing at country level, adaptability, as I mentioned before, the ability to respond quickly to the times. Allow me to conclude by saying that this new policy before you is informed by that external evaluation, the lessons that we have had, with the aim to be also more responsive and relevant to the times we face in the implementation of the budget. The policy will inform, and is already informing, the development of the current program budget and subsequent program budgets that will be developed to implement the strategic plan before your consideration as well for 2026-2031. We will report to your member states every 2 years as required. And as part of our annum by annum assessment reports of the program budget, we will keep you updated on how the policy, and if we need to update or present, it will come to you again through that statutory report every 2 years. So we invite the Executive Committee to review the information presented in the document before you and provide any comments you deem pertinent at this time, and consider also the proposed resolution that is included in the annex to the document. I thank you for your attention, and I'm available to address any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. The Executive Committee is now invited to review the information presented in the document and provide any comments that it deems pertinent. The discussion, of course, on the proposed resolution presented in the annex will take place once the rapporteur has read the proposed resolution. I would now like to open the floor for discussion on the document. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente. O Brasil gostaria de agradecer.
Brazil wants to thank Rony Massa for presenting this document of budget policy. Now, it is important to note that there was an external evaluation for 2020-2025. That update shows the ability of the organization to receive this information and work towards efficiency, transparency, and also there is importance given to technical cooperation to the countries, and also aligning the budget with the strategic plan that is being discussed, as well as a cooperation strategy in each country. Now, Mr. President, in the recommendations of the external assessment, it suggests that there be dissemination on the new budget policy, looking not to budget specialists so much as to give an explanation of how the budget is prepared. Now, we would like to know if the Bureau is going to be preparing that material in response to that recommendation. Thank you.
We'll respond in the comments later on. I go to Canada.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Canada would like to thank the Secretariat for preparing this report presenting the new budget policy. We consider this policy to be an important aspect in ensuring transparent and responsive budget allocations. We note that the proposed budget policy 2026-2031 is a significant departure from the budget policy 2020-2025, which was based on a quantitative formula and predefined percentage allocation for the different functional levels of the organization. We appreciate that in departing from a quantitative formula, the proposed policy responds to some of the limitations of the current budget policy as identified in the 2024 evaluation, particularly regarding the challenge of outdated data, which the evaluation found undermined the BP 2020-2025's effectiveness. Canada supports the BP 26-2031's guiding principles and criteria for budget allocation, reflecting PAHO's values and its functional role in the region, while allowing for increased flexibilities. We support the criteria's equity approach while ensuring the budget is allocated to these areas that have the capacity to implement programs and allowing for flexibilities based on evolving circumstances and unforeseen events. Nevertheless, it is unclear whether the new policy will manage the challenge in measuring compliance as outlined in the 2024 evaluation. In this vein, clear definitions of terms in the criteria for budget allocation could help considerably in this area. Canada would like to know if the Secretariat has plans to develop a glossary of terms to support implementation and compliance of the Budget Policy 2631. In addition, we suggest the BP 2631 could be strengthened through the application of soft target allocations of base program budgets at the sub-regional and country levels to provide more transparency and accountability while maintaining needed flexibilities. We would like to encourage the Secretariat to allocate all resource available in the region in line With the resources provided via WHO program budgets, which envision about 30% of the region's base budget resources going to PAHO HQ and 70% of the region's base budget resources going to country or sub-regional offices, as it is at the country level where the bulk of the work should be done. Finally, Canada would like to encourage PAHO to consider development of a communication and training plan, much like Brazil has just suggested, to support understanding, transparency, and accountability of the new budget policies application across the organization in alignment with recommendations from the 2024 evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. We go to Mexico.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mexico takes note of the proposal in this document, Budget Policy for the Pan American Health Organization, and recognizes the efforts of the Secretariat as represented in the document. We recognize the importance of focusing on countries to strengthen country-level information. It is important that there be budget resources assigned to the different levels of the organization so as to better respond to the needs and the emergencies in the countries. And we will continue to support any measures that mean strengthening transparency and effectiveness in the use of resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico. We go to the United States.
Thank you. The United States welcomes this report and the Bureau's effort to take specific steps to respond to the findings of the recent external evaluation of PAHO's program budget policy. Overall, our delegation considers that this is a strong set of common principles to build on when developing future budget proposals. In particular, we believe that accounting for absorptive capacity is critical to ensure that funds are allocated to areas or programs where they can actually be used, maximizing limited resources. Our delegation also believes that planning for future updates on how this policy is used will allow member states to make further changes as needed, which Mr. Maza noted would be presented every 2 years. So appreciate that approach of trying it out and having opportunities to adjust as needed as we go. One adjustment that the United States requests now is to use more precise language in the document itself and in the resolution. In particular, we believe the term equity lacks definitional consensus. So we would request using the term non-discriminatory or non-discrimination, as it provides greater clarity and serves as a better definition of what equity means in this context. And so for us to be able to support the decision, we would need this change to be made in the resolution language. And we would request that when this document is then presented to the Directing Council, that there would be a corresponding change to the underlying document as well, as long as that is achievable given the timeline before Directing Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other contributions? Going once, twice, and we go to Mr. Maza.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thanks to the 4 member states for their comments and suggestions, Brazil, Canada, Mexico, and the USA. Allow me first of all to note the suggestions as we look at this proposal, and where we can improve it, of course, we will do so. So we welcome those suggestions for increased clarity, precision. And allow me to address a couple of the questions that came up. First of all, in terms of the external evaluation, the recommendations as a practice now in the organization, we have developed a management response plan, and we have a plan to address not just the recommendation and the dissemination, increased communication, but to ensure that we address all of them and we present a report to the director and executive management as we follow up on the implementation of those recommendations. Dissemination, yes, we are, as we develop this program budget, we have taken the opportunity to discuss internally, to share more information internally with our teams here in Washington, but also with country offices. So that is a continuum, and we will continue to do so as we move forward. Glossary of terms, welcome. We will do that and ensure the definitions are clear. Let me clarify that we do have, while we went from the most prescriptive approach to qualitative approach, we do have some targets that at the functional level And our aim is always to allocate the maximum possible to the country level with that country-focused commitment our director and the PAHO has, the Secretariat. But we will be looking into that constantly, and as we report to you in the end of biennium assessment reports, you will see how we move gradually to that. The WHO guidance is something we follow for WHO funds. I can tell you that the challenge that we have is also that direct allocation on how we quantify. So we'll be looking also to see how best we report to you, because truly the majority of the resources that we implement in our technical cooperation go to the country level. And we will see how best we reflect that and going forward to report it to you. With regards to equity, here we are referring about the Pan-Americanism approach, ensuring that the countries' situations are respected and where countries need more. So we have a health needs index that we look at, and where the technical cooperation is needed more by a country because of the health situation. But we will look into that as requested. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you for your comments. I now ask Dr. Barbosa for your comments.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. President. Now, just to thank the member states that made their comments. I think that our Department Director, Ronnie Maza, has already addressed these several issues that you have raised. Of course, we are discussing the policy, the budget policy, but we will have the presentation about the proposed program budget in a couple of minutes, probably. But this is important. I think that to review the policy, to make them more clear what are the general criteria, the general strategic criteria that we utilize when we present the budget for the organization. I really appreciate the comments about the external evaluation. And we are making all the external evaluation report public, but we will always make public the report of the implementation of the recommendation. So for the first evaluation that we made it public, that was the external evaluation about the Secretariat response to the pandemic. Now we are finalizing the implementation of the recommendation, and this report will also be available to member states and the stakeholders. Same thing about the results-based management external evaluation that was performed that made several interesting recommendations, and we also will share with member states the report, so member states will review it and can make additional recommendations and ask us for more information to be clear what are the changes that we are providing to the management of the organization. About this training that was requested, I think that it's very interesting, because you know that even for people that we have some budget specialists here. My good friend from the US is one of them. But for all the others that we are not very familiar, and even people that are familiar with the budgeting process in the Ministry of Health, it's a different process here in PAHO and all international organizations. Because for the countries in general, the budgets, in some countries, the budgets are mandatory. So the executive branch needs to implement the decision that the Congress made. In other countries, it's like it's not mandatory. It's a kind of an authorization that the executive branch has some liberty to implement partially or totally the budget. In our case, it is like it's an authorization, let's say so. It's an envelope that you need to fill up with the real funds that you will receive. What we are trying to do for the budget that we are proposing to member states is to be realistic. I think that does not make sense to present a budget that it will be an envelope that will only have 50% of the funds to fill, because this will present a distortion about what is the really priorities that we are proposing to member states. So one principle that we are trying to implement is budget is not a bet. I think that I need 100 million, but in the last 10 years I had only 50 million, so if something magic it's not happening, probably you have 50 million again. So we are trying to be realistic so member states can really see where are the priorities that we are putting. And finally, just to this, I challenge PBE to identify what are the real figures that we are putting in the country technical cooperation. Because sometimes when we only split in the funds that we spent here, the funds that we spent in the sub-regional entities, and the funds that we are spent in at the country office, they are not telling the truth, because here we don't work for an external body. In this building, we work for the countries too. So when we make this differentiation, we are talking about allocation of the budget, but we are not talking about the total amount that we are providing to our member states throughout the technical cooperation. So I have already challenged our PBE department to how we can increase the accountability of this, how we can present the figures that will not only split the 3 pillars of our budget, but that will translate the work that we are performing across the organization to strengthen the health agenda at the country level. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. We now go to the rapporteur to present the proposed resolution for consideration of the Executive Committee.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. President. Let me now read the proposed resolution. Budget policy of the Pan American Health Organization, the 176th session of the Executive Committee, preambular paragraph. Having reviewed the proposed budget policy of the Pan American Health Organization, document CE 176/14, which presents a new budget policy that defines guiding principles and criteria for budget distribution within the Pan American Health Organization, resolves. Operative paragraph, to recommend that the 62nd Directing Council adopt a resolution in the following terms. Budget policy of the Pan American Health Organization. The 62nd Directing Council, preambular paragraph 1, having reviewed the budget policy of the Pan American Health Organization, document CD 62/blank, which presents a new budget policy that defines a new way of allocating budget ceilings within the Pan American Health Organization. PP2, noting the recommendations contained in the published external evaluation of the existing budget policy. PP3, considering the deliberations of the 176th session of the Executive Committee, resolves. Operative paragraph 1, to take note of the proposed principles and criteria for developing indicative budget envelopes for functional levels, regional, sub-regional, and country. OP2, to approve the new PAHO budget policy, including its guiding principles, alignment with the PAHO values of equity, solidarity, and Pan-Americanism, country focus, and flexibility, and its criteria for budget allocation, prioritization, progressivity, absorptive capacity, and adaptability. OP3, to request the Director to A, apply the new PAHO budget policy when formulating future proposed program budgets for the consideration of the Directing Council or the Pan American Sanitary Conference. B, present to the Directing Council or to the Pan American Sanitary Conference an update on the implementation of the PAHO budget policy every 2 years, as part of the report on the end of biennium assessment of the PAHO program budgets. C, collaborate with member states to promote more effective technical cooperation modalities in an environment of financial constraints. That concludes the reading of the proposed resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
In the contribution of the U.S., they have made, they have suggested a particular change, an amendment, I think, to OP2. So I'll now invite the U.S. to propose formally that change.
Yes, thank you. I will also note, thank you, Mr. Mazza, for the explanation also about the uses of the term equity. I think that in its usage here, right, there's disagreement about what equity means and whether that's the right phrase. And separately, there has also been a working group set up to kind of discuss this and some related issues for the strategic plan. So perhaps for this item, with that explanation in mind, the edit we would propose would be in OP2 to keep to approve the new PAHO budget policy, including its guiding principles, and then strike the section alignment with the PAHO values of equity, solidarity, and Pan-Americanism, country focus, and flexibility, with the intent that any issue about or any alternative for the phrase equity could be resolved in the strategic plan discussion, so that we don't have to set up a separate working group for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite maybe any comments to the amendment that is being proposed. Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. If I understood the proposal made by the United States, it would be to delete everything that comes after the words guiding principles, or would it just be to delete what is between the parentheses, alignment with the PAHO values of equity, solidarity, and right through to flexibility, as well as the second parenthesis, prioritization through adaptability? So is the idea to delete what is between the two sets of parentheses?
Ask him to read the paragraph like he will read.
I would invite the United States to read the proposed amendment, right?
Okay, I will read it just as how it would be. So to approve the new PAHO budget policy, including its guiding principles and its criteria for budget allocation, prioritization, percussivity, absorptive capacity, and adaptability. So just removing the first set of parentheses.
Thank you. I think that's pretty clear. Any other comments? Okay, if there are no other comments, can I formally ask for your approval to the amendment? Can I accept silence as accepting the amendment? Thank you. So I think I have to use the hammer. Thank you. So, do we read back the entire?
No,
Okay.
it's already approved.
So we have approved the resolution with the proposed amendment. So having done such a good job, we move on to the next item. Item 4.4, scale of assessed contributions for 2026-2027. And I now would like to bring document CE 176-15 to the attention of the committee and invite Mr. Ronnie Maza, the Director of the Department of Planning, Budget and Evaluation of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to make the presentation. But before we get to Mr. Maza, I would invite the President of the Subcommittee on Program Budget and Administration to report on the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. In March, the subcommittee was informed that the scale assessed contributions to be applied for 2026-2027 would depend on the outcome of the discussions during the General Assembly of the Organization of American States to be held in June 2025, where OAS member states would consider a new OAS scale for 2026-2027 and beyond. In the subcommittee's discussion, gratitude was expressed to the Bureau for laying out a transparent and predictable process for determining the scale of assessed contributions. The Bureau was asked to clarify what approach would be taken when the adoption of the OAS's 3-year scale did not align with PAHO's 2-year program budget scale. In response to that question, it was explained that the PAHO scale of assessed contributions is adopted every 2 years in conjunction with the biennial program budget. The scale adopted is based on the OAS scale in effect at the time, and the PAHO scale is subsequently adjusted when the OAS adopts a new scale. Thank you, Mr. President. This concludes my report on this item.
Thank you very much. We now move to Mr. Maza.
Thank you, Mr. President, Director, distinguished delegates. I'm pleased to introduce an update as necessary on the scale of assessed contributions for PAHO for the period 26-27. The proposed scale of assessments for the next biennium will be the first to be approved within the framework of the new PAHO strategic plan, along with the total level of assessed contributions set in the proposed program budget that you will consider in the subsequent item, which determines the amounts to be paid by each PAHO member state. According to Article 24A of PAHO's Constitution, its member states are assessed at the same rate as the OAS scale. And that's why we're waiting for that decision to take place. This excludes the PAHO participating states and associate member states, which are not members of the OAS and for which rates are calculated as per procedures previously approved by the governing bodies, and that we therefore adapt and not adopt. So we adopt and adapt. In keeping with PAHO's constitutional mandate, the scale of assessed contributions to be applied for the next biennium will depend on the decisions of the 55th regular session of the OAS General Assembly, which is taking place this week in Antigua and Barbuda. And which will also approve, hopefully, the new scale for 26 and beyond. So we're waiting for that to happen. In the event, as noted by the chair of the SPBA, that there is no decision by the OAS General Council, the Secretariat will need to adopt an interim scale for the new biennium. In such case, and that again, if there is no new scale from the OAS, we will pretty much extend the current scale until such a new scale is approved by the OAS. In summary, we await for that decision of the OAS General Assembly so that we can then present to you the new scale of PAHO, the new rates of PAHO. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Barbosa? No comments. So, any comments on what Mr. Maza said in his report? Anything? Okay. If there are no comments, we move on. Dr. Barbosa, anything? Nothing? Okay. So I would like to inform the committee that the discussions would be reflected in the final report. We go to item 4.2, proposed program budget of the Pan American Health Organization for 2026-2027. And I would like to bring document C176-13 and the addendum 1 to the attention of the committee and invite Mr. Ronnie Maza, the Director of the Department of Planning, Budget and Evaluation of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to make the presentation on this item. But before that, we'll ask the President of the Subcommittee on Program Budget and Administration to first report on the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The subcommittee reviewed an outline of the proposed program budget of PAHO for the 2026-2027 biennium. The subcommittee was informed that the overall budget proposed is for $800 million, a reduction of $20 million with respect to the 2024-25 biennium. The subcommittee was also informed that no increase in the contributions assessed of member states is being requested. In addition, it was noted that a type of flexible voluntary contribution called core voluntary contributions is being proposed with a view to increasing the amount of flexible funding to fund base programs when needed. In the subcommittee's discussion, delegates expressed appreciation to the Bureau for proposing a realistic program budget that took account of the financial constraints that many member states continue to face in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. Delegates also commended the Bureau's efforts to continue responding to Member States' technical cooperation needs while optimizing available resources in a context of financial challenges. It was noted that the WHO allocation to the region of the Americas for the biennium was expected to decrease, and Member States were urged to continue advocating for equitable distribution within WHO to avoid further reductions in the allocation. The introduction of core voluntary contributions was seen as a means of reducing funding gaps and strengthening the organization's financial stability and sustainability. At the same time, the Bureau was encouraged to remain prudent, continue to seek efficiencies, and plan for potential gaps in funding. The Bureau was also encouraged to continue its efforts to mobilize resources and diversify sources of funding. Thank you, Mr. President. This concludes my report on this item.
Maza?
Mr. President, Director, distinguished delegates, colleagues, I'm pleased to introduce this item and provide you with an overview of the proposal, but also updates since the presentation of the outline to the Subcommittee on Program Budget and Administration in March. We've been following this roadmap that was presented to the Subcommittee, and since the Subcommittee, we have developed the draft proposal before you. Just to note here that this consultative process is being conducted in tandem with the roadmap that member states also approved for the strategic plan that we introduced or updated on yesterday. The key point I want to highlight here that since the SPVA, when the subcommittee endorsed the outline, we proceeded to develop the full draft that is before you. And we have had two consultations on the proposal. I mean, as part of the strategic plan, we included this item in two sessions, in the last two sessions, where we updated you on the proposed programmatic structure, but also the budget proposal. Here we know in the executive committee, once we get your feedback, we will proceed to incorporate that to present then the final draft proposal for consideration of the directing council. And subsequent to that, you will see that the process continues where we will proceed to operational planning, which is translating this into concrete work plans by each entity here at the Secretariat, at regional, sub-regional, and country level, so we can translate this into concrete deliverables at each level. And that our director will review towards the end of the year. Normally September to December we'll do that. On this slide, we show the full content that is before you. And I'd just like to pause here to highlight some few items. So since the SPBA, we have, of course, considered the approval of the World Health Assembly of WHO's Program Budget 2627, as I reported yesterday, with a reduced budget, and which impacted, again, the PAHO budget. The prioritization of member states, which also serves to inform the proposed program budget, which we went from 30 to 42, important achievement there, increasing the consultation and input from member states. And the full draft that is now before you with the work that will continue on the list of output indicators that are before you, and we continue to revise. So we have already a draft list which continue to be reviewed and refined with our teams. Then we also have, and we will be launching for the Directing Council, a digital platform that will also, with our effort of innovating and increasing transparency, and making all this information available to your member states, but also partners, stakeholders, and anyone who wants to see where we are in terms of our approved program budget, but also eventually with its financing and implementation. With regards to the key considerations that are taken in informing and shaping this proposal before you is, of course, it is the first, and usually in tandem we have to develop the strategic plan and program budget, quite a task. But this is indeed the program budget that will operationalize the proposal before you in terms of the strategic plan. So the division to concrete results for the biennium and actions and interventions that we propose. So the opportunity there to start well, the first biennium, to build on the momentum, to build on the foundations that we have, to accelerate, being true to that theme of the strategic plan. So we are indeed, we have an opportunity here on how this proposed program budget can respond to that vision of and strategic direction of the strategic plan. I also want to note here that we have continued, as it is a best practice, to look at the lessons learned from how we have implemented previous program budgets, but also on your own input to the WHO's proposal on program budget that also benefited also from our input from the region as they deliberated, as member states deliberated and approved that proposal just last month in Geneva. With respect to the situation, we have also looked carefully at what are those ongoing and emerging public health challenges, of course, the opportunity to address them in the first 2 years of the strategic plan, but also how do we protect gains, hard-earned gains in public health, and how do we don't slip anymore and address the gaps that we have identified in the situation of the strategic plan and the context that informs this program budget. The country priorities, of course, as I said before, are central to the shaping this proposal. We've also, as we look at opportunities to accelerate progress, we have also looked internally to see where we can continue to modernize with that vision and initiative of our director of PAHO Forward, where we can continue to maximize the impact of the resources through efficiency, transparency, and accountability, which is a constant here, and I want to assure you that it's done not just in the planning phase, but in the implementation phase. This is the proposal in numbers. Programmatically speaking, the program budget, of course, responds to the strategic objectives, the 5 strategic objectives of this strategic plan and the 12 outcomes. But in the program budget, what we present to you and what justifies the proposed program budget is indeed the outputs, the biennial results. And here, as you can see, we have today 67 outputs proposed, distributed by the several strategic objectives and outcomes, and for which we, again, the Secretariat, in line with the revised results framework, takes the lead and it will be held accountable to deliver. So the performance of the Secretariat will also be measured by delivering and through those output indicators. We have introduced a change here based on, again, the external evaluation recommendations, specifically on the results-based management evaluation, on how we better measure and show our contribution to improving health outcomes. And here you can see from the types of measurements, we are looking at contribution, where the Secretariat, technical cooperation, how does it contribute? But we didn't want to stop there because of the nature of how we work. Technical cooperation is a two-way, engaging with member states, and how these guidelines, policies really are translated into action at country level. And so change, the adoption of a policy, of a strategy, how does that lead to change at country level? So we have introduced that, and the definitions are included in the document. That is new. We have never done that before. Here is an example, and we don't have the time to go into it, but just to highlight here as an example, when you look at addressing non-communicable diseases and mental health and other conditions, you can see that at the output level, countries or technical cooperation is to work with our member states to design and implement and scale up the provision of mental health, for example, integrated into primary health care. And then you can see the contribution. So what is expected from the Secretariat is to provide the technical cooperation through the rights-based and community-based mental health strategic action plans, which are approved by you as well. But at the change level, we cannot stop there. We want to work with member states for the uptake. And so we will also be monitoring how such guidance, policies are being integrated and really bringing change in addressing the situation of mental health, for example. And then you have the key interventions of our technical cooperation, where we work to improve the capacity at country level and to continue to provide guidance on the implementation of those policies and strategies that you would have approved. Again, according to the context of the country, according to what you will engage and decide to agree and implement from those plans and strategies. Turning to the budget, and again, as our director has already mentioned, the budget here is really space. So imagine a bucket that you will approve, and then we have to fill it with real funding. Allow me to switch to Spanish to keep a balance on the presentation. I will try to do this in Spanish. So, pasando a la...
So turning to the proposed budget and clarifying right from the start, the two bars. One is the basic program, and then the special programs, where the basic program includes things having to do with the core mandate of technical cooperation in the organization, what we can plan for essential functions for long-term strategic objectives, according to the biennium or in the 6-year strategic plan. And these results, activities are programmed in our program budget, and we can plan this, we can put this in the budget. Then in orange, we have the special programs. But basically, this is for specific things. For example, response to emergencies, something that we can anticipate, but we can have a placeholder so that we have those resources available, and then they can be programmed when needed. As you can see here, the proposal that was presented to the subcommittee in March, the 800 million have been reduced to 38 million, being more realistic, but also reflecting the decision made by member states and the World Health Assembly, where they lowered the allocation of the budget to the region to $38 million. That meant a total reduction of 7% in the total budget space, and 5.4% in base programs compared to the previous biennium. This proposal, these numbers are not something that exist in a vacuum. They are included in the document. You have the document that is being proposed, and we have seen prioritization where we have found a balance between what you have told us as mandates and also the needs for TC needs. And also being realistic with the funding scenario. As the director said, it's not only a matter of proposing a figure, we want the figure to be in keeping with needs. And also we have to make certain that we can actually finance that figure. That is the exercise that we carried out. Now, turning to strategic objectives, in the document you have a breakdown by result or outcome. And one of the factors we took into account was the 5.4% cut. And also, we're protecting our priorities. So we had to cut back on all the objectives. But you can see that we tried to protect the high priority items. So we reduced them less. You can see that in terms of NCDs and then communicable diseases too. You can see, for example, with Objective 3, that is where you see the smallest reduction. This is where you indicated that you wanted to place our TC. Now, turning to funding, here we're taking the opportunity of including in the document an initial projection. On the left, you can see our sources of funding, the assessed contributions. You can see them here on the screen. This is important. In keeping with our financial regulations, all member states make their contributions. They pay their contributions on time and within the biennium so that we have those resources available to implement the program. This doesn't always happen, as we saw yesterday, where there's a mismatch with what we can project in keeping with the funding. This is something that is distributed so we can continue to implement the technical cooperation. But then we have a challenge because we have to manage our cash flow by working with our Director of Finance. Then second here you can see miscellaneous revenue. There we can project the amount budgeted will be funded thanks to the investment efforts to increase our revenues. We can project the same amount to exist in the next biennium. Now, voluntary contributions. In PAHO, we're making every possible effort. We proposed a budget of 160.8, but now with the efforts with the donors, we have been able to project financing at 150 million. Now, with the information we have currently available, we haven't been able to reach 100% of funding for that item. Then we have the WHO allocation to the Americas. It was reduced to 127.4 million. Now, this has been a challenge, as has been mentioned in this fora, and this is something that we don't always receive. In the past, we have reached the highest figure, 70% of the amounts allocated by WHO to the Americas. So we continue to negotiate with WHO to make certain that the region receives its fair part or proportion. So in base programs, we are projecting 80%, and that is 523.8. In the first proposed request, payment on time, we appreciate your paying assessments on time. And also we introduced a new line of funding, and it's called basic or core voluntary contributions. And there we asked our donors, as well as our member states, that have resources, if they can contribute that to our program budget, we can allocate those funds to the cooperation that is being requested by the countries. especially if they're not earmarked. Now here we can see the different quotas and looking at the situation in the region. We have been consulting with the director, and also member states just increased the payment of quotas, WHO, and this would go back to 2011, where payments have not gone up. And in making an analysis of what this means, it actually represents a loss of 40% in real terms. So we're doing everything possible so as to deliver efficiently. We're trying to use creative ways to continue to respond to you agilely with quality, but the message is this isn't sustainable to continue with this situation. And we, as Secretariat, have committed ourselves to continue to do everything possible to deliver technical cooperation, but we also call on you to provide us with timely funding so that we can deliver on the program. With that, I thank you for your attention. We would ask the committee to consider this proposal and to provide us with the comments that you feel necessary. And also, please consider the proposed resolution that is presented. So, thank you for your attention, and I look forward to hearing your questions or comments. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maza. The Executive Committee is now invited to consider the proposed program budget and to provide the Bureau with comments regarding the structure and the content of the document and the budgetary information provided. The discussions on the proposed resolution presented in Addendum 1 of the document CE 176-13 will take place once the rapporteur has read the proposed resolution. I'll now like to open the floor to the plenary for a discussion on the budget. The floor is now open. Colombia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colombia speaks on behalf of itself, plus Chile and Uruguay. We recognize the work that has been done by PAHO despite the budgetary constraints it faces. We are mindful of the financial challenges being faced by both WHO and PAHO and the need to guarantee predictable financing. It is important that we continue to strengthen the healthcare systems in the region. Also, we recognize that the countries in the region also are facing budgetary constraints that are significant, and therefore it is essential to have a joint effort to make certain that spending is efficient and strategic, and that we optimize the resources that are available. In this context, we consider it prudent that we accept this budget. It actually presents a 7% reduction compared to the 2024-25 program budget. So this effort shows a responsible effort that is in keeping with the fiscal realities of our countries. But we are concerned in terms of the fact that WHO is giving less to PAHO, which represents a high percentage of our budget. Now, there has been a reduction compared to the previous biennium without considering the needs, the priorities, or the needs of this region. It is important to remember that the countries in the region of the Americas, contribute both to the budget of WHO and PAHO. So it's important to do a more detailed analysis, guaranteeing that the levels of support, cooperation, and technical assistance from WHO, PAHO to the countries not be affected, especially in a context where there was an increase of 20% in the assessments to be paid by member countries to WHO. We appreciate that we are not increasing assessed contributions in PAHO. This is a relief for the public budget of our countries and will provide greater financial sustainability and allow PAHO to continue to support member countries. We reiterate our commitment to multilateral cooperation in the health sector and with strengthening both WHO and PAHO as organizations that are essential to maintain stability and further health.
Thank you, Colombia. We now go to Panama. Sorry. We go to Canada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Canada thanks the Secretariat for the proposed program and budget for 2026-27. As the first program and budget under PAHO's new Strategic Plan 2026-31, it not only helps set in motion this new strategic vision, but will also set the stage for the next 6 years. We continue to appreciate PAHO's engagement with member states in priority setting to ensure that this program budget is truly reflective of current regional needs. Noting the overall decrease in budget and subsequent changes in budget allocation by outcome, we appreciate the principles that have been applied and guided by the priority setting exercise, ensuring PAHO is continuing to allocate resources in a responsive and transparent manner. Reflecting recommendations from the external evaluation on PAHO's implementation of the RBM framework and the external auditor, Canada welcomes the introduction of a renewed approach to output indicators that seek to measure PAHO's contribution. We consider that this will help the organization improve how it quantifies the critical work it does in the region, in turn strengthening its ability to further articulate PAHO's impact. We appreciate that the acknowledgement that the proposed budget is subject to an evolving and uncertain global financing landscape, with potential funding gaps highlighted and accounted for, as we believe it is critical for the organization to remain realistic and prudent in its planning. In this same vein, we are encouraged to note that in the context of fiscal constraints, PAHO will apply the principle of risk-based prioritization to guide the strategic allocation of organizational resources, giving special attention to addressing risks that impact country-level operations and delivery of technical cooperation. We consider that this approach will assist PAHO in optimizing resource allocation while enhancing its ability to manage and mitigate potential negative impacts. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. We now go to Mexico. Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Brazil appreciates the presentation on this budget, and we recognize the efforts of PAHO to align the strategic plan and has a collective commitment to equity, sustainability of the healthcare system in the region of the Americas. Also, it is important to point to the transparency called for in the document, and it's important that the countries incorporate lessons learned. We appreciate the transparent way with which PAHO has coped with different challenges, especially with the zero increase in the budget. Now, regarding socioeconomic conditions in the member countries, we realize that some of those difficulties cannot be solved, and we need the opportunity to reassert the commitment that we have with PAHO and the need to reach the shared goals in a way that is evidence-based and supported by technical cooperation. The strategic goals offer a guidepost for actions of the organization, and we need to prevent disease, respond to emergencies, do institutional strengthening, and the efforts are given priority in the region. So, Mr. President, we realize it's important to increase the funding provided by PAHO to achieve this budget flexibility, and we appreciate cooperation with other actors as a way of enhancing results and assure the effective implementation of proposals. In this context, we congratulate the PAHO team for the progress that has been made in external partnerships and mobilization of resources, and we consider these actions to be essential. We reiterate the commitment of Brazil with PAHO as the benchmark organization in the region, and we know that this budget helps achieve more equitable health in the region. Thank you.
We now go to the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States doesn't have separate recommendations about the program budget document itself, but would refer back to the discussions on the strategic plan and the intent to negotiate some of that, and also refer back to the statement about the use of language relating to DEI, gender ideology, SDGs, and note that based on the discussions that happen with the strategic plan, and since the program budget is based on the strategic plan, and as noted by others, is the first in the first program budget under the new strategic plan, would expect that it will be updated in accordance with the discussions that occur there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We go to Panama.
Thank you, Mr. President. We appreciate this proposed budget program for the Pan American Health Organization 2026-2027. This is the first that's executed in the new strategic framework, and this shows renewed commitment to promoting equity in health, establishing resilient health systems, and promoting sustainable development throughout the region of the Americas. We consider that member states should invest in a global architecture for health, which is more solid, more consistent, so as to support the most vulnerable persons and to assure a collective response to future threats to health. In that connection, we would like to emphasize that the region of the Americas, although it is one of the most vulnerable regions at the global level, maintains or has the lowest budget in the regions of the World Health Organization. Only 47% of the budget approved in 2024-25, compared with 55% in the other regions. That situation produces an economic deficit in flexible funds, and this has an impact on the people living in the Americas. We advocate that the final results of the allocation of priorities guide the allocation of flexible funds that the organization has. This should be a basis to mobilize resources and to implement the biennial plans for 2026-2027. To conclude my remarks, we appreciate the inclusion of the results of the consultations that have been had with member states as you have prepared this proposed program budget for 2026-2027. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mexico takes note of this proposed program budget of the Pan American Health Organization 2026-2027 and recognizes the efforts of the organization. Despite challenges, the results of this proposed budget are in keeping with the main mandates regionally and globally, and allows us to respond to emergencies in the area of health. We appreciate the support received through the staff of the Mexico country office so as to participate in a prioritization exercise so as to identify our priorities for 2026. Now, Mexico is part of the exercise of the assessment done with other member states so as to align technical cooperation of the organization, allocation of resources by respecting the priorities of the countries and also the priorities of the region of the Americas. Thank you.
For comments? or response.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to first and foremost thank our 6 member states, Colombia for the multiple country statement, Canada, Brazil, USA, Panama, and Mexico. We note, of course, with encouragement and your commitment, your continued engagement and collaboration. So thank you for that continued guidance, but also motivation that I'm sure I speak on behalf of the entire PAHO team. You allow us to keep doing what we can do best. But of course, this is teamwork, not just in the PAHO Secretariat, but also with your member states. These proposals indeed are to benefit the peoples of our countries, of course. Just to note, I think important to the point that keeps coming about WHO and to clarify, let me switch to Spanish to address that. En cuanto a
Regarding the WHO budget, the reduction of 14% was applied across all the regions. That was because they had to cut back to be more realistic in the proposal as they face the financial crisis. So that was applied across all regions. What I wanted to point out is that that is the budgetary envelope. And from the analysis that we have done internally, we could deal with that budgetary envelope because what we want is to have a fair amount for us to go from 70 to 80%, for example, because we know that all the other regions do reach 80% of their funding. And the region of the Americas, although we pay our assessments, receive less. So as the director says, we don't get the discount. So we aspire at a minimum to reach that 80%. So that is our aspiration. We hope you will continue to support that in all WHO fora. Now, another thing has to do with continue to focus on priorities. That is a guiding principle of what we do. And to continue committed with you to efficiency, to make certain that all resources received to the Secretariat be managed with responsibility, prudence, and with accountability. So thank you, and we will continue to move forward, taking into account your suggestions and working closely with you. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Maza. We now turn the mic over to Director Barbosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank our member states for their continued support and just to respond to some very important topics. I think that an innovative way that we are presenting both for the strategic plan and the budget, the budget proposal is exactly, first, as I mentioned before, to be a realistic one aligned with the situation that we have now. But also it's important to be more transparent about what is the real Secretariat contribution and what are the countries' contribution, as Canada has highlighted, so we can clearly identify where are the gaps that we need to address, we need to strengthen, we need to improve our technical cooperation. It's also important to highlight that, as Mr. Maza called the attention, we are not proposing an increase in the assess contribution because we understand the situation that the countries are facing, and at the same time, the increase that you approved in the World Health Assembly, the first 20% 3 years ago, and now another 20%, so it does not make sense for me to present a proposal. What makes sense is to thank you and to ask you to continue the strong advocacy so the Americas will receive a fair distribution of the funds. I think that this is really important, so we can compensate the reduction in real value that now it adds to $7-8 million since 2012, when the last time that the PAHO increased the assess contribution. So I think that's very important. Let me switch to Spanish.
Another thing that was mentioned is that we are negotiating with Geneva. The initial proposal not on the envelope. The envelope was okay. So we do have money to fill that envelope because the Americas envelope is smaller than the envelope for other regions, and the average funding for other regions is close to 80%, and ours is closer to 65%. So it's very important to point that or to bring that to the attention of our member countries so that you can receive the corresponding amount like other regions without being penalized, because the fact that we also have PAHO as an autonomous institution, because you pay both assessments. In other words, PAHO is not financed from the amount that you do not pay WHO. So it's important to understand that we do have an autonomous organization, but that is not a good argument to cut back on the proportion given to the Americas. That's important. And the other point, and that is something we're talking about with WHO, and I think that we will be able to increase that proposal that they made of funding, the 167.4 million for the biennium. We have presented a new proposal of coming up with 142 million, and that would help with the deficit. Now, we also appreciate the suggestions, the proposals. It is important at the same time that we're trying to increase the efficiency of the organization. We're doing that to the extent we can by cutting unnecessary bureaucracy, by cutting back on operations that take up time and resources of the organization, so as to have an organization that can better respond to the needs of member states. So in that connection too, we have been making important efforts to increase our sources of funding. I don't know if you remember, but this comes back to a presentation that was made by Mr. Christos Casantonio when we compared voluntary contributions of last year with the voluntary contributions of the last normal, quote, year, which was 2019, because during the pandemic, we had a lot of mobilization of voluntary contributions, but they were linked to the pandemic. But if we look at the comparison, you'll find an increase of certain millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars, because we're working with stakeholders. And they are convinced of the need to provide support to Latin America. Often it is thought that Latin America and the Caribbean is a region of middle-income countries, but they don't look at the tremendous inequalities that may exist within each country. So there are many, many people, families living under the poverty line in many of our countries. And also, there are neglected needs in terms of health care in many areas of these countries. So personally, and I would say that a lot of my time as director goes to that advocacy. And in this way, we are seeing increases on the part of our traditional donors. And we're also trying to attract new donors that want to invest in the region now. So here, I wanted to thank the United States. I thank the United States for its contributions, Canada, Spain, the United Kingdom, the European Union, and some donors are that are supporting our efforts. And that is something that we will be able to repeat. Even India, even though India is a developing country, it is supporting some projects in the region thanks to their South-South cooperation fund. That is a UN program, and it's supporting some of the countries in the Caribbean and also in Paraguay, in the El Chaco region, which is one of the poorest areas of South America. So that is a very important effort. Now, even though countries did approve during the World Health Assembly an increase of 20% in their assessed contributions going to WHO, since WHO contributions are aligned with the United Nations contributions, contribution assessments, some countries in the region will actually see a reduction in the amount they're paying to WHO. Now, I am sending a letter to those countries inviting them to use that credit, quote, quote, that they are going to receive to make a voluntary contribution to PAHO, because those monies were already budgeted. Those resources will wind up staying in the ministries of health. The health minister will be happy because they are going to look good in terms of their fiscal balance, but since those monies have already been budgeted and they're not going to be used to pay the WHO contribution because there was that slight decrease, that could become a voluntary contribution to PAHO. And to that extent, we would say that this could be a new source of voluntary contributions. And so it's a core basic assessment, voluntary assessment. And I wanted to thank Spain. Spain has pledged $500,000 as part of that new modality. So again, I think that I wanted to thank the countries for their support. I thank them for their ongoing advocacy, and this is a realistic proposal that is going to allow us to continue at the same level of technical cooperation. And the prioritization exercise that we engaged in with the countries also was taken into account as we allocated the budget. We tried to not overload one area too much, but we tried to follow the priorities that you established as member states. You indicated where you wanted us to place a priority over the next 2 years. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. We now ask the rapporteur to present the proposed resolution for consideration by the Executive Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Proposed resolution. Proposed program budget of the Pan American Health Organization 2026-2027. The 176th session of the Executive Committee. Preambular paragraph 1, having reviewed the proposed program budget of the Pan American Health Organization 2026-2027, document CE 176/13, PP2, having considered the report on the 19th session of the Subcommittee on Program, Budget and Administration, document CE 176/4, resolves. Operative paragraph, to recommend that the 62nd Directing Council adopt a resolution in the following terms. Program budget of the Pan American Health Organization 2026-2027. The 62nd Directing Council, preambular paragraph 1, having considered the program budget of the Pan American Health Organization, document CD 62/blank, PP2, considering the report of the 176th session of the Executive Committee, document CD 62/blank, PP3, noting the efforts of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau to propose a program budget that takes into account the health situation and context, the priorities for technical cooperation identified with member states of the Pan American Health Organization, and the shared responsibility of member states and the PASB in achieving public health mandates. PP4, welcoming the focus of the PAHO program budget 2026-2027 on the acceleration required to advance the implementation of the PAHO Strategic Plan 2026-2031. PP5. Bearing in mind Article 14C of the Constitution of the Pan American Health Organization and Article 3, paragraphs 3.4 and 3.5 of the Financial Regulations of the Pan American Health Organization, resolves, operative paragraph 1, to approve the program of work of PAHO with a budget of $662 million for base programs and $100 million as a placeholder for special programs, as outlined in the program budget of the Pan American Health Organization 2026-2027, official document blank. Operative paragraph 2. To encourage all PAHO member states, participating states, and associate members to continue to make timely payments of their assessed contributions in 2026 and 2027, and of arrears that might have accumulated in the previous budgetary periods. Op 3. To encourage member states, participating states, and associate members to continue advocating for an equitable share of the World Health Organization's resources, and specifically for WHO to fully fund the budget space allocated to the region of the Americas. OP4. To encourage member states, participating states, associate members, and observer states to make voluntary contributions that are aligned with the PAHO program budget 2026-2027, and, where possible, to consider making these contributions through core voluntary contributions to increase sustainability and predictability of funding for the program budget. OP5. In establishing the contributions of member states, participating states, and associate members, assessed contributions shall be reduced by the amount standing to their credit in the Tax Equalization Fund, except the credit of those states that levy taxes on the emoluments received from PASP by their nationals and residents shall be reduced by the amounts of such tax reimbursements by the Bureau. Operative paragraph 6, to finance the approved base programs from the indicated sources. Source of financing, and the amount is set next to this. Next, assessed contributions from PAHO member states, participating states, and associate members, $194,400,000. PAHO budgeted miscellaneous revenue, $52 million. PAHO voluntary contributions and other sources, $160,800,000. WHO allocation to the region of the Americas, $254,800,000. Total $662 million. Operative paragraph 7, to authorize the director to use the sources of financing indicated above to fund the PAHO program budget 2026-2027, subject to the availability of funding. OP8, to request the director to prepare a report on the implementation of the PAHO program budget 2026-2027, including the assessment of results to be presented to the governing bodies in 2028. This concludes presentation of the proposed resolution, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any comments? If there are no objections, then I declare the resolution adopted. And And since you've been so good, we'll take a coffee break. We come back at 11:15. We come back at 11:15, and some of those outstanding resolution, we'll start with those to see if we get agreement. Thank you. See you at 11:15.
El cáncer infantil afecta a miles de familias en el mundo cada año, generando angustia y sufrimiento. En la región de las Américas, los gobiernos, la OPS y sus socios se han unido en la iniciativa Cure All para afrontar este desafío y devolver la esperanza.
Desde el año 2019, la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, en colaboración con el St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, trabaja incansablemente para mejorar la detección oportuna del cáncer en niños, niñas y adolescentes. En Latinoamérica y Caribe estamos logrando que más países prioricen el cáncer infantil y lo incluyan en políticas públicas que contemplen actividades para promover el diagnóstico oportuno. En los últimos 5 años, se ha incrementado por lo menos en 3 veces el número de países que cuentan con una guía nacional de detección precoz y sistemas de referencia. Ya estamos viendo los primeros resultados y se está logrando que más niños puedan llegar temprano a su diagnóstico, que más niños puedan tener estadios precoces de enfermedad y que amplíen la posibilidad de curarse.
En el Perú, hemos logrado reducir el 50% del tiempo diagnóstico en un lapso de 5 años. Principalmente desde la Iniciativa Mundial de Cáncer Infantil. El tiempo en el que los profesionales de la salud, médicos y enfermeras, demoraban para hacer el diagnóstico en niños desde la sospecha de cáncer se ha reducido de manera significativa. Actualmente, los niños y adolescentes llegan más rápido a los establecimientos de salud. Este logro es un trabajo conjunto desde el Ministerio de Salud a través de políticas públicas que impulsan la detección temprana de cáncer infantil, asimismo el fortalecimiento de las capacidades de los profesionales de la salud, la sensibilización de la comunidad para poder realizar un diagnóstico oportuno y, por supuesto, la participación de la sociedad civil organizada.
Hemos logrado disminuir en un 50% los casos de estadios avanzados de cáncer en los niños. Esto significa que más familias reciben un diagnóstico temprano y más niños tienen una oportunidad de vida, educando y sensibilizando al personal de salud y a la población.
La Organización Panamericana de la Salud pone a disposición de los países diversos recursos técnicos, como cursos virtuales, talleres y guías interactivas para fortalecer la capacitación de los profesionales de la salud, así como materiales para campañas de comunicación dirigidas a los padres y a la comunidad en general.
A través de Cure All Américas, también se está apoyando a los gobiernos en el monitoreo sostenible y uniforme de sus progresos, así como en la implementación de políticas de salud que fortalecen el acceso al diagnóstico temprano, tratamiento y cobertura financiera. Todo con un objetivo, un diagnóstico temprano que salve vidas y mejore el futuro de nuestras familias y comunidades.
Cada intervención en salud pública, cada acción coordinada y cada esfuerzo compartido son pasos hacia un futuro donde hay más niños que puedan superar el cáncer.
Un diagnóstico temprano salva vidas.
En 2019, los Estados miembros de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, OPS, aprobaron la iniciativa para la eliminación de 30 enfermedades infecciosas en la región para el año 2030. En el marco de esta iniciativa, en 2023, se conformó una alianza con el gobierno de Canadá para un proyecto de eliminación del tracoma como problema de salud pública para el año 2028. Venezuela es uno de los 10 países que participa en esta iniciativa.
Tracoma es la primera causa de ceguera producto de infecciones, lo produce una bacteria y estamos ahorita aplicando la encuesta para ver de prevalencia, para ver si es un problema de salud pública para el Estado.
Durante 2 semanas, un equipo de evaluaciones rápidas de tracoma del Ministerio del Poder Popular para la Salud abordó 30 poblaciones indígenas en busca de tracoma, una enfermedad que afecta sobre todo a poblaciones en situaciones de mayor vulnerabilidad. La idea es estimar la prevalencia de esta enfermedad en el país y determinar si constituye un problema de salud pública.
Andamos un equipo de salud desplegado diagnosticando la enfermedad tracoma. Esta es una enfermedad que afecta el ojo, que posteriormente la persona queda ciega. Y como parte de prevención, le estamos orientando a las personas a tener una buena higiene personal, como el lavado de manos, la limpieza facial. También contamos con tratamientos y en el caso de que los pacientes lleguen a salir positivos a estas enfermedades.
La OPS acompañó y prestó apoyo logístico para el traslado de estos trabajadores sanitarios del ministerio hacia estas comunidades, 22 de acceso terrestre y 8 de acceso fluvial, aprovechando además para ofrecer distintos servicios de salud a las mismas.
En el Pacífico colombiano, las comunidades indígenas y afrodescendientes enfrentan grandes dificultades: el conflicto armado, la pobreza y el aislamiento. A través de un esfuerzo conjunto de las Naciones Unidas, diversas iniciativas están resolviendo estas emergencias, fortaleciendo la resiliencia comunitaria, creando nuevas oportunidades en medio de esta adversidad. Esta alianza de Naciones Unidas permitió a estas comunidades afectadas por el conflicto diversas estrategias complementarias: temas de seguridad para la población con ACNUR, escuelas seguras para niños, niñas y adolescentes con UNICEF, fortalecimiento de la salud sexual y reproductiva y violencia basada en género con UNFPA. Además, se promovió la sustitución de cultivos de coca por proyectos productivos como criaderos de pollos, lecciones de pesca, huertas caseras y medicinales, acciones realizadas por la FAO. La Organización Panamericana de la Salud logró dar acceso a salud a estas poblaciones de los departamentos de Nariño, Valle de Cauca y Chocó. Se lograron avanzar hasta 24 brigadas de salud y más de 8.200 atenciones en una atención integral de medicina general, ginecobstetricia, odontología o apoyo psicosocial, con un enfoque étnico-cultural. Esto acompañado con dotación de medicamentos y diferentes pruebas de diagnóstico rápidas para una mejor resolución de las temáticas.
Este trabajo que ha venido desarrollando la Organización Panamericana de la Salud ha permitido hacer unas transformaciones de fondo en cómo mejorar el modelo de salud, en infraestructura, en capacitaciones, en dotaciones, para que la comunidad tenga una salud digna, oportuna, con seguridad del paciente.
Pues de solo entrar, pues uno sentía la enfermedad más grave, por el calor, el aspecto, y ahora es un cambio extremo. Uno entra y siente que hay más frescura, más tranquilidad, el calor poco azota, ahora estamos mejor.
Se atendieron numerosos casos críticos de malaria, desnutrición aguda, ideación suicida. Además, se realizaron encuentros de parteras, médicos tradicionales y sabedores, que en un espacio de diálogo de saberes con médicos y enfermeras occidentales permitió el intercambio de conocimientos con el fin de salvar vidas y evitar muertes maternas. Además, nos reunimos con la institucionalidad local para identificar sus fortalezas, retos y desafíos.
Al Al tener una comunidad capacitada en primeros auxilios, en comunicación del riesgo, en salud mental, primeros auxilios psicológicos, en las emergencias, vamos a disminuir el impacto que una emergencia pueda tener en la comunidad, porque ellos van a saber cómo actuar en un momento adecuado, un protocolo adecuado, un procedimiento adecuado frente a las emergencias que ocurren en nuestro departamento.
A lo largo de esta trayectoria hemos aprendido cómo hacer un torniquete y, sobre todo en un accidente, mantener la calma, asegurar la escena.
Hemos realizado taller de primer respondiente comunitario, donde ellos lo que hacen es cómo dar esa primera ayuda comunitaria cuando se presenta una emergencia.
Adicionalmente, se estableció el sistema de alerta temprana en estas comunidades. Se trabajó mucho con esta Estrategia Nacional de la Vigilancia de Base Comunitaria.
Por eso dentro del proyecto SERF también incluimos el componente de comunicación del riesgo para que estos gestores comunitarios, para que estos primeros respondientes también puedan hacer uso de las comunicaciones en toda su labor de salvar vidas, de darle a la gente capacidades para que tenga un buen vivir.
Depois de décadas de esforços integrados e multissetoriais, a filariose linfática deixou de ser um problema de saúde pública no Brasil. O certificado de eliminação da doença foi entregue pelo diretor da OPAS e do Escritório Regional da OMS para as Américas, Jarbas Barbosa, à ministra da Saúde, Nízia Trindade. A cerimônia de entrega ocorreu no marco da reunião do Conselho Diretor da OPAS, nos Estados Unidos, que contou com a presença de autoridades de saúde de todos os países das Américas. A filariose linfática, mais conhecida como elefantíase, é uma doença parasitária transmitida por mosquitos. Ela afeta o sistema linfático e pode causar inchaços graves, especialmente nos membros inferiores e nos genitais, causando bastante dor e podendo resultar em deficiências permanentes. Para combater essa doença, o Ministério da Saúde do Brasil lançou em 1997 o Plano Nacional para a Eliminação da Filariose. A partir daí, várias medidas foram implementadas, como a distribuição em massa de medicamentos antiparasitários, controle de vetores e monitoramento constante nas áreas mais afetadas. Esses esforços se concentraram nas áreas onde a filariose era endêmica e resultaram 10 anos depois no fim da transmissão da doença. Desde 2017, não há mais casos confirmados de filariose no Brasil. A eliminação da doença é resultado do trabalho conjunto de trabalhadores de saúde, pesquisadores e gestores, bem como da criação de um sistema de saúde universal, com ações de vigilância bem estruturadas, uma rede de laboratórios públicos especializados e o lançamento do programa Brasil Saudável, que é uma ação multissetorial alinhada com a iniciativa regional da OPAS para a eliminação de doenças até 2030. Com essa certificação, o Brasil demonstra forte compromisso com a proteção da saúde, em especial das populações mais vulnerabilizadas.
Para nosotros es importante, ¿no?, poder haber llegado acá. Esta visita responde a un proyecto que estamos ejecutando desde el punto de vista de la salud ocular. Estamos acompañando a todo el equipo evaluador que se va a encargar de hacer este trabajo para ver si tenemos alguna patología que tenga que ver con tracoma ocular.
Estamos en la comunidad de Las Flores.
Acabamos de tener una reunión con los comunarios.
Hemos venido a conversar, ¿no?, con las autoridades aquí del lugar.
Para organizar el pesquisaje que se va a realizar para el tracoma. Vivir en Puerto Las Flores bien nomás, bonito nomás estar aquí del aire, recibimos, respiramos, ¿no? En Puerto Las Flores no existe la electricidad. Han levantado ya hace más de un año un tanque, han puesto agua, han hecho pozos, pero el agua no es buena. Cuando estamos mal de los ojos nos afecta, ¿no?
No solo en Las Flores, ¿no? Sino en distintas comunidades. Hay deficiencias, ¿no? En el tema de lo que es salud y de educación más que todo, ¿no?
Nunca me hablaron del tracoma, no sabía de esta enfermedad. Nunca había escuchado del tracoma.
El tracoma es una enfermedad infecciosa que afecta principalmente a los párpados, posteriormente a la córnea y puede dejar invalidado a un paciente produciéndole una ceguera permanente e irreversible. Se contagia de forma directa, es decir, de persona a persona.
En especial los niñitos, digamos, se tocan y pueden estar dando la mano a otro niño y así se puede contagiar.
Cuando ya tiene triquiasis ya se van sacando las pestañas, sino depilando, le estorba ya.
Esta enfermedad se ve principalmente en zonas con poca o ninguna sistema sanitario.
Donde no haya agua segura.
Con dificultad en sistemas de alcantarillado.
Dentro del registro que nosotros manejamos como Ministerio de Salud, no tenemos incidencia, ¿no? A nivel nacional, ¿no? Sin embargo, tenemos países vecinos en los cuales sí ha sido un problema de salud pública. Es por ello que estamos ejecutando este proyecto, que es una evaluación rápida para tracoma ocular en comunidades vulnerables, ¿no? Una vez termine este proyecto, nosotros vamos a tener la capacidad de poder determinar si tenemos o no y si realmente el tracoma ocular para nosotros es un problema en salud pública.
Venimos a visitarlo. Estamos viniendo casa por casa a revisar una enfermedad que nosotros estamos buscando, que se llama tracoma. Con su permiso lo vamos a hacer el examen y a todos los miembros de la familia.
Sí, pasen nomás.
Muchas gracias. Va a mirar hacia abajo, mira hacia abajo, mira hacia arriba, no su ojito nomás, no sé. Ahora mira hacia abajo, no parpadea ya, si no, no voy a hacer.
La detección del tracoma es importante, puesto que si nosotros lo detectamos a tiempo, vamos a garantizar la salud y la estabilidad ocular del paciente. Haciendo una detección, haciendo las campañas de prevención y promoción, evitamos la proliferación de esta enfermedad que como resultado final lleva a la ceguera. Entonces, si nosotros actuamos temprano, prevenimos a un paciente ciego en el futuro.
Doy la bienvenida a todo el equipo médicos. Esta es nuestra comunidad de la Nación Yuki. Bienvenidos.
Para nosotros es por primera vez que han venido a ver los ojos de nosotros. Los comunarios hemos venido de las tres comunidades, Villarilloa, la comunidad Pachino y la comunidad de Villarecuate, donde estamos en este momento.
La brigada que viene es de mucha ayuda para nosotros porque, bueno, en Villarecuate la gente tiene muchos problemas sobre el ojo.
Es la primera vez que me revisan mis ojos.
Esta es la primera vez que me revisan ojos aquí en comunidad. Nunca había escuchado esa enfermedad tracoma.
Nunca había escuchado de que se pueda contagiar la enfermedad tracoma así con la mano sucia.
En calidad de cacique mayor, yo le he dicho a toda la población de que tenemos que hacernos ver nuestros ojos a los médicos que han venido.
Venimos trabajando ya anteriormente en el Gran Chaco, en Santa Cruz, en el municipio de Camiri. Esta versión ya hemos visitado 3 comunidades aquí del trópico. En esta actividad también hemos diagnosticado otras patologías, además del tracoma. Y bueno, como Ministerio de Salud estamos programando ya actividades también para poder atender estas otras patologías como son las cataratas y terrigio, que son de mayor relevancia en la población adulta o mayor. Vamos a llegar como Ministerio de Salud con cirugías de cataratas de interregión de manera gratuita para la población que se haya encontrado con esta patología. Estaremos visitando el departamento de Pando, las comunidades indígenas, posteriormente el departamento de La Paz, el norte de La Paz específicamente, porque son las comunidades indígenas que estamos priorizando para poder ampliar la cobertura en la búsqueda de la patología denominada tracoma.
Esta enfermedad puede tratarse con una higiene adecuada. No se trata solamente de venir y curar, se trata de venir y enseñarles cómo cuidarse. Eso es más importante que, te diría, el mismo tratamiento por sí mismo.
Muy buenos días. Con el permiso del Creador y Formador de la vida, damos un buen día para cada persona que vaya a ver este video. Y hoy pedimos permiso a las energías del Nahual Aní, que representa la semilla humana, la evolución de la vida, al mismo tiempo también toda la semilla que está sobre la madre tierra, en especial nuestras plantas medicinales, que a través de nuestras plantas son nuestras maestras desde los pueblos originarios. Venimos destinados con muchas características, con muchas capacidades, debilidades como todo ser humano, pero dentro de nuestro calendario lunar, pues cada persona tiene destinado para una misión, y cuando se descubra esta misión, pues es bueno porque uno vive en armonía, uno vive en equilibrio. El buen vivir significa estar bien con uno mismo y con la madre naturaleza. Entonces, por lo tanto, el rol de las hermanas mujeres desde las comunidades mayas, todos los que tenemos una misión de estar conectados con las personas, es porque viene destinada esa misión desde nuestras ancestras, de nuestro origen y de nuestro origen de nacimiento, que venimos destinados para venir a cumplir una misión. Por lo tanto, como Nana Amalia, soy terapeuta, maya hablante cachiquel. Tengo mis abuelas que fueron sanadoras también, que con el tiempo fui descubriendo de que de ahí viene ese linaje, y ese linaje pues va transmitiendo también hacia mis hijos, de poder sanarnos, curarnos a través de las plantas medicinales. Entonces, para nosotros los pueblos originarios, las plantas medicinales pues no es alternativa, es la base. Y ahí viene toda la raíz de todo lo que vemos hoy en día en las farmacéuticas. Entonces, para el pueblo y para las terapeutas, hermanas mujeres, las plantas son nuestras maestras, porque también cada planta viene destinada para un órgano del cuerpo, viene destinado para una función en el cuerpo, y de ahí viene la conexión con las plantas, con la energía de la abuela luna, con las estrellas, con el ciclo del tiempo, porque las plantas también tienen su ciclo, al igual que nosotros los seres humanos. Entonces, cuando un terapeuta o una sanadora maya está conectado todo el tiempo con las plantas medicinales, preguntando a su esencia, y al mismo tiempo también que no podemos generalizar todos los cuerpos. Cada cuerpo es diferente, y por lo tanto la diversidad de plantas medicinales que nos da la madre tierra también viene para todos esos órganos de diferencia según el padecimiento de las personas. Pero lo más importante es de que a través de las plantas también pedimos para que el ser humano esté equilibrado con su pensamiento, con su corazón, y que también esté abierto con todos los ciclos de su tiempo, respetando todos los ciclos de la naturaleza también. Así que es un gusto para mí de poder compartir algo, lo que hago, pues trabajo con las plantas medicinales, hablo con las plantas dependiendo la necesidad de cada persona que venga hacia hacia mi persona a consultar y poder dar un mejor servicio a las personas a través de las plantas medicinales que forma parte desde miles de años de nuestras comunidades, y en cada casa pues siempre hay una planta con que acudirnos cualquier padecimiento que necesitamos. Muchas gracias.
En el ejercicio de nuestra resistencia como pueblos originarios, algo muy fundamental ha sido el mantenimiento y la preservación de nuestra cosmovisión y de nuestras propias formas de hacer medicina y de sanarnos. ¿Y cómo hemos mantenido esto? Mediante la transmisión de conocimientos, que en su mayoría es de manera oral. Nosotros aprendemos en el seno de nuestro hogar y de nuestras comunidades, con nuestras madres, nuestras abuelas y todas las demás ancianas sabias que tenemos a nuestro alrededor. Por ello es muy importante que nosotros como jóvenes sigamos aprendiendo y tomando esa batuta generacional para poder seguir ejercitando esa medicina, para poder seguir curando y sanando de esa manera. Dentro del pueblo maya tenemos como principio fundamental que la salud es el buen vivir, pero el buen vivir lo entendemos como un equilibrio entre la mente, el cuerpo, y la mente y el cuerpo con nuestro creador. El equilibrio de la vida, el equilibrio que debemos de mantener a manera individual y a manera colectiva. Y dentro de este círculo de vida, todos nuestros órganos, nuestros tejidos y todo lo que está a nuestro alrededor es de suma importancia. Pues en este caso nosotros también entendemos que todos nuestros miembros también son muy importantes. Parte de ellos es la salud visual, ya que es a través de nuestros ojos que nosotros podemos ver al exterior y hacer una interpretación de la realidad. Es por ello que el tomar en cuenta en los diálogos de saberes la percepción de los sabios, de las sabias, de los ancianos y la medicina tradicional es de suma importancia, ya que pues la historia nos ha mostrado que los pueblos indígenas hemos sido excluidos de los sistemas políticos y de los sistemas medicinales también de la medicina occidental. Pero llegó el tiempo de romper esas brechas y de unificar esos conocimientos, principalmente por el bienestar de las comunidades, para que todos podamos acceder a una salud de calidad y por sobre todas las cosas para que nuestros conocimientos ancestrales no sean banalizados y no sean excluidos o no sean tomados como algo malo, sino sean tomados como lo que son, como una fuente de vida, una fuente de conocimiento y algo que ha ayudado a las comunidades indígenas desde hace muchísimo tiempo atrás. Es por ello que resaltamos la importancia también de tener pues estos diálogos de saberes y estos diálogos de conocimientos para que los médicos puedan aprender de nosotros y nosotros también de ellos, y con ello construir un sistema de salud bueno y mejor para todos y para todas, para que todas podamos alcanzar el buen vivir.
El tracoma es la principal causa de ceguera infecciosa en el mundo. Afecta especialmente a mujeres y niños en comunidades rurales y remotas donde el acceso a servicios de salud, agua y saneamiento es limitado. Pero hoy estamos cambiando esta realidad. Gracias a una alianza entre la Organización Panamericana de la Salud y el Gobierno de Canadá, se han implementado acciones para la eliminación del tracoma en los países de la región. La iniciativa para la eliminación del tracoma en las Américas no solo combate esta enfermedad, sino que también permite acercar atención integrada en salud a las poblaciones más vulnerables. Estos son algunos de los logros alcanzados en el segundo año de la iniciativa. Bolivia. En 21 comunidades indígenas remotas de Bolivia se realizaron evaluaciones rápidas de tracoma. Más de 4,000 personas fueron examinadas y más de 800 recibieron atención en salud, en servicios como salud visual, incluidas 17 cirugías de cataratas, salud bucal, pediatría, ginecología, salud materna, telemedicina, inmunización, medicina general y tradicional. También se promovió el lavado de manos y otras acciones de higiene y saneamiento. Brasil. En Brasil, la iniciativa visitó 750 hogares y examinó a 3.123 personas en búsqueda activa de tracoma. Se capacitó a 49 personas, incluyendo miembros de la comunidad, en salud, agua, higiene y saneamiento. Además, se formó a 22 comunicadores indígenas para promover la educación en salud en lenguas originarias, fortaleciendo la prevención del tracoma desde la diversidad cultural. Colombia. En Colombia, la iniciativa concentró sus esfuerzos en los 2 distritos con mayor prevalencia de tracoma, ubicados en el este y oeste del Vaupés. Se visitaron 256 comunidades pertenecientes a 29 grupos étnicos, con el apoyo de 11 equipos de trabajo en el terreno. Se capacitó al personal de salud y se ofrecieron servicios integrados que incluyeron atención en salud visual, diagnóstico y tratamiento de malaria, leishmaniasis, tungiasis y pediculosis, así como vacunación veterinaria y la desparasitación canina, fortaleciendo así el enfoque integral e intercultural de atención en salud en territorios indígenas. Ecuador. En Ecuador, 2 equipos de trabajo visitaron 8 comunidades en Taisha y Xuxufindi, donde se examinaron a 968 personas en busca de tracoma. Además, se brindaron servicios integrados de salud para malaria y chagas, aprovechando el acercamiento a las comunidades. México mantiene la eliminación del tracoma mediante vigilancia continua, prevención y atención de casos crónicos. En 5 municipios de Chiapas se realizaron acciones clave, incluyendo una jornada de cirugía para tratar la triquiasis tracomatosa que salvó la visión de 6 mujeres mayores. También se implementó un protocolo de vigilancia postvalidación y se promovieron hábitos de higiene como el lavado de cara y manos para prevenir la enfermedad. Guatemala es el país que está más cerca de eliminar el tracoma como problema de salud pública en la región. En Sololá se operó a 13 personas con triquiasis tracomatosa y se realizó seguimiento posquirúrgico. Además, se evaluaron 2.742 personas en 5 departamentos y se llevaron a cabo diálogos de saberes para intercambiar conocimientos entre comunidades y personal de salud. También se hizo un diagnóstico higiénico-sanitario en zonas prioritarias. Guatemala fue sede del entrenamiento de entrenadores, formando a profesionales de 6 países en encuestas de Tracoma Plus. El Salvador. En El Salvador se evaluaron 139 personas en la comunidad Cantón El Rodeo Aguachapán en busca de tracoma. Se capacitaron 12 profesionales para las evaluaciones rápidas de tracoma, formando 2 equipos de trabajo. Las actividades incluyeron pruebas de agudeza visual a mayores de 60 años y el monitoreo del Plan Nacional para la Prevención y Control de Enfermedades Tropicales Desatendidas 2024-2026. Perú. En Perú se realizaron actividades en los distritos Alto Amazonas, Mariscal Ramón Castilla, Requena y Putumayo del departamento de Loreto. Más de 200 profesionales de salud y líderes comunitarios fueron capacitados en la estrategia SAFE para eliminar el tracoma. 3 comunidades participaron en diálogos de saberes, fortaleciendo el enfoque comunitario. Además, más de 30 autoridades locales se comprometieron con la causa. Estas acciones se integraron con otras prioridades de salud como malaria, geogelmintiasis y dengue, ampliando su impacto en las comunidades. Venezuela. En Venezuela, la iniciativa avanzó en el estado Amazonas, donde se evaluaron 2.372 personas en busca de tracoma. Se realizaron talleres de prevención con 481 participantes, principalmente personal de salud. Se integraron servicios como salud ambiental, malaria, atención nutricional, salud materna y vacunación. Además, se reforzó la vigilancia de enfermedades como leishmaniasis, oncocercosis y tungiasis, y se desparasitaron a más de 2.000 personas. En total, las jornadas de salud integral beneficiaron a 4.642 personas en las comunidades atendidas. Estamos más cerca de eliminar el tracoma en las Américas, pero el esfuerzo
Okay. So I hope everybody had a chance to get some coffee. Is that so? And I saw we had some lively conversation downstairs. So now we want to resume. I know before the break we said we were going to take the resolutions, the one that was that we had deferred to today. However, some of the member states are asking for a little bit more time, so we'll take them after lunch today, all right? Which gives us more time to talk and hopefully arrive at some consensus. So since we have deferred that to this afternoon, we want to go to item 7.4, the midterm report on the implementation of the Sustainable Health Agenda for the Americas 2018 to 2030. I'll now like to bring document CE 176/INF/4 to the attention of the committee and invite Mr. Ronnie Maza, the Director of the Department of Planning, Budget and Evaluation of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. I see he's already here, and I'll hand the mic over to him.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thanks for your indulgence. Mr. President, Director, distinguished delegates, colleagues, I am pleased to introduce this item, midterm report on the implementation of the Sustainable Health Agenda for the Americas 2018 to 2030, or SHA 2030 as we call it here in the Secretariat. This document was developed between 2016-17, and the member states approved it in 2017 following quite an extensive consultative process involving a country's working group. And I remember vividly because I think I can see at least two persons from then who were involved in that very rich discussions about a health agenda for the Americas that really responded more to that long-term vision that we needed to see in health and how we see sustainable development linked to health. And this region pioneered the development of this agenda. Just a bit of history here. The first agenda was developed in 2008 to 2016. And back then when we presented the final report, the member states in 2006 asked why the Secretariat doesn't help us to develop the new agenda. And that agenda was then developed for 12 years. And that's the agenda that, according to what the member states approved back then, they asked the Secretariat, this is your agenda. This is a political strategic document that you ask us to support in its monitoring and reporting on where we are. So at this time, we, being at the midpoint of the implementation of the agenda, the Secretariat has a responsibility to see where we are, and then with the information we have to make some recommendations to you after the 7 years of implementation, how far are we from reaching the targets, but also where do we need to focus and direct actions to achieve those goals that were set for 2030. And that agenda, just to highlight, then give that direction also to our strategic plans. And so far, we are implementing the first strategic plan on that agenda. And our future strategic plan has also looked at those goals as those that are relevant. Because, of course, since 2017, when you approved the agenda, we have had changes. So in terms of methodology, we are conducting a review of existing information. And I'll share the document before you already has some preliminary results. And then we will be looking also at how the agenda has been used by countries. Is it really being used for what it was intended to do? To guide, of course, national strategies and plans of actions. Based on the information that we have and the preliminary analysis, we can already show you in the report that 35 of the 60 targets, and back then the way the whole analysis was done and projections were done on the targets that were proposed 2030. So based on that information that we have, considering also that the health indicators that we have are quite aligned with these targets that you defined back then, we can see that 35 of the 60 targets are on track to be met by 2030 at midterm, while 15 are at risk and 8 showed no progress, and 2 of them we don't have any data to assess where we are. And that's a constant issue that we also have seen, and a lesson that we have from our current strategic plan. We are looking at what has allowed to make progress, but also where are setbacks. Of course, the impact of the pandemic towards these long-term targets, but also the systemic barriers that we see that are preventing the making progress at the rate that was anticipated when the agenda was developed. We are also going to be doing a survey and hopefully some interviews of key informants as we move forward to see how the agenda is being used at country level. We will be consulting some of the focal points. I hope some of them are still around, but also new persons who can give us that information and also orientation on what needs to be done going forward as we continue to use this agenda. And also if there's any, I think it's as we have learned from our own strategic plan experiences, where do we need adjustments? And that, of course, is a process that your member states will need to indicate. So we will be conducting these surveys. They're about to be launched, and then we will be then completing the report, the final report that we presented to you at the Directing Council. Allow me just to conclude by saying that this is an agenda that from the start has been led and owned by our member states. As your Secretariat, we've been honored to support the region in working towards achieving its targets and the goals through our technical cooperation. So we've used the agenda in our own strategic planning, but also in our country cooperation strategies. And moving forward in the final years of the agenda, our Secretariat remains committed in this regard. And again, we would like to honor here Dr. Etienne, who gave us that vision as well back then with you, our member states, to develop this agenda that gave us that foresight and that vision towards 2030. With that, thank the committee for your attention, and we look forward to your comments or any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maza. I think today we should say today was your day. But I now invite the Executive Committee to make any comments on the report. Canada?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Canada would like to thank the Secretariat for this report, highlighting the progress and challenges towards the implementation of the Sustainable Health Agenda for the Americas 2018-2030. Canada remains committed to working with PAHO and member states to strengthen health system capacities through cooperation, targeted investments, and a focus on health equity, and is encouraged to see that almost 60% of targets are on track. Canada does note the slower implementation of the target for both communicable and non-communicable diseases, including mental health, and we encourage PAHO to continue to work with member states to identify specific efforts needed for corrective action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We go to Chile.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're very grateful for the presentation of this report, and we do stress its importance in the current situation. We see with concern the preliminary results, although we're well acquainted with the causes that might have been there attempting against the progress of the actions proposed, and that we have 23 goals out of 60 of these targets that are in risk or without any progress, simply calls on us in order to double the efforts. Also, the lack of information on indirect indicators in 2 targets is a situation that ought to be dealt with. during the period that we have ahead of us. We're very grateful for the information regarding the causes and the proposal in order to deal with the situation. Beyond the damage caused by the COVID pandemic, we have to take care of the aforementioned systemic longer-date obstacles. We're very grateful for expanding the information on this issue, as well as the proposal of a solution that might be proposed in order to deal with these. We agree with public health interventions that are sustained, strategic, and effective. However, this cannot be achieved if we're not well acquainted with the threats and we propose solutions. We acknowledge, by the way, the progress made in the region during the period envisaged, and we rejoice to see that 35 out of the 60 targets established are in a position to be reached. And we thus commend the work of PAHO and the work done by each one of the member states in this regard. We're also very grateful for the progress made in the adoption and implementation of the Sustainable Health Agenda for the Americas as an instrument for planning of the sector, and it's a necessary agreement with the strategic plans of PAHO. This enables us to be consistent in the joint work we do and to avoid a duplication of indicators and actions in the organization and in the countries. We take note of the report, distinguished directors, and we will await the detail in the implementation of the agenda, and in particular the conclusions of the lessons and the recommendations for the second period. Thank you.
Thank you. We go to Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Brazil would like to express its gratitude for the presentation of this midterm report on the implementation of the Sustainable Health Agenda for the Americas. We acknowledge the strategic importance of the agenda as being essential for the promotion of health, equity, and sustainable development. It stresses important achievements, particularly in human resources and health and information systems, and it also launches alerts on persistent challenges that lead us to backlogs in vaccine coverage. We have to work intensely in dealing with this. Even faced with the difficulties posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, Brazil continues to be committed to the implementation of the agenda in different fora in order to strengthen primary health care with initiatives such as the expansion of family strategies, a movement for vaccination and immunization, and awareness program. This one tends to deal with a lack of information, disinformation, and scientific information in health. These programs and initiatives contributed to the attainment of goals such as health coverage, strengthening of primary health care, and the promotion of mental health. It is within this context that Brazil reaffirmed its commitment with the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda. Since 2023, Brazil retook with vigor the development of sustainable goals, the SDGs, reactivating the National Commission and creating the Ministry of Work with special task forces and worker groups for the implementation of these targets. As was well pointed out by Ronnie Massa here, we recall the central role played by the Emeritus Director of PAHO, Dr. Etienne, that made several contributions and also contributed to the leadership in the Sustainable Development Agenda 2018-2030 that we're currently discussing here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We go to El Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. President. Agradecer.
We're very grateful for the report submitted, the midterm report, and it is surprising to see when one looks at the table of the items that are being assessed. And so we're very grateful because we see that some of these goals have already made significant progress for this midterm. At the same time, it is striking to see item 9 and 10. We have communicable diseases and trauma, as well as others. It is important to pay attention to these because these are some of the things that as a region we are always lacking and hurting with these. In turn, I believe that in item 10 of communicable diseases, we have a hidden enemy in the shadows there that could be the antimicrobial resistance. And we have to pay a lot of attention to this because it is hitting us in a very direct way, in such a way that sometimes we oversee it, but it makes us spend more in new generation antibiotics, which leads us to incur in greater expenditures and greater risks of ending up with less antibiotics or drugs in order to have better therapeutic options. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. We go to Colombia.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. First and foremost, we have to acknowledge and welcome the submission of this midterm report. Secondly, we have to acknowledge the importance and the usefulness of these instruments so that all the efforts deployed by PAHO in the countries can be measured around an agenda. Colombia has interpreted this as saying that the transformation of the health system is essential for health systems to be universal, public, free, intercultural, and that they be centered on ensuring the essential right to health and not in favoring businesses. To that extent, we move forward in the presentation of a reform to Congress of the Republic. At the same time, the recovery of a scientific age-old truth, which is the priority of prevention and primary health care. And it is in that direction that this government has been working on the implementation of 10,500 basic teams in order to increase prevention, early detection, specific protection, and also to adopt policies on mental health, rural health, indigenous health. Efforts that are all geared towards the central point of ensuring the essential right to health. And something as striking, and for this remaining period, the possibility of fine-tuning that their midterm goals and also results-based targets. And we believe that midterm targets are essential in order to achieve the results. But avoidable mortality is an intolerable tracer in the region, in our countries, maternal mortality, mortality caused by malnutrition, paradoxically saying that the goal in moving forward with public financing in health has been improved. It has increased the funding, even though a little, but the results ultimately are that we have to reduce the suffering, we have to reduce the complication of the disease, and obviously to reduce deaths. The call is to see how we could give different relative weight to the indicators that measure transformation, that measure change, versus those that are midterm indicators. And one final concern in connection with what it seems, the progress made by policies in connection with the health personnel, with human talent, but what we see is a deterioration in the processes in providing access to training, in retaining the personnel in our countries, in a super specialization that abandons primary health care. So we would have to review and see whether the contents, bearing in mind the accelerated changes that we've seen in recent years, are showing urgent needs in order to ensure fundamental right to health. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We go to Panama.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Mr. President. We greatly value the midterm report on the implementation of the Sustainable Health Agenda for the Americas 2018-2030, led by Mr. Ronnie Massa, which offers updated information on the progress attained towards the achievement of the 11 targets and the 60 goals of the agenda since its adoption in 2018, all the way up to 2024, followed by an analysis of the result of its adoption and its implementation by member states and the Pan American Health Bureau as a strategic framework for the development of health in the region. We're also grateful for the lessons learned in the areas where it is necessary to implement corrective measures. The conclusions will enable us to define the measures to be adopted through the strategic plan of PAHO 2026-2031 in order to expedite progress towards the attainment of regional and global commitments. We do wish to stress that this agenda, SHA 2018-30, was one of the guiding principles during the formulation of a national health policy and its strategic guidelines to 2025, when the results of the midterm report of the agenda will be taken into account for the process to formulate this policy for the 2026-2035 period. Last but not least, we undertake to redouble efforts in order to move forward to the achievement of the delayed targets, optimizing our national health plan for the upcoming 10 years, which represents a historic opportunity in order to evolve from a fragmented model to the first integrated planning sectoral model in Panama through the monitoring and evaluation of the National Health Plan, CINEPLAN, with 15 years of maturation and close to over 1,500 active users, which is seen as a technological platform that can enable this transformation, thus requiring an integrated strategy that will deal with the challenges of institutional confidence and financial sustainability. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I now turn the mic over to Mr. Maza for comments.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thanks to the member states for their comments, suggestions, Canada, Chile, Brazil, El Salvador, Colombia, and Panama. Allow me just to note a few points here, because I think it's to note for us and how we move forward. First, to complete this midterm review, and please note that it's a review that we're conducting, ensuring that we use, again, the most recently available information and that we can then have a consistent assessment that can be then presented to your member states for your information, but also for guidance going forward. I think on the use of the report, again, they are doing this to as an exercise that hopefully will inform, as many of you have said, what can be done in the second half of the period left for implementation of this agenda. The one thing that we're looking at is the consistency of the assessment or the indicators, and that is something that where there is no data, also what needs to be done. That's a lesson that we also have used for our own strategic plan. But also where there's the opportunity to accelerate progress, where you, of course, and as you apply this agenda, where are the opportunities to accelerate? Yes, we will be looking at the challenges. It's not just the pandemic. Important point on AMR. I think that's a very important factor that we need to look at. But also, as you know, and what priority needs to be given to the areas that are not performing, I think that's an important point as well. And as noted, and you all, we see a consistency here when you look at the prioritization that's also being done in our strategic plan, that the NCDs, for example, and those topics in communicable diseases need to be continued at the forefront, and of course, preventable mortality, maternal health, and also in the NCDs, under the NCDs. So just to thank you again for your comments, please, we look forward to your participation. Some of you will be contacted to get input directly from you. And for this report to really serve its purposes, we look forward to that input from the countries that can then inform, and most importantly, what can be done also through your national strategies, your plans. As you review them, if you can also consider these regional strategic documents. Thank you again, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maza. We now go to the Director to see his response.
Thank you.
Response.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be very brief. I think that first to thank all the contributions from our member states. I think that this is a midterm report, so it's important to recognize that when we look to the general picture, we see areas that the region is making very relevant progress, but in some areas and in some very important indicators we are still lagging behind. Of course, we suffered a very important problem, public health problem, that was the pandemic, that produced a negative impact on every priority that you have in the region, reduce the immunization coverage, increase the maternal mortality, having the health centers, primary health care closed during the peaks, delayed the diagnosis and treatment for people with chronic diseases. So several impacts that the countries are still recovering. But I think that I fully agree that we need a more granular review so we can really identify what are the new strategies, what are the new technologies that are available that can be implemented in order to address these areas that we are not progressing as expected. Another thing that was highlighted is that, and it is a lesson that we are learning, that is already reflected in the new strategic plan proposal. We cannot have indicators that we don't have data to measure these indicators. Indicators are not a wish. Now, if we don't have the data, okay, let's work to build the information system so in the future we can have that indicator. Because I think that it is always very complicated for me to see that we decided to have a commitment to achieve a goal, but we don't have the data to tell us what is happening. So I think that this is also a lesson that we learn, and that is reflected in the strategic plan that we are proposing. All the indicators there, we have system data that can provide an assessment, the follow-up to allow the member states to monitor the progress and identify the gaps, the areas that we need to strengthen. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. And I want to say to the committee that the discussions that took place would be reflected in the final report. We now go to item 7.3, monitoring of the resolutions and mandates of the Pan American Health Organization. I would like to bring document CE 176/INF/3 to the attention of the committee and invite Mr. Nicholas Langomarcino, Senior Advisor of the Governing Bodies, Office of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table and to present the item. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning again. So I'm pleased to present this report in response to Resolution CD 55-R11, which mandated that the Bureau present an analysis on the status and implementation of the resolutions and mandates adopted by the governing bodies of PAHO at least every 3 years. This report builds on previous assessments presented to the PAHO governing bodies in 2016, 2019, and 2022, and provides updated information on the status and implementation of the resolutions and mandates of PAHO over a 25-year period, from 1999 to 2024, last year. To ensure consistency, the same methodology used for prior assessment was applied. As in previous reports, each resolution was classified as active, conditional active, or sunset, based on established criteria. You will find a summary of those criteria in Table 1 of the report. Between 1999 and 2024, the governing bodies of PAHO adopted 403 resolutions. Of these, 272 have been sunset and are therefore not included in this report. The remaining 131 resolutions were reviewed, categorized by thematic areas, and the current status updated. Following the defined methodology, we have now 77 resolutions are classified as active. That are approximately 60%, 58.7. 9 as conditional active, 7%, and 45 as sunset, 34%. You will find a detailed summary of the resolutions and their status in the annex of the document, organized by the thematic areas. This concludes my introduction, Mr. President, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now open for a discussion, questions or comments from the Executive Committee members. None? Okay. Brazil.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. It is not easy to speak right after the presentation made by this report submitted by Mr. Lagomarsino. We thank the presentation of this report, the monitoring of the resolution and mandates of PAHO, and it shows its commitment with transparency, effectiveness and transparency. We offer our support to this resolution, CD 55R11, that shows that the periodical review of the mandates of the organization is an essential instrument for making informed decisions. We also stress that the methodological process presented according to the force and thematic area, in keeping with the results, intermediate results in the strategy for 2025-2030. This is a programmatic response and the capacity to respond by the organization. We appraise the continuity of the mandates and stress out women's health, the expansion of vaccine coverage, the strengthening of immunization and prevention against vector-borne diseases, and the improvement of the quality of integration and health aimed at solving the resolutions. These systems are considered to be a priority for our country. We also draw your attention to the states and to ensure that future resolutions always contain clearly defined mandates with explicit terms, and the submission of reports will contribute for greater foreseeability and effectiveness in the implementation. We're very grateful for the progress promoted by PAHO in order to optimize internal monitoring processes. In this regard, we encourage the distribution to continue improving the enforcement of resolution in force so as not to have any gaps in the resolution and the implementation for the benefit of member states. We want to strengthen PAHO as the essential pillar for health in the Americas, and we're willing and ready to cooperate actively in the implementation of mandates. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We go to Chile.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're also very grateful for the exercise of automation and how this presentation was systematized. In particular, we're very grateful for the efforts made in order to maintain consistency between resolutions, the strategic plans, and the allocation of a budget line for each action. We welcome the detection of resolution with not very clear mandates in connection with the submission of results reports, as well as unspecified terms for implementation and their attainment in the recent exercise. This is a dramatic step along the path for responsibility and seriousness is taken on by the director. We are aware of the fact that health priorities are many, and that the dialogue between and among member states is always fruitful, and it reflects commitments and resolutions. Therefore, we need to go through this exercise of accountability as it is carried out by the Secretariat in order to avoid duplication of mandate or even contradiction between them. The annex submitted is a clear guide of the instruments agreed on and their urgency. Therefore, its dissemination is essential in order to guide our work by member states and the relevant stakeholders in health. We're very grateful if you should consider, if you haven't done so, the publication in an outstanding place in the PAHO's website and show the information presented. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. We go now to Mr. Lagomarsino.
Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank Brazil and Chile for those comments. Yes, indeed. I think this is excellent work by way of enhancing transparency in the governance of this organization, to have an understanding of the whole of the mandates that we have at this organization. There were a lot of outstanding old mandates that weren't very clear. The deadlines weren't clear, and so we have pared down those over the 400 resolutions to just over 200, and we will continue in this effort. In September, it will be decided what mandates will ultimately be added to that, but we are going to stay abreast of all of the active mandates. Thank you, Chile, and we can see how we can publish those mandates that remain active. They are all on the webpage, but we need to find other ways to disseminate these resolutions. Thank you, mandates, rather.
Dr. Barbosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. Agradeço as.
I thank Brazil and Chile for their comments and all of the member states, all of them. I think it's a true achievement for the region that we continue to have a very strategic agenda. I believe that all of those who have taken part in the WHA, there are so many mandates that it makes it very difficult for us to zero in and focus on those which are of greatest impact and importance for our member states. We have many fragmented mandates for our organization, so I think the member states with whom we have worked very closely in the last couple of years to remain focused and in response to requests made by some of the member states. Canada was always very adamant about this, that we focus on our strategic agenda and working with all of the states so that we can focus on our strategic goals and our agenda. If we have a concrete health emergency that calls for us to focus our efforts, well, then we can bring to bear focused approach, a differentiated one for us to strengthen our technical cooperation, but without further fragmenting the cooperation of this organization, making sure that we have very clear, concrete, well-defined mandates. So I am very grateful for this consensus that we have built here, this organization. And it falls to us to keep our directing bodies focused on the strategic and priority agendas for all of the countries of the region.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. I would like to now inform the committee that the discussions that we just had would be reflected in the final report. All right, we have been doing extremely well with time. So before lunch, let's see if we can get the other item out, and that is item 3.3, engagement with non-state actors. I would like to bring document CE 176/6 to the attention of the committee and invite Dr. Miguel Bornier da Silva, legal counsel of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. While he is coming, I want to yield the floor to the President of the Subcommittee on Program Budget and Administration to report on this item.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Regarding collaboration or engagement with non-state actors, the subcommittee considered a report on the actions taken by PAHO to implement the framework of engagement for non-state actors, or FENSA, in 2024. The subcommittee was informed that the Bureau had reviewed approximately 300 proposed engagements with non-state actors during the year, 97% of which were approved. The subcommittee was also informed that the Bureau continued to provide guidance and training on FENSA for PAHO staff, including training of FENSA coordinators in various departments and country offices to enable them to conduct low-risk simplified reviews. The subcommittee welcomed the Bureau's FENSA training efforts and recommended it for decentralizing the review of low-risk simplified engagement proposals, given that a potential shortage of resources would increase the need to rely on non-state actors. The Bureau was urged to maintain its institutional rigor in the review process in order to ensure that non-state actors meet the organization's standards in terms of transparency and ethics. Thank you, Mr. President. This concludes my report on this item.
Thank you very much. We now invite comments from the Executive Committee members and others who are here. Are there any comments? The United States.
Thank you. The United States thanks the Secretariat for the update on PAHO's implementation of the framework of engagement with non-state actors and its engagement with non-state actors. We recognize the important role of NSAs in protecting and promoting public health. While we are taking a closer look at corporate influence on the health of the American people, we believe partnerships with non-state actors, including the private sector and academia, are critical for advancing efforts to improve and protect health and well-being. We understand FENSA has improved engagement with NSAs while managing risk, conflict of interest, and undue influence of NSAs. We appreciate PAHO's focus on collaboration with NSAs on nutrition and prevention of non-communicable diseases, such as cancer prevention, which are priorities for the United States. We look forward to receiving an update on the implementation of simplified reviews by the FENSA coordinators. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Brazil.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. We are grateful for the presentation of this report on the engagement of non-state actors. Brazil is one of the main proponents of engagement with non-state actors, FENSA, and continues to support its implementation at WHO and PAHO. As said in the report, this is a policy that facilitates the expansion or broadening of engagement redounding to public health. We commend the efforts put forward to apply FENSA last year, 300 cases plus, in which there was full engagement 97% of the time. We have also engaged with non-state actors, and we see that this sometimes can give rise to a further mobilization of resources, and so we encourage that this be done in a nimble way that reflects its role of a facilitator. Mr. President, we commend PAHO's efforts to continue offering robust training on FENSA here at headquarters, as well as in country offices, and to strengthen the consistency of its application. Given the need for a swift evaluation of work, we commend the review of internal process so that some of the low-risk activities can be decentralized and moved to the country offices. We await further results in the subsequent reports reflecting changes made. In this context, my delegation would like to ask if the use of technology, for example, artificial intelligence tools, which are broadly available, if they could also assist us in these efforts to engage. PAHO has many examples of very positive collaboration. As everyone knows, the Brazilian delegation has sought to support these partnerships in a collaborative and transparent way with the organization based on the understanding that PAHO benefits from a broad array of partners. We appreciate and recognize the openness and the cooperative spirit that colleagues at PAHO, with which they have received these proposals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brazil. Chile.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're grateful for the presentation of this report, and we celebrate the growing interest of non-state actors to work with this organization. We agree that FENSA has contributed to consolidating a culture of collaboration based on trust, risk management, and accountability. To this effect, we encourage PAHO to continue to promote strategic partnerships that would offer knowledge, technical knowledge, and know-how, operational knowledge to best respond to the health priorities of our populations. We also understand the challenges that each request and the examination of each request calls for. And so that's why we also call for a decentralization of the internal processes, moving them to regional offices, and I would like to know how we can ensure that a single standard apply and be complied with among countries and the different organizations. We would also like to learn about those measures adopted to ensure that non-state actors not carry out any type of activity that runs counter to our framework. We recognize the Secretariat for its leadership in this process, and we would appeal to member states to continue supporting the full and effective implementation of FINSA as a comprehensive part of regional or part and parcel of regional cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shirley. We now go to Dr. Bornier for any comments you might have.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the comments from the United States, Brazil, and Chile. For the United States, just to highlight again the FENSA implementation, regardless if it's done in headquarters or by any country office, maintains the same level of rigor in terms of due diligence and risk assessment. And the points that the United States raised is very much taken into account, particularly conflict of interest. Any aspect that would affect the interests of the organization is really thoroughly taken into account in the analysis. Com relação ao comentário do Brasil.
Regarding Brazil's comment, we have held two training sessions, one in December when the director sought to decentralize part of FINSA in this decentralization process, and so we created a network of collaborators, of partners in all of the country offices and cost offices, and the coordination continues to be quite intensive across the board with the legal office here at headquarters, precisely for the purpose of standardizing and training on what the procedure is and how to make use, or regarding the use of AI, we are working with a pilot project with artificial intelligence to see if it can help us independently ascertain and verify all the information that we receive from the different entities that are coming to us through FINSA, that this verification be done automatically. But we continue to undertake an individual analysis or assessment that we have done thus far until we are fully convinced that AI offers a safe means of undertaking the analysis that we do. Now, regarding Chile, I thank you for raising the issue of the challenge, for recognizing that fact. It is a huge challenge indeed. The director's decision. Since it, we have seen that there has been a rise in FINSA requests. We've had, as I said, held 2 training sessions, and we have more slated. This about the step-by-step analysis process. There are people who have a lot of technical experience, but who have or had not yet worked with FINSA, and we shepherd them through the process so that we can ensure that we have all of the documents in a single database that can be accessed again at that single database. And so we are staying abreast of this process, monitoring it, and our whether it's in Chile, Guatemala, or here at headquarters, we want to make sure that everyone is approaching this the same way, in a standardized way. Now, in the coordinators with country offices, these are the requests that we identify as being low risk. The high-risk ones are still being done by the legal office here at headquarters. Regarding the second question posed by Chile, how do we, once FINSA is approved, we offer training with the entity, ensuring that they adhere to the same standards that we have had. FINSA is a prior analysis. Before contacting the entity, we undertake this examination. After which then we reach out and sometimes it's a one-off request to have the contact take part in a given session, and sometimes it is more ongoing.
Thank you very much. Dr. Barbosa?
Very briefly, Mr. President, I think that first, thank you, USA, Brazil, and Chile for their comments. This is a very important topic for us, because I think that's very good to have 300 entities trying to work with IPARO. I think that this provides a kind of an indicator about the interest, the relationship, the visibility that both the health sector and IPARO have had during the recent years since the pandemic. I think that it also called the attention for Latin America, the Caribbean, and the health sector. But at the same time, you cannot deal with 300 if we don't use a risk assessment-based approach. Because I make a joke, I don't know if the lawyers agree, but you cannot have the same process when you invite a person for a date or to marry that person. And you cannot have the same process if we are dealing with an academic institution that has been working with IPARO for 30, 40, 50 years, and a company that for the first time asks IPARO to have a meeting. So this was, I make this joke, but based on this risk assessment with very objective criteria, now we have a process that allows the entire organization to be part of the process, guided by the same principles and criteria, with the supervision of our legal department here in Washington, D.C., and it allows us to be more efficient and to provide a more efficient response to the several contacts that we receive every day asking IPARO to have a meeting, to present something, or to establish a partnership or an academic institution that wants to start collaborating with IPARO, aiming to be a collaborating center in the region, or a private company that wants to understand how the revolving fund and the strategic fund work so they can participate in the bidding process. So all these contacts, all these requests are being, I think that following the same criteria, both here in the headquarters, but also at the country level. And it's very important, the comments that the 3 member states made, that you need to ensure that they are all following the same process in order to avoid any kind of liability or reputational risk for the organization. So thank you very much for your comments. And with this process that we are implementing, I think that FENSA is is able to be enabling framework to facilitate the interaction between the organization, private sector, academic institutions, civil society organizations, following the same criteria with transparency, with objectivity, and allowing them to provide technical support to the organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. The comments, response, of course, would form part of the final report. I think we've done very well. So I turn the mic over to the Deputy Director for some additional guidance.
Thank you, Mr. President. 2 announcements. Let me remind colleagues that the second meeting of the Committee on the PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership 2025 will be meeting in room 412 beginning at 12:30 to 1:30, room 412, and that is El Salvador, Guyana, and Chile. On the working group on the PAHO Strategic Plan 2031, that will be meeting in committee room C across the way here. It will begin, a light lunch will be available for participants at 12:30, so please avail yourself. But the actual meeting itself of the working group will begin at 1 p.m. Interpretation will be available in English, Portuguese, and Spanish. Again, the working group on the PAHO strategic plan will be meeting in room C. Please start at 12:30 if you'd like to have lunch, and the working party will begin at 1. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. And when we come back from lunch, which would we expect everybody back here by 2:30, by then the working committees would have had a chance to explore and hopefully come to consensus with some of the outstanding matters. But when we return, we want to take the proposed resolution that are pending for adoption, after which we will work on item 3.4, items 3.5, and items 3.6. Okay? Have a good lunch. Thank you.
Dicen que hay lugares donde el camino se acaba, donde la carretera se convierte en mar y el viento en compañía. Pero también dicen que hasta allá llegan los compromisos más importantes, como el proteger la vida, para que nadie quede atrás. A la fecha, las coberturas vacunales sin influenza superan los 6 millones en población objetivo, colaborando esto con la disminución de casos graves y muertes por virus respiratorios. En el marco de la campaña de vacunación e inmunización 2025 del Ministerio de Salud de Chile y la Semana de Vacunación en las Américas, la OPS-OMS Chile, junto a un equipo del Programa Nacional de Inmunizaciones del Ministerio de Salud y autoridades regionales, emprendió una travesía hacia los rincones más australes del continente americano. 3 días, más de 4.500 kilómetros, un viaje impulsado por un propósito claro, una sola misión: llevar vacunas a quienes se encuentran en zonas aisladas o de difícil acceso en el país. Llevar vacunas a donde nadie más llega. Desde Santiago a Balmaceda, de Balmaceda a Coyhaique, nuestra primera parada. Allí reconocimos la clave del éxito de la vacunación en esa remota zona. Un equipo de salud altamente comprometido, que camina de la mano de líderes y lideresas comunitarias que convocan a mujeres y hombres, niños y adultos mayores, para llegar a todas y todos. Además, cuentan con el apoyo intersectorial de las alcaldías, diferentes estamentos del Estado y la sociedad civil en general. La tradición de proteger a su pueblo a través de la vacunación es parte del ADN de Chile, desde las primeras campañas del siglo XVIII hasta la rápida y eficaz respuesta frente a la COVID-19. Nuestro país ha liderado con ejemplo, dejando una huella imborrable a nivel mundial. De Coyhaique partimos por tierra hasta Puerto Cisnes, y desde allí zarpamos iniciando la travesía que nos llevó al corazón de comunidades apartadas. El equipo bordó ambulanchas, botes adaptados como verdaderas clínicas flotantes, para llegar hasta Puerto Gaviota, una comunidad a la que solo se accede por mar. Ahí, entre rocas, cerros verdes y mar indómito, se vacunó a niños, niñas y adultos mayores. El segundo día el equipo zarpó hacia Isla Gala, rodeados de volcanes y fiordos. Nuevas distancias, nuevos desafíos, mismo objetivo: proteger a la población. Cada dosis aplicada fue un acto de cuidado, una promesa cumplida, una señal de que la salud pública no tiene fronteras. Finalmente el equipo regresó a Coyhaique. Misión cumplida, vocación intacta. La travesía terminó, pero el compromiso sigue. Porque llegar a los rincones más alejados no es solo una meta logística, es una declaración: que nadie quede atrás, que la salud es un derecho y que en Chile se vacuna hasta el fin del mundo. Estamos seguros de que Chile logrará las metas establecidas por el país según las recomendaciones de OPS-OMS.
have children at home. I have 4 of them, so that's the 5th one. And it's first time in life I have to come to hospital to get my baby. My name is Sandra Francis and I'm from Yarong Paro Village, the beginning of Region 9. It's actually like 160 kilometers from here to there. And I find it's strange from being far from home. But now I'm comfortable and as you can see, I find it like living with others and finding new friends, you know, and mixing around and we learn from each other in there.
Region 9 is a very vast area. We have 62 facilities. We have 5 sub-districts, and each sub-districts have various other health facilities attached to them. The SIP program, the SIP Plus program, came into existence in Region 9. So we had an online training course, and then we had a face-to-face training where the facilitators from Georgetown came down. The region is doing well in terms of maternal death because we haven't had a maternal death like 3 or 4 years now.
We enter the data into the computer. Whenever we have admissions, we enter them into the computer. When you pull up that mother's information, you will find it there, but in a hard copy, something you might not find the card anymore. It might be put away somewhere else that you can't find it.
I've worked at Georgetown Public Hospital before the system was implemented, so I know how it was to use the paper base. And transitioning to the electronic base, I have to tell you, it has been like such a great thing for us. I actually have a great example of when the system was very helpful to us. So we had a patient come in, she was unconscious, she actually had a seizure, so she was diagnosed with eclampsia. Being able to look at the system, we could tell like what her labs were right away, we could tell what her blood pressure was before, we could get a very clear picture of her trajectory throughout the pregnancy and up to when she was. We were able to tell her gestational age, we were able to know if to give her corticosteroids and how to best deliver her. So in the end, she had a good outcome.
This has been quite a transformation for our department because prior to SIP, what we would have had is there was tremendous paperwork that had to be done.
When patients comes to admission, we used to have an increased surplus or increased volume of patients waiting for admissions. With the digital way, it's faster because physicians are pretty much aware of how the perinatology system works. So we input the information quicker and you don't have to do multiple copies in order to share to the different wards.
This is a very, very good decision-making tool in terms of maternal health policy and planning at the national and the regional level.
I think in Guyana over the last 4 years, we have made significant progress as it relates to reproductive health. We have PAHO, we have the Canadian government who has helped us. And so because of this assistance, we have accelerated what we've been doing. So I think in terms of sustaining what we've started, with our resources and with some help from our partners, we certainly would be able to sustain these gains.
My delivery date is anytime because I'm 38 weeks. Good. Yes. Yes.
So I could feel my babies really. I have names, but I did not choose my baby name as yet. So when the baby born, then I will choose the names for my baby.
With the rising prevalence of non-communicable diseases, the Ministry of Health and Wellness Belize, supported by the European Union's Health Sector Support Program, EUHSSP, and PAHO, is proactively strengthening its health system. Through the development of targeted policies and collaborative frameworks, the nation is addressing these challenges on multiple fronts. From integrated primary care services, building capacity of healthcare workers, to empowering communities, strengthening health systems, saving lives.
In Belize, over the last 5 consecutive years, non-communicable diseases have been in the top 5 causes of morbidity and mortality for our country. So we knew that we needed to address this head-on. We were able to successfully launch our nutrition policy, and we're able to put a nutrition plan with objectives onto this policy.
And the support that is being provided to the Ministry of Health and Wellness for the development of the National Cancer Plan and the National Cervical Cancer Plan will also contribute to ensuring the management of non-communicable diseases.
By defining clear objectives and strategies, we are building a future where NCDs are effectively managed and the health of our population is prioritized. Integrated health service delivery networks are revolutionizing healthcare delivery in Belize. By ensuring comprehensive care at the primary level and bringing services closer to where people live, these networks are making a significant impact.
Through integrating the comprehensive management of non-communicable diseases such as hypertension, cardiovascular disorders, also mental health conditions, this really helps to strengthen the capacity of primary care providers and also community health workers in the knowledge and understanding of prevention and management of these conditions.
By standardizing care with global best practices and introducing new treatment modalities, healthcare professionals are better equipped to manage chronic illnesses. Health education is a crucial element in preventing and managing NCDs.
Through PAHO, we have been able to successfully, over the last 12 to 18 months, do caravans in some of the least accessible places, very rural communities that had significant population. So the health caravans were basically fair for the community to come out, learn more about health in different aspects. The blood pressure was done, your weight, your height, your body mass index. The pharmacist was there, nutritionists were there to give nutrition counseling. It was just an effort to try to improve health literacy in the hardest to reach populations.
By empowering communities with knowledge and education, we can inspire behavioral change and improve overall health outcomes. Access to essential medical equipment is vital in the early detection and management of NCDs. With the right tools, our healthcare providers are better equipped to serve the community.
There are a number of new blood pressure measuring devices that have come onto the market, but it is important to ensure that these are clinically validated so that the readings that we receive from them are accurate. In order to ensure that as we roll out the HEARTS initiative for the proper management and control of hypertension, we want to ensure that the equipment that are being used in the primary care facilities have been standardized.
The National Cancer Plan and the National Cervical Cancer Plan are groundbreaking initiatives aimed at reducing the burden of cancer across the country.
Through the EU project, PAHO has been able to give us tremendous technical cooperation for us to have a very solid and usable plan when it comes to reduction of all cancers, not just cervical cancer, but it's the National Cancer Plan.
The important thing about cancer and any cancer plan is to ensure that it is very comprehensive and covers the broad spectrum from prevention to rehabilitation and to care at the end of life. In addition to that, the clinical management. How do you diagnose? How do you manage these conditions? Which medications to use? So those are components that are also in the plan.
Together, with the support of our partners and communities, we are building a healthier, stronger Belize. One step at a time, we are ensuring better care for NCDs through integration in primary health care.
Amid a challenging security environment, vital work by the Ministry of Public Health and Population is strengthening routine immunization services in Haiti. Supported by PAHO and funded by the Canadian government through the Can Give initiative, these efforts seek to ensure equitable access to life-giving vaccines for vulnerable communities and groups, including girls and pregnant women. Through 3 regional exercises, 105 department-level trainers received important updates on vaccination norms and protocols, including on COVID-19 vaccines, which have been integrated into Haiti's national immunization program. Through Cascade training, these regional trainers then shared their knowledge with nearly 400 health providers. In addition, 124 health providers involved in epidemiological surveillance were trained in specific protocols for surveillance of vaccine-preventable diseases. And 221 health facilities benefited from supportive supervision to ensure their compliance with vaccination quality standards. In 2024, more than 421,000 Haitian children received critical vaccinations through catch-up campaigns and routine services. And as Haiti faced recurring cases of deadly diphtheria, PAHO supported the vaccination of more than 340,000 children against the disease.
Oh oui, vaccin li gen an pile importance dans cadre routine et raison c'est parce que gen zone qui vraiment éloigné. Des fois, parents pas gen possibilité pour li mener ti moun nan centre là pour li vinn faire vaccin. Hein? Des fois, négligence parents tout et les nouveaux équipes souterrain comme ça vraiment aider parents yo, aider ti moun yo pour capable joindre vaccin dans localité côté que yo a vivre là.
Parler des maladies évitables à la vaccination, nous apprenons et diphtérie. Effectivement, c'est un cas de diphtérie suspect que l'équipe aidée là a fait réponse. Et nous en pleine activité réponse. J'en ai remarqué, nous cherchons rougeole, rubéole, nous cherchons syndrome rubéole congénital, qui est moins d'un an. Nous cherchons catankou paralysie flasse aiguë. Nous cherchons surtout Kaiti et moun qui gen moins que 15 ans.
HEARTS is an initiative of the Pan American Health Organization and the Ministry of Health, which aims to improve heart health and save lives by standardizing hypertension treatment, promoting healthy lifestyles, and strengthening primary health care.
The chronic non-communicable diseases are the leading cause of death
in Grenada. Within the top 3, we have the cardiovascular diseases. For these reasons, we welcome the introduction of the Hearts Initiative.
At the core of the Hearts Initiative is the Hearts Protocol, which provides a standardized approach to hypertension management and cardiovascular disease prevention in primary health care. It includes standardized treatment, effective and accessible medications, risk-based care, team-based approaches, healthy lifestyle promotion, and the strengthening of primary healthcare systems.
The integration or initiation of Hearts has introduced a standardized approach to the way we manage high blood pressure patients.
The Hearts protocol includes simple, standardized, proven treatments and interventions that can be easily incorporated into primary health care.
As part of the Hearts program, we have standardized blood pressure reading, ensuring that all categories of staff know how to check blood pressure. So in case a patient comes to the facility, anyone can assist them in checking their blood pressure.
The Hearts Protocol emphasizes a team-based approach which expands the responsibilities of hypertension management beyond primary healthcare physicians to include nurses, pharmacists, nutritionists, and other healthcare professionals, so that they too play a significant role in saving lives.
As nurses, we ensure that our patients are compliant, making sure that they monitor their blood pressure as often as possible, take the medication, come to visit the doctor when they are low on the supplies, follow up with the nutritionist as well, and if they have any issues or concerns that they are, feel free that they can come in. If they're not feeling well, they could come in at any time and speak to any one of us for advice, and we can do the proper referral if it's hospital or to doctor.
So as nutritionists and dietitians within the healthcare, whether it's primary healthcare or secondary care, we employ what is called medical nutrition therapy. This involves doing a comprehensive assessment. We look at body measurements, we look at the biochemical markers, the labs and so forth. We look at lifestyles, we look at dietary indication, and we also do a full physical exam. Once we're completed, we do a nutrition diagnosis, and then we will recommend and put together a targeted care plan with interventions as to how we can get that person to improve the overall lifestyle. So whether it's becoming more physically active lifestyles, whether it's changing diet, whether it's ensuring that person gets adequate amount of nutrients and filling the gap where there are deficits. We know that if we can correct the diet, also if we can maintain an adequate foundation for health, we know that we can see better outcomes when it comes to heart health.
The Hearts Protocol emphasizes the use of effective, affordable, and widely available medications to improve hypertension management.
The medicines that we'll be using as part of the Hearts Initiative, they're somewhat designed to be less burdensome on the patient because the number of pills that the patients would be required to use to control their conditions are reduced, because now we are making use of combination therapy. So one pill will contain maybe your 2 high blood pressure medication that you're taking at present.
Medication that are available through the Hearts Initiative are heavily subsidized, right? Patients that are less than 60 would pay a small fee. Those who are over 60 and over, it would actually be free as per protocol that already existed.
Following the introduction of the Hearts Initiative, we anticipate better compliance among our patients. We anticipate a reduction in the number of individuals who have uncontrolled high blood pressure. And at the end, we anticipate that in the long run, a reduction in the number of complications and the number of deaths that we are seeing as a result of high blood pressure and cardiovascular disease.
El cáncer infantil afecta a miles de familias en el mundo cada año, generando angustia y sufrimiento. En la región de las Américas, los gobiernos, la OPS y sus socios se han unido en la iniciativa Cure All para afrontar este desafío y devolver la esperanza.
Desde el año 2019, la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, en colaboración con el St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, trabaja incansablemente para mejorar la detección oportuna del cáncer en niños, niñas y adolescentes. En Latinoamérica y Caribe estamos logrando que más países prioricen el cáncer infantil y lo incluyan en políticas públicas que contemplen actividades para promover el diagnóstico oportuno. En los últimos 5 años, se ha incrementado por lo menos en 3 veces el número de países que cuentan con una guía nacional de detección precoz y sistemas de referencia. Ya estamos viendo los primeros resultados y se está logrando que más niños puedan llegar temprano a su diagnóstico, que más niños puedan tener estadios precoces de enfermedad y que amplíen la posibilidad de curarse.
En el Perú, hemos logrado reducir el 50% del tiempo diagnóstico en un lapso de 5 años. Principalmente desde la Iniciativa Mundial de Cáncer Infantil. El tiempo en el que los profesionales de la salud, médicos y enfermeras, demoraban para hacer el diagnóstico en niños desde la sospecha de cáncer se ha reducido de manera significativa. Actualmente, los niños y adolescentes llegan más rápido a los establecimientos de salud. Este logro es un trabajo conjunto desde el Ministerio de Salud a través de políticas públicas que impulsan la detección temprana de cáncer infantil, asimismo el fortalecimiento de las capacidades de los profesionales de la salud, la sensibilización de la comunidad para poder realizar un diagnóstico oportuno y, por supuesto, la participación de la sociedad civil organizada.
Hemos logrado disminuir en un 50% los casos de estadios avanzados de cáncer en los niños. Esto significa que más familias reciben un diagnóstico temprano y más niños tienen una oportunidad de vida, educando y sensibilizando al personal de salud y a la población.
La Organización Panamericana de la Salud pone a disposición de los países diversos recursos técnicos, como cursos virtuales, talleres y guías interactivas para fortalecer la capacitación de los profesionales de la salud, así como materiales para campañas de comunicación dirigidas a los padres y a la comunidad en general.
A través de Cure All Americas, también se está apoyando a los gobiernos en el monitoreo sostenible y uniforme de sus progresos, así como en la implementación de políticas de salud que fortalecen el acceso al diagnóstico temprano, tratamiento y cobertura financiera. Todo con un objetivo, un diagnóstico temprano que salve vidas y mejore el futuro de nuestras familias y comunidades.
Cada intervención en salud pública, cada acción coordinada y cada esfuerzo compartido son pasos hacia un futuro donde hay más niños que puedan superar el cáncer.
Un diagnóstico temprano salva vidas.
En 2019, los Estados miembros de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, OPS, aprobaron la iniciativa para la eliminación de 30 enfermedades infecciosas en la región para el año 2030. En el marco de esta iniciativa, en 2023, se conformó una alianza con el gobierno de Canadá para un proyecto de eliminación del tracoma como problema de salud pública para el año 2028. Venezuela es uno de los 10 países que participa en esta iniciativa.
Tracoma es la primera causa de ceguera producto de infecciones, lo produce una bacteria y estamos ahorita aplicando la encuesta para ver de prevalencia, para ver si es un problema de salud pública para el Estado.
Durante 2 semanas, un equipo de evaluaciones rápidas de tracoma del Ministerio del Poder Popular para la Salud abordó 30 poblaciones indígenas en busca de tracoma, una enfermedad que afecta sobre todo a poblaciones en situaciones de mayor vulnerabilidad. La idea es estimar la prevalencia de esta enfermedad en el país y determinar si constituye un problema de salud pública.
Andamos un equipo de salud desplegado diagnosticando la enfermedad tracoma. Esta es una enfermedad que afecta el ojo, que posteriormente la persona queda ciega. Y como parte de prevención, le estamos orientando a las personas a tener una buena higiene personal, como el lavado de manos, la limpieza facial. También contamos con tratamientos y en el caso de que los pacientes lleguen a salir positivos a estas enfermedades.
La OPS acompañó y prestó apoyo logístico para el traslado de estos trabajadores sanitarios del ministerio hacia estas comunidades, 22 de acceso terrestre y 8 de acceso fluvial, aprovechando además para ofrecer distintos servicios de salud a las mismas.
En el Pacífico colombiano, las comunidades indígenas y afrodescendientes enfrentan grandes dificultades: el conflicto armado, la pobreza y el aislamiento. A través de un esfuerzo conjunto de las Naciones Unidas, diversas iniciativas están resolviendo estas emergencias, fortaleciendo la resiliencia comunitaria, creando nuevas oportunidades en medio de esta adversidad. Esta alianza de Naciones Unidas permitió a estas comunidades afectadas por el conflicto diversas estrategias complementarias: temas de seguridad para la población con ACNUR, escuelas seguras para niños, niñas y adolescentes con UNICEF, fortalecimiento de la salud sexual y reproductiva y violencia basada en género con UNFPA. Además, se promovió la sustitución de cultivos de coca por proyectos productivos como criaderos de pollos, lecciones de pesca, huertas caseras y medicinales, acciones realizadas por la FAO. La Organización Panamericana de la Salud logró dar acceso a salud a estas poblaciones de los departamentos de Nariño, Valle de Cauca y Chocó. Se lograron avanzar hasta 24 brigadas de salud y más de 8.200 atenciones en una atención integral de medicina general, ginecobstetricia, odontología o apoyo psicosocial, con un enfoque étnico-cultural. Esto acompañado con dotación de medicamentos y diferentes pruebas de diagnóstico rápidas para una mejor resolución de las temáticas.
Este trabajo que ha venido desarrollando la Organización Panamericana de la Salud ha permitido hacer unas transformaciones de fondo en cómo mejorar el modelo de salud, en infraestructura, en capacitaciones, en dotaciones, para que la comunidad tenga una salud digna, oportuna, con seguridad del paciente.
Pues de solo entrar, pues uno sentía la enfermedad más grave, por el calor, el aspecto, y ahora es un cambio extremo. Uno entra y siente que hay más frescura, más tranquilidad, el calor poco azota, ahora estamos mejor.
Se atendieron numerosos casos críticos de malaria, desnutrición aguda y de acción suicida. Además, se realizaron encuentros de parteras, médicos tradicionales y sabedores, que en un espacio de diálogo de saberes con médicos y enfermeras occidentales permitió el intercambio de conocimientos con el fin de salvar vidas y evitar muertes maternas. Además, nos reunimos con la institucionalidad local para identificar sus fortalezas, retos y desafíos.
Al tener una comunidad capacitada en primeros auxilios, en comunicación del riesgo, en salud mental, primeros auxilios psicológicos, en las emergencias, vamos a disminuir el impacto que una emergencia pueda tener en la comunidad, porque ellos van a saber cómo actuar en un momento adecuado, un protocolo adecuado, un procedimiento adecuado frente a las emergencias que ocurren en nuestro departamento.
A lo largo de esta trayectoria hemos aprendido cómo hacer un torniquete y, sobre todo en un accidente, mantener la calma, asegurar la escena.
Hemos realizado taller de primer respondiente comunitario, donde ellos lo que hacen es cómo dar esa primera ayuda comunitaria cuando se presenta una emergencia.
Adicionalmente, se estableció el sistema de alerta temprana en estas comunidades. Se trabajó mucho con esta estrategia nacional de la vigilancia de base comunitaria.
Por eso dentro del proyecto SERF también incluimos el componente de comunicación del riesgo para que estos gestores comunitarios, para que estos primeros respondientes también puedan hacer uso de las comunicaciones en toda su labor de salvar vidas, de darle a la gente capacidades para que tenga un buen vivir.
Depois de décadas de esforços integrados e multissetoriais, a filariose linfática deixou de ser um problema de saúde pública no Brasil. O certificado de eliminação da doença foi entregue pelo diretor da OPAS e do Escritório Regional da OMS para as Américas, Jarbas Barbosa, à ministra da Saúde, Nízia Trindade. A cerimônia de entrega ocorreu no marco da reunião do Conselho Diretor da OPAS, nos Estados Unidos, que contou com a presença de autoridades de saúde de todos os países das Américas. A filariose linfática, mais conhecida como elefantíase, é uma doença parasitária transmitida por mosquitos. Ela afeta o sistema linfático e pode causar inchaços graves, especialmente nos membros inferiores e nos genitais, causando bastante dor e podendo resultar em deficiências permanentes. Para combater essa doença, o Ministério da Saúde do Brasil lançou em 1997 o Plano Nacional para a Eliminação da Filariose. A partir daí, várias medidas foram implementadas, como a distribuição em massa de medicamentos antiparasitários, controle de vetores e monitoramento constante nas áreas mais afetadas. Esses esforços se concentraram nas áreas onde a filariose era endêmica e resultaram 10 anos depois no fim da transmissão da doença. Desde 2017, não há mais casos confirmados de filariose no Brasil. A eliminação da doença é resultado do trabalho conjunto de trabalhadores de saúde, pesquisadores e gestores, bem como da criação de um sistema de saúde universal, com ações de vigilância bem estruturadas, uma rede de laboratórios públicos especializados e o lançamento do programa Brasil Saudável, que é uma ação multissetorial alinhada com a iniciativa regional da OPAS para a eliminação de doenças até 2030. Com essa certificação, o Brasil demonstra forte compromisso com a proteção da saúde, em especial das populações mais vulnerabilizadas.
Para nosotros es importante, ¿no?, poder haber llegado acá. Esta visita responde a un proyecto que estamos ejecutando desde el punto de vista de la salud ocular. Estamos acompañando a todo el equipo evaluador que se va a encargar de hacer este trabajo para ver si tenemos alguna patología que tenga que ver con tracoma ocular.
Estamos en la comunidad de Las Flores.
Acabamos de tener una reunión con los comunarios.
Hemos venido a conversar, ¿no?, con las autoridades aquí del lugar
para organizar el pesquisaje que se va a realizar para el tracoma.
Vivir en Puerto Las Flores bien nomás, bonito nomás estar aquí del aire, recibimos, respiramos, ¿no? En Puerto Las Flores no existe la electricidad.
Han levantado ya hace más de un año un tanque, han puesto agua, han hecho pozos, pero el agua no es buena.
Cuando estamos mal de los ojos nos afecta, ¿no?
No solo en Las Flores, ¿no?, sino en distintas comunidades. Hay deficiencias, ¿no?, en el tema de lo que es salud y de educación más que todo, ¿no?
Nunca me hablaron del tracoma, no sabía de esta enfermedad.
Nunca había escuchado del tracoma.
El tracoma es una enfermedad infecciosa que afecta principalmente a los párpados, posteriormente a la córnea y puede dejar invalidado a un paciente produciéndole una ceguera permanente y irreversible. Se contagia de forma directa, es decir, de persona a persona.
En especial los niñitos, digamos, se tocan y pueden estar dando la mano a otro niño y así se puede contagiar.
Cuando ya tienen triquiasis ya se van sacando las pestañas, sino depilando, le estorba ya.
Esta enfermedad se ve principalmente en zonas con poca o ninguna sistema sanitario.
Donde no haya agua segura.
Con dificultad de sistemas de alcantarillado.
Dentro del registro que nosotros manejamos como Ministerio de Salud, no tenemos incidencia, ¿no?, a nivel nacional, ¿no? Sin embargo, tenemos países vecinos en los cuales sí ha sido un problema de salud pública. Es por ello que estamos ejecutando este proyecto, que es una evaluación rápida para tracoma ocular en comunidades vulnerables, ¿no? Una vez termine este proyecto, nosotros vamos a tener la capacidad de poder determinar si tenemos o no y si realmente el tracoma ocular para nosotros es un problema en salud pública.
Venimos a visitarlo. Estamos viniendo casa por casa a revisar una enfermedad que nosotros estamos buscando, que se llama tracoma. Con su permiso lo vamos a hacer el examen y a todo el miembro de la familia.
Sí, pasen nomás.
Muchas gracias. Va a mirar hacia abajo, mira hacia abajo. Mire hacia arriba. No, su ojito no así. Ahora mira hacia abajo. No parpadea ya. No lo voy a hacer.
La detección del tracoma es importante, puesto que si nosotros lo detectamos a tiempo, vamos a garantizar la salud y la estabilidad ocular del paciente. Haciendo una detección, haciendo las campañas de prevención y promoción, evitamos la proliferación de esta enfermedad que como resultado final lleva a la ceguera. Entonces, si nosotros actuamos temprano, prevenimos a un paciente ciego en el futuro.
Doy la bienvenida a todo el equipo médicos. Esta es nuestra comunidad de la Nación Yuki. Bienvenidos.
Para nosotros es por primera vez que han venido a ver los ojos de nosotros. Los comunarios hemos venido de las 3 comunidades, Viarilloa, la comunidad Pachino y la comunidad de Villarecuate, donde estamos en este momento.
La brigada que viene es de mucha ayuda para nosotros porque, bueno, en Villarecuate la gente tiene muchos problemas sobre el ojo.
Es la primera vez que me revisan mis ojos.
Esta es la primera vez que me revisan ojos aquí en comunidad.
Nunca había escuchado esa enfermedad tracoma.
Nunca había escuchado de que se pueda contagiar la enfermedad tracoma así con la mano sucia.
En calidad de cacique mayor, yo le he dicho a toda la población de que tenemos que hacernos ver nuestros ojos a los médicos que han venido.
Venimos trabajando ya anteriormente en el Gran Chaco, en Santa Cruz, en el municipio de Camiri. Esta versión ya hemos visitado 3 comunidades aquí del trópico. En esta actividad también hemos diagnosticado otras patologías, además de tracoma. Y bueno, como Ministerio de Salud estamos programando ya actividades también para poder atender esta otra patología, como son las cataratas y terrigio, que son de mayor relevancia en la población adulta o mayor. Vamos a llegar como Ministerio de Salud con cirugías de cataratas y terrigio de manera gratuita para la población que se haya encontrado con esta patología. Estaremos visitando el departamento de Pando, las comunidades indígenas, posteriormente el departamento de La Paz, el norte de La Paz específicamente, porque son las comunidades indígenas que estamos priorizando para poder ampliar la cobertura en la búsqueda de la patología denominada tracoma.
Esta enfermedad puede tratarse con una higiene adecuada. No se trata solamente de venir y curar, se trata de venir y enseñarles cómo cuidarse. Eso es más importante que, te diría, el mismo tratamiento por sí mismo.
Entre 1870 y 1920, los países amazónicos explotan y comercializan la goma. Bolivia ocupó el tercer lugar como país exportador dentro de la industria gomífera. Con el descubrimiento de la conexión entre los ríos Beni y Mamoré, la Amazonía boliviana se conecta al mundo, abriendo una ruta de exportación por el río Madera hacia los principales puertos de Brasil, desde donde se enviaba la goma a Europa. Dicha dinámica favoreció la llegada de trabajadores de tierras altas, así como de operarios europeos, todos atraídos por la aventura gomera. En este contexto mundial, y debido a su ubicación estratégica y su naturaleza transfronteriza con Brasil, cobra importancia Cachuela Esperanza, teniendo a Nicolás Suárez como una de las figuras más importantes vinculadas con la explotación de la goma. La explotación gomífera en Bolivia creó una red extractiva fluvial y arbórea, sostenida por remeros indígenas que impulsaron el desarrollo nacional y la economía de aquel país de remadores. En este inhóspito escenario, los indígenas lecos, yuracarés y mocetenes, entre otros, se convertían en máquinas de remar, tal y como indica una de las crónicas de esa época. Remar es una ocupación que va con los indios. No es algo inventado por los blancos. Los indios se extinguen. Pero me agrada poder decir que los blancos los van a echar de menos porque los necesitan imperiosamente. Citando a Erland Nordenskiöld en su libro Indios y Blancos en el Nordeste de Bolivia. El paisaje amazónico de las jornadas siringueras nos remonta a una belleza salvaje, con viajes fluviales prolongados e inseguros, marcados por corrientes imprevisibles y rápidos traicioneros, además de la fiebre y los insectos. Las riberas cuentan historias de un vasto cementerio de siringueros con cientos de embarcaciones hundidas. Según varios historiadores, el costo del caucho boliviano se pagaba con una vida humana por cada tonelada embarcada.
El problema de pasar esa cachuela era un obstáculo que hacía que todos los gomeros tengan que pernoctar ahí, bajar la goma, pasarla al otro extremo hasta donde salvar las cachuelas, y Nicolás Suárez llega con 32 años y piensa pues en un ferrocarril que es el que va a encargar desde Hamburgo con tres locomotoras y vagones para trasladar. Entonces todos los gomeros desde lo que fue Pando después, ¿no?, del territorio nacional de colonias, precisaban de llegar por ahí. Es la meca, digamos, de la industria gomera, y ahí es donde se crean pues las ciudades más importantes del norte boliviano, como es Riberalta, y luego Guayaramerín y Cobija, ¿no?
Cachuela Esperanza es un territorio rico en recursos que, a pesar de la explotación histórica, preserva la riqueza del bosque y las aguas amazónicas. Los guardianes de esta tierra han sido los remeros de las embarcaciones de goma, y hoy en día este rol recae en las familias que participan en la zafra de la castaña, la pesca artesanal, la agricultura familiar y el turismo.
Yo vivo de la pesca. Claro que ahorita tengo otros trabajitos, ¿no?, que hago flete con mi casco, así, llevando combustible a las balsas, que hay balsas trabajando para allá, para abajo. Hay que buscarle su lado, porque si me voy a dedicar solo a la pesca ahorita, me muero de hambre, no hay pescado. Digo, no está dando, entonces hay que buscar otro modo para que también haya sustentación de pescado en el pueblo. ¿Cómo vamos a traer de Guayaramerín, pudiendo hacerlo nosotros aquí?
Bueno, es un pescado muy sabroso. Muy sabroso es. Sí, es de aquí, de esta zona, de aquí del Beni. Un promedio, digamos, ahorita que está saliendo poco, compraré unas 7, 8 yatoranas en el día. Porque no solamente yo compro, hay otras, de las otras pensiones también compran, ¿no? Y tenemos que, hay veces, compartir, o si llega la suerte también uno compra más, ¿no? que no sean contaminados los ríos, los lagos, porque si son contaminados y nosotros nos vamos a enfermar, pues, ¿no? Ya para mis hijos ya no van a quedar nada, ya no va a haber pescado, con el tiempo se van a ir perdiendo. Consumir de criadero no es lo mismo que consumirlo de acá, pues lo natural, ¿no? Del río, como se dice.
En la actualidad, cada año, entre diciembre y marzo, alrededor de 7.000 familias, incluidas las cachueleras, se trasladan temporalmente al bosque para recolectar la castaña en condiciones muy difíciles y generar los volúmenes de recolección del segundo producto no tradicional más exportado de Bolivia, la castaña, un árbol nativo que puede alcanzar los 60 metros y vivir hasta 1000 años. Es el principal producto forestal no maderable de exportación en Bolivia. Es fundamental para la economía del norte boliviano y genera miles de empleos.
Desde niña no tenemos la experiencia de nuestro padre, que ellos nos llevan a castañear, en recoger los cocos para poder cosechar y traer el sustento del alimento de la casa.
La zafra de almendra, ¿no?, es de mucho beneficio para nosotros acá en Cachuela Esperanza, en el área rural, porque uno es el factor economía, ¿no?, que influye la economía en Cachuela Esperanza, ¿no? Y son más o menos alrededor de 250 familias, ¿no?, que entran a la zafra de almendra.
De mi familia somos 5. Los 5 vamos a castañear. Nos vamos por agua porque por carretera nos sale muy... es muy feo.
Bueno, no, cuando llegamos a diciembre, no sabemos qué es la zafra de almendra, que está en su auge ya. Entonces cada familia pues tiene que trasladarse, ¿no?, a su lugar, como acá le llamamos al payol, ¿no? A su payol se van ya con su familia, sus hijos, porque también le sale, ¿no?, para ir solo trajinar es un poco dificultoso, ¿no?, porque ya viene el tiempo de lluvia, las carreteras feas. Entonces cada familia pues ya va con sus mujeres, sus hijos, porque aparte, digamos, la mujer de cocinar, lavar, también ayuda a recolectar la almendra.
Sí, son montes vírgenes. Hay sectores que no se puede, donde uno tiene que caminar con su machete e ir cortando para ir limpiando, para evitar los peligros. Bueno, nosotros lo cosechamos, sacamos en el mes para sustentarnos 3 meses, 4 meses. Sacamos, digamos, para sustentarnos hasta que pueda venir otro trabajo.
Un pueblo silencio queda, ¿no? Porque ya niños grandes se van pues a la zafra, ¿no? Porque son familias completas que se van.
En Bolivia, del total de la castaña extraída, se exporta alrededor de un 98%, con cifras que el año 2023 superaron las 23.000 toneladas, equivalentes a más de 115 millones de dólares. Es una actividad en la que participan recolectores, quebradoras, barraqueros, acopiadores, intermediarios, empresas beneficiadoras y exportadoras. Sin embargo, en este eslabón de la cadena de valor, las familias dedicadas a la recolección y al quebrado de castaña son las que se involucran activamente con la preservación de los bosques húmedos amazónicos, generando un impacto ambiental positivo en su conservación.
Es bueno preservar el bosque, cuidar el medio ambiente, porque si vamos a destruir el bosque, vamos a empezar a chaquear, vamos a tener que cortar los almendros, ¿no? Porque es lo que da vida, es lo que da fruto, da vida en la economía. 3 veces al año y enseñarles a la gente, no al chaqueo grande, no a la producción de ganadería, porque la verdad que así quedamos pampa y lastimosamente nuestro bosque se va a tener que terminar. El fruto que queda va a renacer nuevamente. Y eso va a ser un ingreso eterno, ¿no?
Bueno, yo soy huaquiniano, pero ya vivo muchos años aquí en Guayará. Ya estamos siempre trabajando en el transporte. Conozco Cachuela, Ribera Alta, Villavella. Cachuela, ya mucha gente debe conocer la historia de Cachuela Esperanza. Es uno de los lugares más hermosos que tenemos, yo puedo decir, aquí en la región del Beni. Sí, yo fui feliz aquí porque gracias a Dios tengo mi familia, me vine aquí a vivir y vivo feliz. Me agrada el campo. Eso es lo que me agrada. Si yo le muestro, por ejemplo, en mi granja, yo vivo en mi granja prácticamente porque no vivo en el pueblo. En el pueblo hay mucho calor, entonces en el campo yo vivo feliz. ¿Para qué? No quiero cambiar, no cambio esta vida del campo con la vida del pueblo. No, peor una ciudad, no me agrada a mí.
Cachuela Esperanza resguarda un auténtico tesoro con su patrimonio histórico y su exuberante entorno natural. Las familias asentadas en este territorio han sido y son las protectoras del bosque y de la cultura de las aguas amazónicas. El turismo patrimonial y sostenible representa el medio por excelencia para dar a conocer las historias, personajes del pasado y del presente
El tracoma es la principal causa de ceguera infecciosa en el mundo. Afecta especialmente a mujeres y niños en comunidades rurales y remotas donde el acceso a servicios de salud, agua y saneamiento es limitado. Pero hoy estamos cambiando esta realidad. Gracias a una alianza entre la Organización Panamericana de la Salud y el Gobierno de Canadá, se han implementado acciones para la eliminación del tracoma en los países de la región. La iniciativa para la eliminación del tracoma en las Américas no solo combate esta enfermedad, sino que también permite acercar atención integrada en salud a las poblaciones más vulnerables. Estos son algunos de los logros alcanzados en el segundo año de la iniciativa. Bolivia. En 21 comunidades indígenas remotas de Bolivia se realizaron evaluaciones rápidas de tracoma. Más de 4,000 personas fueron examinadas y más de 800 recibieron atención en salud, en servicios como salud visual, incluidas 17 cirugías de cataratas, salud bucal, pediatría, ginecología, salud materna, telemedicina, inmunización, medicina general y tradicional. También se promovió el lavado de manos y otras acciones de higiene y saneamiento. Brasil. En Brasil, la iniciativa visitó 750 hogares y examinó a 3,123 personas en búsqueda activa de tracoma. Se capacitó a 49 personas, incluyendo miembros de la comunidad, en salud, agua, higiene y saneamiento. Además, se formó a 22 comunicadores indígenas para promover la educación en salud en lenguas originarias, fortaleciendo la prevención del tracoma desde la diversidad cultural. Colombia. En Colombia, la iniciativa concentró sus esfuerzos en los 2 distritos con mayor prevalencia de tracoma, ubicados en el este y oeste del Vaupés. Se visitaron 256 comunidades pertenecientes a 29 grupos étnicos, con el apoyo de 11 equipos de trabajo en el terreno. Se capacitó al personal de salud y se ofrecieron servicios integrados que incluyeron atención en salud visual, diagnóstico y tratamiento de malaria, leishmaniasis, tungiasis y pediculosis, así como vacunación veterinaria y la desparasitación canina, fortaleciendo así el enfoque integral e intercultural de atención en salud en territorios indígenas. Ecuador. En Ecuador, 2 equipos de trabajo visitaron 8 comunidades en Taisha y Xuxufindi, donde se examinaron a 968 personas en busca de tracoma. Además, se brindaron servicios integrados de salud para malaria y chagas, aprovechando el acercamiento a las comunidades. México. México mantiene la eliminación del tracoma mediante vigilancia continua, prevención y atención de casos crónicos. En 5 municipios de Chiapas se realizaron acciones clave, incluyendo una jornada de cirugía para tratar la triquiasis tracomatosa que salvó la visión de 6 mujeres mayores. También se implementó un protocolo de vigilancia postvalidación y se promovieron hábitos de higiene como el lavado de cara y manos para prevenir la enfermedad. Guatemala es el país que está más cerca de eliminar el tracoma como problema de salud pública en la región. En Sololá se operó a 13 personas con triquiasis tracomatosa y se realizó seguimiento posquirúrgico. Además, se evaluaron 2,742 personas en 5 departamentos y se llevaron a cabo diálogos de saberes para intercambiar conocimientos entre comunidades y personal de salud. También se hizo un diagnóstico higiénico-sanitario en zonas prioritarias. Guatemala fue sede del entrenamiento de entrenadores, formando a profesionales de 6 países en encuestas de Tracoma Plus. El Salvador. En El Salvador se evaluaron 139 personas en la comunidad Cantón El Rodeo Aguachapán en busca de tracoma. Se capacitaron 12 profesionales para las evaluaciones rápidas de tracoma, formando 2 equipos de trabajo. Las actividades incluyeron pruebas de agudeza visual a mayores de 60 años y el monitoreo del Plan Nacional para la Prevención y Control de Enfermedades Tropicales Desatendidas 2024-2026. Perú. En Perú se realizaron actividades en los distritos Alto Amazonas, Mariscal Ramón Castilla, Requena y Putumayo del departamento de Loreto. más de 200 profesionales de salud y líderes comunitarios fueron capacitados en la estrategia SAFE para eliminar el tracoma. 3 comunidades participaron en diálogos de saberes, fortaleciendo el enfoque comunitario. Además, más de 30 autoridades locales se comprometieron con la causa. Estas acciones se integraron con otras prioridades de salud como malaria, geogelmintiasis y dengue, ampliando su impacto en las comunidades. Venezuela. En Venezuela, la iniciativa avanzó en el estado Amazonas, donde se evaluaron 2.372 personas en busca de tracoma. Se realizaron talleres de prevención con 481 participantes, principalmente personal de salud. Se integraron servicios como salud ambiental, malaria, atención nutricional, salud materna y vacunación. Además, se reforzó la vigilancia de enfermedades como leishmaniasis, oncocercosis y tungiasis, y se desparasitaron a más de 2.000 personas. En total, las jornadas de salud integral beneficiaron a 4.642 personas en las comunidades atendidas. Estamos más cerca de eliminar el tracoma en las Américas, pero el esfuerzo debe continuar. Gracias al apoyo del Gobierno de Canadá y el compromiso de cada país, seguimos avanzando hacia un futuro sin tracoma. Juntos podemos lograr una América libre de tracoma.
Muchas gracias porque vinieron a nuestra casa a evaluar la vista de toda mi familia. Estamos muy agradecidos en nombre de toda la comunidad por la presencia de ustedes.
Dicen que hay lugares donde el camino se acaba, donde la carretera se convierte en mar y el viento en compañía. Pero también dicen que hasta allá llegan los compromisos más importantes, como el proteger la vida, para que nadie quede atrás. A la fecha, las coberturas vacunales sin influenza superan los 6 millones en población objetivo, colaborando esto con la disminución de casos graves y muertes por virus respiratorios. En el marco de la campaña de vacunación e inmunización 2025 del Ministerio de Salud de Chile, y la Semana de Vacunación en las Américas, la OPS-OMS Chile, junto a un equipo del Programa Nacional de Inmunizaciones del Ministerio de Salud y autoridades regionales, emprendió una travesía hacia los rincones más australes del continente americano. 3 días, más de 4.500 kilómetros, un viaje impulsado por un propósito claro, una sola misión: llevar vacunas a quienes se encuentran en zonas aisladas o de difícil acceso en el país. Llevar vacunas a donde nadie más llega. Desde Santiago a Balmaceda, de Balmaceda a Coyhaique, nuestra primera parada. Allí reconocimos la clave del éxito de la vacunación en esa remota zona. Un equipo de salud altamente comprometido, que camina de la mano de líderes y lideresas comunitarias que convocan a mujeres y hombres, niños y adultos mayores, para llegar a todas y todos. Además, cuentan con el apoyo intersectorial de las alcaldías, diferentes estamentos del Estado y la sociedad civil en general. La tradición de proteger a su pueblo a través de la vacunación es parte del ADN de Chile, desde las primeras campañas del siglo XVIII hasta la rápida y eficaz respuesta frente a la COVID-19. Nuestro país ha liderado con ejemplo, dejando una huella imborrable a nivel mundial. De Coyhaique partimos por tierra hasta Puerto Cisnes, y desde allí zarpamos iniciando la travesía que nos llevó al corazón de comunidades apartadas. El equipo bordó ambulanchas, botes adaptados como verdaderas clínicas flotantes, para llegar hasta Puerto Gaviota, una comunidad a la que solo se accede por mar. Ahí, entre rocas, cerros verdes y mar indómito, se vacunó a niños, niñas y adultos mayores. El segundo día el equipo zarpó hacia Isla Gala, rodeados de volcanes y fiordos. Nuevas distancias, nuevos desafíos, mismo objetivo: proteger a la población. Cada dosis aplicada fue un acto de cuidado, una promesa cumplida, una señal de que la salud pública no tiene fronteras. Finalmente el equipo regresó a Coyhaique. Misión cumplida, vocación intacta. La travesía terminó, pero el compromiso sigue. Porque llegar a los rincones más alejados no es solo una meta logística, es una declaración que nadie quede atrás, que la salud es un derecho y que en Chile se vacuna hasta el fin del mundo. Estamos seguros de que Chile logrará las metas establecidas por el país según las recomendaciones de OPS-OMS.
I have children at home. I have 4 of them, so this is the 5th one. And it's first time in life I have to come to hospital to get my baby. My name is Sandra Francis and I'm from Yarong Park Village, the beginning of Region 9. It's actually like 160 kilometers from here to there. And I find it's range from being far from home. But now I'm comfortable and as you can see, I find it like living with others and finding new friends, you know, and mixing around and we learn from each other in there.
Region 9 is a very vast area. We have 62 facilities. We have 5 sub-districts, and each sub-districts have various other health facilities attached to them. The SIP program, the SIP Plus program, came into existence in Region 9. So we had an online training course, and then we had a face-to-face training where the facilitators from Georgetown came down. The region is doing well in terms of maternal death because we haven't had a maternal death like 3 or 4 years now.
We enter the data into the computer. Whenever we have admissions, we enter them into the computer. When you pull up that mother's information, you will find it there, but in a hard copy, something you might not find the card anymore. It might be put away somewhere else that you can't find it.
I've worked at Georgetown Public Hospital before the system was implemented, so I know how it was to use the paper base. And transitioning to the electronic base, I have to tell you, it has been like such a great thing for us. I actually have a great example of when the system was very helpful to us. So we had a patient come in, she was unconscious, she actually had a seizure, so she was diagnosed with eclampsia. Being able to look at the system, we could tell like what her labs were right away, we could tell what her blood pressure was before, we could get a very clear picture of her trajectory throughout the pregnancy and up to when she was. We were able to tell her gestational age, we were able to know if to give her corticosteroids and how to best deliver her. So in the end, she had a good outcome.
This has been quite a transformation for our department because prior to SIP, what we would have had is there was tremendous paperwork that had to be done.
When patients comes to admission, we used to have an increased surplus or increased volume of patients waiting for admissions. With the digital way, it's faster because physicians are pretty much aware of how the perinatology system works. So we input the information quicker and you don't have to do multiple copies in order to share to the different ward.
This is a very, very good decision-making tool in terms of maternal health policy and planning at the national and the regional level.
I think in Guyana over the last 4 years, we have made significant progress as it relates to reproductive health. We have PAHO, we have the Canadian government who has helped us. And so because of this assistance, we have accelerated what we've been doing. So I think in terms of sustaining what we've started, with our resources and with some help from our partners, we certainly would be able to sustain these gains.
My delivery date is anytime because I'm 38 weeks. Good. Yes. Yes. So I could feel my baby's really. I will stay. I have names, but I did not choose my baby name as yet. So when the baby born, then I will choose the names for my baby.
With the rising prevalence of non-communicable diseases, the Ministry of Health and Wellness Belize, supported by the European Union's Health Sector Support Program, EUHSSP, and PAHO, is proactively strengthening its health system. Through the development of targeted policies and collaborative frameworks, the nation is addressing these challenges on multiple fronts. From integrated primary care services, building capacity of healthcare workers, to empowering communities, strengthening health systems, saving lives.
In Belize, over the last 5 consecutive years, non-communicable diseases have been in the top 5 causes of morbidity and mortality for our country. So we knew that we needed to address this head-on. We were able to successfully launch our nutrition policy, and we were able to put a nutrition plan with objectives onto this policy.
And the support that is being provided to the Ministry of Health and Wellness for the development of the National Cancer Plan and the National Cervical Cancer Plan will also contribute to ensuring the management of non-communicable diseases.
By defining clear objectives and strategies, we are building a future where NCDs are effectively managed and the health of our population is prioritized. Integrated health service delivery networks are revolutionizing healthcare delivery in Belize. By ensuring comprehensive care at the primary level and bringing services closer to where people live, these networks are making a significant impact.
Through integrating the comprehensive management of non-communicable diseases such as hypertension, cardiovascular disorders, also mental health conditions, this really helps to strengthen the capacity of primary care providers and also community health workers in the knowledge and understanding of prevention and management of these conditions.
By standardizing care with global best practices and introducing new treatment modalities, healthcare professionals are better equipped to manage chronic illnesses. Health education is a crucial element in preventing and managing NCDs.
Through PAHO, we have been able to successfully, over the last 12 to 18 months, do caravans in some of the least accessible places, very rural communities that had significant population. So the health caravans were basically fair for the community to come out, learn more about health in different aspects. The blood pressure was done, your weight, your height, your body mass index. The pharmacist was there, nutritionists were there to give nutrition counseling. It was just an effort to try to improve health literacy in the hardest to reach populations.
By empowering communities with knowledge and education, we can inspire behavioral change and improve overall health outcomes. Access to essential medical equipment is vital in the early detection and management of NCDs. With the right tools, our healthcare providers are better equipped to serve the community.
There are a number of new blood pressure measuring devices that have come onto the market, but it is important to ensure that these are clinically validated so that the readings that we receive from them are accurate. In order to ensure that as we roll out the HEARTS initiative for the proper management and control of hypertension, we want to ensure that the equipment that are being used in the primary care facilities have been standardized.
The National Cancer Plan and the National Cervical Cancer Plan are groundbreaking initiatives aimed at reducing the burden of cancer across the country.
Through the EU project, PAHO has been able to give us tremendous technical cooperation for us to have a very solid and usable plan when it comes to reduction of all cancers, not just cervical cancer, but it's the National Cancer Plan.
The important thing about cancer and any cancer plan is to ensure that it is very comprehensive and covers the broad spectrum from prevention to rehabilitation and to care at the end of life. In addition to that, the clinical management. How do you diagnose? How do you manage these conditions? Which medications to use? So those are components that are also in the plan.
Together, with the support of our partners and communities, we are building a healthier, stronger Belize. One step at a time, we are ensuring better care for NCDs through integration in primary health care.
Amid a challenging security environment, vital work by the Ministry of Public Health and Population is strengthening routine immunization services in Haiti. Supported by PAHO and funded by the Canadian government through the Can Give initiative, these efforts seek to ensure equitable access to life-giving vaccines for vulnerable communities and groups, including girls and pregnant women. Through 3 regional exercises, 105 department-level trainers received important updates on vaccination norms and protocols, including on COVID-19 vaccines, which have been integrated into Haiti's national immunization program. Through cascade training, these regional trainers then shared their knowledge with nearly 400 health providers. In addition, 124 health providers involved in epidemiological surveillance were trained in specific protocols for surveillance of vaccine-preventable diseases. And 221 health facilities benefited from supportive supervision to ensure their compliance with vaccination quality standards. In 2024, more than 421,000 Haitian children received critical vaccinations through catch-up campaigns and routine services. And as Haiti faced recurring cases of deadly diphtheria, PAHO supported the vaccination of more than 340,000 children against the disease.
Oh oui, vaccin li gen an pile importance nan ka routine et raison c'est parce que gen zone qui vraiment éloigné. Des fois, parents pas gen possibilité pour li mener ti moun nan centre là pour li vinn faire vaccin. Hein? Des fois négligence parents tout et les nouveaux équipes sur terrain comme ça vraiment aider parents yo, aider ti moun yo pour capable faire vaccin dans localité côté que yo vivre là.
Parler des maladies évitables par la vaccination, nous apprenons et diphtérie. Effectivement, c'est un cas de diphtérie suspect que l'équipe aidée là a fait réponse. Et nous en pleine activité de réponse, j'en ai remarqué, nous cherchons rougeole, rubéole, nous cherchons syndrome rubéole congénitale, qui est moins d'un an. Nous cherchons catankou paralysie flasse aiguë. Nous cherchons surtout Kaiti et moun qui gen moins que 15 ans.
HEARTS is an initiative of the Pan American Health Organization and the Ministry of Health, which aims to improve heart health and save lives by standardizing hypertension treatment, promoting healthy lifestyles, and strengthening primary health care.
The chronic non-communicable diseases are the leading cause of death in Grenada. Within the top 3, we have the cardiovascular diseases. For these reasons, we welcome the introduction of the HEARTS Initiative.
At the core of the HEARTS Initiative is the HEARTS Protocol, which provides a standardized approach to hypertension management and cardiovascular disease prevention in primary health care. It includes standardized treatment, effective and accessible medications, risk-based care, team-based approaches, healthy lifestyle promotion, and the strengthening of primary healthcare systems.
The integration or initiation of HEARTS has introduced a standardized approach to the way we manage high blood pressure patients.
The HEARTS protocol includes simple, standardized, proven treatments and interventions that can be easily incorporated into primary health care.
As part of the HEARTS program, we have standardized blood pressure reading, ensuring that all categories of staff know how to check blood pressure. So in case a patient comes to the facility, anyone can assist them in checking their blood pressure.
The HEARTS protocol emphasizes a team-based approach which expands the responsibilities of hypertension management beyond primary healthcare physicians to include nurses, pharmacists, nutritionists, and other healthcare professionals, so that they too play a significant role in saving lives.
As nurses, we ensure that our patients are compliant, making sure that they monitor their blood pressure as often as possible, take the medication, come to visit the doctor when they are low on the supplies, follow up with the nutritionist as well. And if they have any issues or concerns that they are, feel free that they can come in. If they're not feeling well, they could come in at any time and speak to any one of us for advice, and we can do the proper referral if it's hospital or to doctor.
So as nutritionists and dietitians within the healthcare, whether it's primary healthcare or secondary care, we employ what is called medical nutrition therapy. This involves doing a comprehensive assessment. We look at body measurements, we look at the biochemical markers, the labs and so forth. We look at lifestyles, we look at dietary indication, and we also do a full physical exam. Once we're completed, we do a nutrition diagnosis, and then we will recommend and put together a targeted care plan with interventions as to how we can get that person to improve the overall lifestyle. So whether it's becoming more physically active lifestyles, whether it's changing diet, whether it's ensuring that person gets adequate amount of nutrients and filling the gap where there are deficits. We know that if we can correct the diet, also if we can maintain an adequate foundation for health, we know that we can see better outcomes when it comes to heart health.
The HEARTS protocol emphasizes the use of effective, affordable, and widely available medications to improve hypertension management.
The medicines that we'll be using as part of the HEARTS initiative, they're somewhat designed to be less burdensome on the patient because the number of pills that the patients would be required to use to control their conditions are reduced, because now we are making use of combination therapy. So one pill will contain maybe your 2 high blood pressure medication that you're taking at present.
Medication that are available through the HEARTS initiative are heavily subsidized, right? Patients that are less than 60 would pay a small fee. Those who are over 60 and over, it would actually be free as per protocol that already existed.
Following the introduction of the HEARTS initiative, we anticipate better compliance among our patients. We anticipate a reduction in the number of individuals who have uncontrolled high blood pressure. And at the end, we anticipate that in the long run, a reduction in the number of complications and the number of deaths that we are seeing as a result of high blood pressure and cardiovascular disease.
El cáncer infantil afecta a miles de familias en el mundo cada año, generando angustia y sufrimiento. En la región de las Américas, los gobiernos, la OPS y sus socios se han unido en la iniciativa Cure All para afrontar este desafío y devolver la esperanza.
Desde el año 2019, la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, en colaboración con el St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, trabaja incansablemente para mejorar la detección oportuna del cáncer en niños, niñas y adolescentes. En Latinoamérica y Caribe estamos logrando que más países prioricen el cáncer infantil y lo incluyan en políticas públicas que contemplen actividades para promover el diagnóstico oportuno. En los últimos 5 años, se ha incrementado por lo menos en 3 veces el número de países que cuentan con una guía nacional de detección precoz y sistemas de referencia. Ya estamos viendo los primeros resultados y se está logrando que más niños puedan llegar temprano a su diagnóstico, que más niños puedan tener estadios precoces de enfermedad y que amplíen la posibilidad de curarse.
En el Perú, hemos logrado reducir el 50% del tiempo diagnóstico en un lapso de 5 años. Principalmente desde la Iniciativa Mundial de Cáncer Infantil. El tiempo en el que los profesionales de la salud, médicos y enfermeras demoraban para hacer el diagnóstico en niños desde la sospecha de cáncer se ha reducido de manera significativa. Actualmente, los niños y adolescentes llegan más rápido a los establecimientos de salud. Este logro es un trabajo conjunto desde el Ministerio de Salud a través de políticas públicas que impulsan la detección temprana de cáncer infantil, asimismo el fortalecimiento de las capacidades de los profesionales de la salud, la sensibilización de la comunidad para poder realizar un diagnóstico oportuno y, por supuesto, la participación de la sociedad civil organizada.
Hemos logrado disminuir en un 50% los casos de estadios avanzados de cáncer en los niños. Esto significa que más familias reciben un diagnóstico temprano y más niños tienen una oportunidad de vida, educando y sensibilizando al personal de salud y a la población.
La Organización Panamericana de la Salud pone a disposición de los países diversos recursos técnicos, como cursos virtuales, talleres y guías interactivas para fortalecer la capacitación de los profesionales de la salud, así como materiales para campañas de comunicación dirigidas a los padres y a la comunidad en general.
A través de Cure All Américas, también se está apoyando a los gobiernos en el monitoreo sostenible y uniforme de sus progresos, así como en la implementación de políticas de salud que fortalecen el acceso al diagnóstico temprano, tratamiento y cobertura financiera. Todo con un objetivo, un diagnóstico temprano que salve vidas y mejore el futuro de nuestras familias y comunidades.
Cada intervención en salud pública, cada acción coordinada y cada esfuerzo compartido son pasos hacia un futuro donde hay más niños que puedan superar el cáncer.
Un diagnóstico temprano salva vidas.
En 2019, los Estados miembros de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, OPS, aprobaron la iniciativa para la eliminación de 30 enfermedades infecciosas en la región para el año 2030. En el marco de esta iniciativa, en 2023, se conformó una alianza con el gobierno de Canadá para un proyecto de eliminación del tracoma como problema de salud pública para el año 2028. Venezuela es uno de los 10 países que participa en esta iniciativa.
Tracoma es la primera causa de ceguera producto de infecciones, lo produce una bacteria y estamos ahorita aplicando la encuesta para ver de prevalencia, para ver si es un problema de salud pública para el Estado.
Durante 2 semanas, un equipo de evaluaciones rápidas de tracoma del Ministerio del Poder Popular para la Salud abordó 30 poblaciones indígenas en busca de tracoma, una enfermedad que afecta sobre todo a poblaciones en situaciones de mayor vulnerabilidad. La idea es estimar la prevalencia de esta enfermedad en el país y determinar si constituye un problema de salud pública.
Andamos un equipo de salud desplegado diagnosticando la enfermedad tracoma. Esta es una enfermedad que afecta el ojo, que posteriormente la persona queda ciega. Y como parte de prevención, le estamos orientando a las personas a tener una buena higiene personal, como el lavado de manos, la limpieza facial. También contamos con tratamientos y en el caso de que los pacientes lleguen a salir positivos a estas enfermedades.
La OPS acompañó y prestó apoyo logístico para el traslado de estos trabajadores sanitarios del ministerio hacia estas comunidades, 22 de acceso terrestre y 8 de acceso fluvial, aprovechando además para ofrecer distintos servicios de salud a las mismas.
En el Pacífico colombiano, las comunidades indígenas y afrodescendientes enfrentan grandes dificultades: el conflicto armado, la pobreza y el aislamiento. A través de un esfuerzo conjunto de las Naciones Unidas, diversas iniciativas están resolviendo estas emergencias, fortaleciendo la resiliencia comunitaria, creando nuevas oportunidades en medio de esta adversidad. Esta alianza de Naciones Unidas permitió a estas comunidades afectadas por el conflicto diversas estrategias complementarias: temas de seguridad para la población con ACNUR, escuelas seguras para niños, niñas y adolescentes con UNICEF, fortalecimiento de la salud sexual y reproductiva y violencia basada en género con UNFPA. Además, se promovió la sustitución de cultivos de coca por proyectos productivos como criaderos de pollos, lecciones de pesca, huertas caseras y medicinales, acciones realizadas por la FAO. La Organización Panamericana de la Salud logró dar acceso a salud a estas poblaciones de los departamentos de Nariño, Valle de Cauca y Chocó. Se lograron avanzar hasta 24 brigadas de salud y más de 8.200 atenciones en una atención integral de medicina general, ginecobstetricia, odontología o apoyo psicosocial, con un enfoque étnico-cultural. Esto acompañado con dotación de medicamentos y diferentes pruebas de diagnóstico rápidas para una mejor resolución de las temáticas.
Este trabajo que ha venido desarrollando la Organización Panamericana de la Salud ha permitido hacer unas transformaciones de fondo en cómo mejorar el modelo de salud, en infraestructura, en capacitaciones, en dotaciones, para que la comunidad tenga una salud digna, oportuna, con seguridad del paciente.
Pues de solo entrar, pues uno sentía la enfermedad más grave, por el calor, el aspecto, y ahora es un cambio extremo. Uno entra y siente que hay más frescura, más tranquilidad, el calor poco azota, ahora estamos mejor.
Se atendieron numerosos casos críticos de malaria, desnutrición aguda y ideación suicida. Además, se realizaron encuentros de parteras, médicos tradicionales y sabedores, que en un espacio de diálogo de saberes con médicos y enfermeras occidentales permitió el intercambio de conocimientos con el fin de salvar vidas y evitar muertes maternas. Además, nos reunimos con la institucionalidad local para identificar sus fortalezas, retos y desafíos.
Al tener una comunidad capacitada en primeros auxilios, en comunicación del riesgo, en salud mental, primeros auxilios psicológicos, en las emergencias, vamos a disminuir el impacto que una emergencia pueda tener en la comunidad, porque ellos van a saber cómo actuar en un momento adecuado, un protocolo adecuado, un procedimiento adecuado frente a las emergencias que ocurren en nuestro departamento.
A lo largo de esta trayectoria hemos aprendido cómo hacer un torniquete y, sobre todo en un accidente, mantener la calma, asegurar la escena.
Hemos realizado taller de primer respondiente comunitario, donde ellos lo que hacen es cómo dar esa primera ayuda comunitaria cuando se presenta una emergencia.
Adicionalmente, se estableció el sistema de alerta temprana en estas comunidades. Se trabajó mucho con esta estrategia nacional de la vigilancia de base comunitaria.
Por eso dentro del proyecto SERF también incluimos el componente de comunicación del riesgo para que estos gestores comunitarios, para que estos primeros respondientes también puedan hacer uso de las comunicaciones en toda su labor de salvar vidas, de darle a la gente capacidades para que tenga un buen vivir.
Depois de décadas de esforços integrados e multissetoriais, a filariose linfática deixou de ser um problema de saúde pública no Brasil. O certificado de eliminação da doença foi entregue pelo diretor da OPAS e do Escritório Regional da OMS para as Américas, Jarbas Barbosa, à ministra da Saúde, Nízia Trindade. A cerimônia de entrega ocorreu no marco da reunião do Conselho Diretor da OPAS, nos Estados Unidos, que contou com a presença de autoridades de saúde de todos os países das Américas. A filariose linfática, mais conhecida como elefantíase, é uma doença parasitária transmitida por mosquitos. Ela afeta o sistema linfático e pode causar inchaços graves, especialmente nos membros inferiores e nos genitais, causando bastante dor e podendo resultar em deficiências permanentes. Para combater essa doença, o Ministério da Saúde do Brasil lançou em 1997 o Plano Nacional para a Eliminação da Filariose. A partir daí, várias medidas foram implementadas, como a distribuição em massa de medicamentos antiparasitários, controle de vetores e monitoramento constante nas áreas mais afetadas. Esses esforços se concentraram nas áreas onde a filariose era endêmica e resultaram 10 anos depois no fim da transmissão da doença. Desde 2017, não há mais casos confirmados de filariose no Brasil. A eliminação da doença é resultado do trabalho conjunto de trabalhadores de saúde, pesquisadores e gestores, bem como da criação de um sistema de saúde universal, com ações de vigilância bem estruturadas, uma rede de laboratórios públicos especializados e o lançamento do programa Brasil Saudável, que é uma ação multissetorial alinhada com a iniciativa regional da OPAS para a eliminação de doenças até 2030. Com essa certificação, o Brasil demonstra forte compromisso com a proteção da saúde, em especial das populações mais vulnerabilizadas.
Para nosotros es importante, ¿no?, poder haber llegado acá. Esta visita responde a un proyecto que estamos ejecutando desde el punto de vista de la salud ocular. Estamos acompañando a todo el equipo evaluador que se va a encargar de hacer este trabajo para ver si tenemos alguna patología que tenga que ver con tracoma ocular.
Estamos en la comunidad de Las Flores.
Acabamos de tener una reunión con los comunarios.
Hemos venido a conversar, ¿no?, con las autoridades aquí del lugar
para organizar el pesquisaje que se va a realizar para el tracoma.
Vivir en Puerto Las Flores bien nomás, bonito nomás estar aquí del aire, recibimos, respiramos, ¿no? En Puerto Las Flores no existe la electricidad.
Han levantado ya hace más de un año un tanque, han puesto agua, han hecho pozos, pero el agua no es buena.
Cuando estamos mal de los ojos nos afecta, ¿no?
No solo en Las Flores, ¿no?, sino en distintas comunidades. Hay deficiencia, ¿no?, en el tema de lo que es salud y de educación más que todo, ¿no?
Nunca me hablaron del tracoma, no sabía de esta enfermedad.
Nunca había escuchado del tracoma.
El tracoma es una enfermedad infecciosa que afecta principalmente a los párpados, posteriormente a la córnea y puede dejar invalidado a un paciente produciéndole una ceguera permanente e irreversible. Se contagia de forma directa, es decir, de persona a persona.
En especial los niñitos, digamos, se tocan y pueden
estar dando la mano a otro niño y así se puede contagiar.
Cuando ya tienen triquiasis ya se van sacando las pestañas, sino depilando, le estorba ya.
Esta enfermedad se ve principalmente en zonas con poca o ninguna sistema sanitario.
Donde no haya agua segura.
Con dificultad de sistemas de alcantarillado.
Dentro del registro que nosotros manejamos como Ministerio de Salud, no tenemos incidencia, ¿no?, a nivel nacional, ¿no? Sin embargo, tenemos países vecinos en los cuales sí ha sido un problema de salud pública. Es por ello que estamos ejecutando este proyecto, que es una evaluación rápida para tracoma ocular en comunidades vulnerables, ¿no? Una vez termine este proyecto, nosotros vamos a tener la capacidad de poder determinar si tenemos o no y si realmente el tracoma ocular para nosotros es un problema en salud pública.
Venimos a visitarlo. Estamos viniendo casa por casa a revisar una enfermedad que nosotros estamos buscando, que se llama tracoma. Con su permiso vamos a hacer el examen y a todo el miembro de la familia.
Sí. Pasen nomás.
Muchas gracias.
Pasen.
Va a mirar hacia abajo, mira hacia abajo, mira hacia arriba, no su ojito no sé. Ahora mira hacia abajo, no parpadea ya, que no lo voy a hacer.
La detección del tracoma es importante, puesto que si nosotros lo detectamos a tiempo, vamos a garantizar la salud y la estabilidad ocular del paciente. Haciendo una detección, haciendo las campañas de prevención y promoción, evitamos la proliferación de esta enfermedad que como resultado final lleva a la ceguera. Entonces, si nosotros actuamos temprano, prevenimos a un paciente ciego en el futuro.
Doy la bienvenida a todo el equipo médicos. Esta es nuestra comunidad de la Nación Yuki. Bienvenidos.
Para nosotros es por primera vez que han venido a ver los ojos de nosotros. Los comunarios hemos venido de las tres comunidades, Viarilloa, la comunidad Pachino y la comunidad de Villarecuate, donde estamos en este momento.
La brigada que viene es de mucha ayuda para nosotros porque, bueno, en Villarecuate la gente tiene muchos problemas sobre el ojo.
Es la primera vez que me revisan mis ojos.
Esta es la primera vez que me revisan ojos aquí en comunidad.
Nunca había escuchado esa enfermedad tracoma.
Nunca había escuchado de que se pueda contagiar la enfermedad tracoma así con la mano sucia.
En calidad de cacique mayor, yo le he dicho a toda la población de que tenemos que hacernos ver nuestros ojos a los médicos que han venido.
Venimos trabajando ya anteriormente en el Gran Chaco, en Santa Cruz, en el municipio de Camiri. Esta versión ya hemos visitado 3 comunidades aquí del trópico. En esta actividad también hemos diagnosticado otras patologías, además de tracoma. Y bueno, como Ministerio de Salud estamos programando ya actividades también para poder atender estas otras patologías como son las cataratas y terrigio, que son de mayor relevancia en la población adulta o mayor. Vamos a llegar como Ministerio de Salud con cirugías de cataratas y terrigio de manera gratuita para la población que se haya encontrado con esta patología. Estaremos visitando el departamento de Pando, las comunidades indígenas, posteriormente el departamento de La Paz, el norte de La Paz específicamente, porque son las comunidades indígenas que estamos priorizando para poder ampliar la cobertura en la búsqueda de la patología denominada tracoma.
Esta enfermedad puede tratarse con una higiene adecuada. No se trata solamente de venir y curar, se trata de venir y enseñarles cómo cuidarse. Eso es más importante que, te diría, el mismo tratamiento por sí mismo.
Muy buenos días. Con el permiso del Creador y Formador de la vida, damos un buen día para cada persona que vaya a ver este video. Y hoy pedimos permiso a las energías del Nahual Aní, que representa la semilla humana, la evolución de la vida, al mismo tiempo también toda la semilla que está sobre la madre tierra, en especial nuestras plantas medicinales, que a través de nuestras plantas son nuestras maestras desde los pueblos originarios. Venimos destinados con muchas características, con muchas capacidades, debilidades, como todo ser humano, pero dentro de nuestro calendario lunar, pues cada persona tiene destinado para una misión, y cuando se descubra esta misión, pues es bueno porque uno vive en armonía, uno vive en equilibrio. El buen vivir significa estar bien con uno mismo y con la madre naturaleza. Entonces, por lo tanto, el rol de las hermanas mujeres desde las comunidades mayas, todos los que tenemos una misión de estar conectados con las personas, es porque viene destinada esa misión desde nuestras ancestras, de nuestro origen y de nuestro origen de nacimiento, que venimos destinados para venir a cumplir una misión. Por lo tanto, como Nana Amalia, soy terapeuta, maya hablante cachiquel. Tengo mis abuelas que fueron sanadoras también, que con el tiempo fui descubriendo de que de ahí viene ese linaje, y ese linaje pues va transmitiendo también hacia mis hijos, de poder sanarnos, curarnos a través de las plantas medicinales. Entonces, para nosotros los pueblos originarios, las plantas medicinales pues no es alternativa, es la base. Y ahí viene toda la raíz de todo lo que vemos hoy en día en las farmacéuticas. Entonces, para el pueblo y para las terapeutas, hermanas mujeres, las plantas son nuestras maestras, porque también cada planta viene destinada para un órgano del cuerpo, viene destinado para una función en el cuerpo, y de ahí viene la conexión con las plantas, con la energía de la abuela luna, con las estrellas, con el ciclo del tiempo, porque las plantas también tienen su ciclo, al igual que nosotros los seres humanos. Entonces, cuando un terapeuta o una sanadora maya está conectado todo el tiempo con las plantas medicinales, preguntando a su esencia, y al mismo tiempo también que no podemos generalizar todos los cuerpos. Cada cuerpo es diferente, y por lo tanto la diversidad de plantas medicinales que nos da la madre tierra también viene para todos esos órganos de diferencia según el padecimiento de las personas. Pero lo más importante es de que a través de las plantas también pedimos para que el ser humano esté equilibrado con su pensamiento, con su corazón, y que también esté abierto con todo los ciclos de su tiempo, respetando todos los ciclos de la naturaleza también. Así que es un gusto para mí de poder compartir algo, lo que hago, pues trabajo con las plantas medicinales, hablo con las plantas dependiendo la necesidad de cada persona que venga hacia mi persona a consultar y poder dar un mejor servicio a las personas a través de las plantas medicinales, que forma parte desde miles de años de nuestras comunidades, y en cada casa pues siempre hay una planta con que acudirnos cualquier padecimiento que necesitamos. Muchas gracias.
En el ejercicio de nuestra resistencia como pueblos originarios, algo muy fundamental ha sido el mantenimiento y la preservación de nuestra cosmovisión y de nuestras propias formas de hacer medicina y de sanarnos. ¿Y cómo hemos mantenido esto? Mediante la transmisión de conocimientos, que en su mayoría es de manera oral. Nosotros aprendemos en el seno de nuestro hogar y de nuestras comunidades, con nuestras madres, nuestras abuelas y todas las demás ancianas sabias que tenemos a nuestro alrededor. Por ello es muy importante que nosotros como jóvenes sigamos aprendiendo y tomando esa batuta generacional para poder seguir ejercitando esa medicina para poder seguir curando y sanando de esa manera. Dentro del pueblo maya tenemos como principio fundamental que la salud es el buen vivir, pero el buen vivir lo entendemos como un equilibrio entre la mente, el cuerpo, y la mente y el cuerpo con nuestro creador. El equilibrio de la vida, el equilibrio que debemos de mantener a manera individual y a manera colectiva. Y dentro de este círculo de vida, todos nuestros órganos, nuestros tejidos y todo lo que está a nuestro alrededor es de suma importancia. Pues en este caso, nosotros también entendemos que todos nuestros miembros también son muy importantes. Parte de ellos es la salud visual, ya que es a través de nuestros ojos que nosotros podemos ver al exterior y hacer una interpretación de la realidad. Es por ello que el tomar en cuenta en los diálogos de saberes la percepción de los sabios, de las sabias, de los ancianos y la medicina tradicional es de suma importancia, ya que pues la historia nos ha mostrado que los pueblos indígenas hemos sido excluidos de los sistemas políticos y de los sistemas medicinales también de la medicina occidental, pero llegó el tiempo de romper esas brechas y de unificar esos conocimientos, principalmente por el bienestar de las comunidades, para que todos podamos acceder a una salud de calidad y por sobre todas las cosas para que nuestros conocimientos ancestrales no sean banalizados y no sean excluidos o no sean tomados como algo malo, sino sean tomados como lo que son, como una fuente de vida, una fuente de conocimiento y algo que ha ayudado a las comunidades indígenas desde hace muchísimo tiempo atrás. Es por ello que resaltamos la importancia también de tener pues estos diálogos de saberes y estos diálogos de conocimientos para que los médicos puedan aprender de nosotros y nosotros también de ellos, y con ello construir un sistema de salud bueno y mejor para todos y para todas, para que todas podamos alcanzar el buen vivir.
El tracoma es la principal causa de ceguera infecciosa en el mundo. Afecta especialmente a mujeres y niños en comunidades rurales y remotas donde el acceso a servicios de salud, agua y saneamiento es limitado. Pero hoy estamos cambiando esta realidad. Gracias a una alianza entre la Organización Panamericana de la Salud y el Gobierno de Canadá, se han implementado acciones para la eliminación del tracoma en los países de la región. La Iniciativa para la Eliminación del Tracoma en las Américas no solo combate esta enfermedad, sino que también permite hacer atención integrada en salud a las poblaciones más vulnerables. Estos son algunos de los logros alcanzados en el segundo año de la iniciativa. Bolivia. En 21 comunidades indígenas remotas de Bolivia se realizaron evaluaciones rápidas de tracoma. Más de 4.000 personas fueron examinadas y más de 800 recibieron atención en salud, en servicios como salud visual, incluidas 17 cirugías de cataratas, salud bucal, pediatría, ginecología, salud materna, telemedicina, inmunización, medicina general y tradicional. También se promovió el lavado de manos y otras acciones de higiene y saneamiento. Brasil. En Brasil, la iniciativa visitó 750 hogares y examinó a 3.123 personas en búsqueda activa de tracoma. Se capacitó a 49 personas, incluyendo miembros de la comunidad, en salud, agua, higiene y saneamiento. Además, se formó a 22 comunicadores indígenas para promover la educación en salud en lenguas originarias, fortaleciendo la prevención del tracoma desde la diversidad cultural. Colombia. En Colombia, la iniciativa concentró sus esfuerzos en los 2 distritos con mayor prevalencia de tracoma, ubicados en el este y oeste del Vaupés. Se visitaron 256 comunidades pertenecientes a 29 grupos étnicos, con el apoyo de 11 equipos de trabajo en el terreno. se capacitó al personal de salud y se ofrecieron servicios integrados que incluyeron atención en salud visual, diagnóstico y tratamiento de malaria, leishmaniasis, tungiasis y pediculosis, así como vacunación veterinaria y la desparasitación canina, fortaleciendo así el enfoque integral e intercultural de atención en salud en territorios indígenas. Ecuador. En Ecuador, 2 equipos de trabajo visitaron 8 comunidades en Taisha y Xuxufindi, donde se examinaron a 968 personas en busca de tracoma. Además, se brindaron servicios integrados de salud para malaria y chagas, aprovechando el acercamiento a las comunidades. México. México mantiene la eliminación del tracoma mediante vigilancia continua, prevención y atención de casos crónicos. En 5 municipios de Chiapas se realizaron acciones clave, incluyendo una jornada de cirugía para tratar la triquiasis tracomatosa que salvó la visión de 6 mujeres mayores. También se implementó un protocolo de vigilancia postvalidación y se promovieron hábitos de higiene como el lavado de cara y manos para prevenir la enfermedad. Guatemala. Guatemala es el país que está más cerca de eliminar el tracoma como problema de salud pública en la región. En Sololá se operó a 13 personas con triquiasis tracomatosa y se realizó seguimiento posquirúrgico. Además, se evaluaron 2.742 personas en 5 departamentos y se llevaron a cabo diálogos de saberes para intercambiar conocimientos entre comunidades y personas.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I see you guys had a very good lunch because you're, very proactive, you're ready to go, very energized. So, as I said before we broke for lunch, what we want to do is to first look at the resolutions that we had postponed and to see how we can get through them. And once we finish with those, then we go to the agenda items. All right? So item 4.5, Plan of Action on Non-Communicable Disease Prevention and Control 2025 to 2030. I would like to bring document CE 176-16 and PR1 Plan of Action on Non-Communicable Disease and Control 2025-2030 to the attention of the committee. The amended resolution was circulated yesterday and is available in the resolution tracking system. I would like to now ask the rapporteur to present the paragraphs that include changes to the proposed resolution for consideration of the Executive Committee. Rapporteur.
Muy buenas tardes. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. President. I will proceed to read. Of the changes made, these changes were requested by the United States of America Action Plan on Non-Communicable Disease Prevention and Control 2025-2030. Preambular paragraph 5, there a correction was requested, and we crossed out meeting the Sustainable Development Goal Target 3.4, and the change would read as follows. Preambular paragraph 5, recognizing that the objective of the plan of action is to scale up the critical actions now needed to accelerate progress and reduce by 1/3 premature mortality by NCDs through prevention and treatment by 2030. Then the following change was made to operative paragraph 2, paragraph B, crossing out while addressing the inequities associated with NCDs. The paragraph would read as follows. Operative paragraph 2B, build multisectoral partnerships and strengthen the whole of government response to NCDs, ensuring policy coherence across government agencies and prioritizing NCD prevention and control of NCDs with health in all policies. So those are the corrections that were proposed by the United States, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. You heard the amendments that are proposed by the United States. And are there any comments from the committee? Canada.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for presenting this, the revised language. While both the concepts of equity and the SDGs are important to Canada, the common refrain we heard yesterday on commitment to NCDs and working together towards the HLM and the important work that PAHO is and could continue to be doing with the approval of this plan, we would support the amendments to take this important work forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Canada. Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President. Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente.
Thank you. Brazil, the first change having to do with the elimination of the reference to Sustainable Development Goal Target 3.4, it is not desirable But to be flexible and to seek a consensus, we could consider accepting that change. Here, the target of reducing by 1/3 the burden of NCDs is included. And then in terms of operative paragraph 2B, that change, what we could accept is substituting the word inequities in English with inequalities. If that is acceptable, that is basically the position of Brazil to support a consensus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other contributions? So I think we are getting general acceptance. So the first amendment, which is on PP5, I think that one has been accepted by everybody. The second one, which is OP2B, we are getting an amendment to the amendment by Brazil, and that is replacing the word inequities with inequalities. Is that what you're suggesting? Is that something that is acceptable by the United States?
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. President. We appreciate the comments and the flexibility shown by delegations this afternoon. With regards to the proposal by Brazil, unfortunately, that will not work for our delegation. We can't accept a swap to change the language there. So I think we would stick with our original proposal that member states have before them for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you to the U.S. Just give me one moment. And let's see if we can try to resolve this. Okay, U.S. Oh. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and apologies for taking the floor again. Our delegation wanted to offer that perhaps we could follow up with Brazil and have some informal consultations bilaterally and see if we could come up with another text proposal for consideration. Thank you.
I think that sounds reasonable. And I see Brazil on the floor, so. Okay. So we'll allow for that for the consultation so that we can arrive at a consensus. Okay? Thank you. All right, so to allow for that further consultation, we'll bring this item back tomorrow. So hopefully we can resolve it by this afternoon. All right? Good. We're making some progress. Item 4.6 rather, policy for expanding equitable access to high-cost and high-priced health technologies. I would like to bring the document C176-17 and PR2, policy for expanding equitable access to high-cost and high-priced technologies, to the attention of the committee. The amended resolution was circulated yesterday and is available in the resolution tracking system. I would like to ask the rapporteur to present the paragraphs that include changes to the proposed resolution for consideration of the Executive Committee. Rapporteur.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. And allow me to read the changes that were requested by the United States. We begin with the proposed resolution. The title, here we were asked to eliminate the word equitable, so the title would read as follows. Policy for expanding access to high-cost and high-price health technologies. Then I will continue with preambular paragraph, where we also eliminated the word equitable, so it would read, having reviewed the policy for expanding access to high-cost and high-price health technologies, that's document CD 62/17, and then in the title under resolves, we also eliminate the word equitable, so it would say policy for expanding access to high-cost and high-price health technologies. And in the preambular paragraph 1, we also would eliminate the word equitable and would read as follows. PP1, having reviewed the policy for expanding access to high-cost and high-price health technologies, document CD 62/space. In preambular paragraph 2, the following change was made. The request is to eliminate the word equitable and also to eliminate the Sustainable Development Goals, both at the request of the United States. So the paragraph would say, PP2, recognizing that scientific advances and improvement of access and rational use of health technologies contribute to the achievement of universal access to health and universal health coverage. And next, a change was requested for operative paragraph 1, where we would cross out equitable. It would read operative paragraph 1 to approve the policy for expanding access to high-cost and high-price health technologies, document Directing Council 62/space. And then to conclude, there was a request made to eliminate the word equitable from the subparagraph C, so it will be operative paragraph 3C, support the development of intersectoral policies at the national and regional levels, including regulatory frameworks and capacities that will increase access to high-cost and high-price health technologies in a more sustainable manner. So those are I apologize. I should refer to operative paragraph 2. There too, a change was made under subparagraph B. Promote access to health technologies through their life cycle, starting with the innovation and production processes, including implementation of incentives, conditions, and other strategies to ensure the registration, distribution, and affordability of the resulting technologies, and promote mutually agreed technology transfer. Having included the word voluntary in front of mutually, promote voluntary, mutually agreed technology transfer. That concludes the reading.
Thank you very much. So I think what we have before us, the resolution asks for two types of deletions. The first one, wherever the word occurs, wherever equitable occurs in the text, that we delete the word equitable. And the second deletion would be as well as the Sustainable Development Goals. So there are two sets of deletions. And then the third is an addition. So before mutually agreed, we insert the word voluntarily. All right? So I now open the floor for a discussion. Colombia.
I would imagine that in an effort to build consensus in some cases, because it does appear several times, and I don't know if in each instance, but the delegation of the United States could perhaps accept the word universal. And for the second one, we have this concern when we're talking about voluntary mutually agreed, and that is at WHO we have reached consensus to use the language mutually agreed. There was a lengthy conversation between obligatory and voluntary, but ultimately it was decided to stick with mutually agreed. So as a region, in accordance with what was approved by WHO, I do believe it would be best to not include the term voluntary.
Okay, we have, okay, let's go to Brazil.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Following up on what we have been hearing, Brazil could accept language replacing the term equitable with perhaps some other word that is raises less problems and is less sensitive. Could be access for all. Access for all without discrimination. Some language in those terms would perhaps be more neutral. And in agreement with what my colleague from Colombia said a moment ago, we also have a problem with inserting voluntary when talking about the transfer of technology. When we say that it is mutually agreed, that is already covering the voluntary nature of a technology transfer. And the language agreed right now at international fora is in line with mutually agreed. So we could accept what Colombia mentioned, whether it be universal or access to all. And we would like to ask the United States to consider or reconsider the proposal of inserting the term voluntary. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we're trying to move forward, and I don't know if maybe the United States might have alternative language that you want to propose. Would the United States consider alternative language? Would you like some additional time, or?
Thank you, Mr. President. You anticipated what our delegation was going to ask for. A little bit more time, we begged from the executive committee would be very helpful for us as we consider the proposals. Thank you.
All right, so we'll defer this one for tomorrow as well and allow for the delegations to meet and come up with language that would be acceptable. Thank you. Item 4.7, Strategy on Health and Migration 2026 to 2031. I would like to bring the document CE 176/18 to the attention of the committee, noting that member states' discussion on this item yesterday afternoon. I now propose that the executive committee adopts a decision as follows. The item 4.7, Strategy on Health and Migration 2026 to 2031. The Executive Committee reviewed document CE 176/18 and its corresponding proposed resolution. While the discussion was constructive, consensus could not be reached. The Executive Committee thus requests the Pan American Sanitary Bureau to continue the consultation process with member states during the period between this session of the Executive Committee and the forthcoming meeting of the Directing Council. This decision, along with deliberations held among member states on this item, will be reflected in the final report of this session of the Executive Committee. If the delegates agree, then we can, I think this is the decision because we weren't able to get consensus on this matter. Okay? So if you agree to this decision, then we'll allow the Bureau to continue the discussion. Is there an agreement on this? I see everyone agreeing. Thank you. This particular decision is adopted. So. Okay. Item 3.4, non-state actors in official relations with PAHO. I would like to present document C176/7 to the attention of the committee and invite Dr. Mariana Faria Teixeira, Interim Director of the Department of External Relations, Partnerships and Resource Mobilization of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to present this item. You have the floor. Oh. Before we go to you, we'll ask the President of the Subcommittee to report on the item.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The subcommittee considered information provided by the Bureau on 8 non-state actors in official relations with PAHO, which were due for their triennial review. The Bureau recommended the continuation of relations with 7 of those non-state actors. With regard to the Clinical and Laboratory Standard Institute, the Bureau recommended that a decision on the renewal of relations be deferred for 1 year in order to allow the non-state actor additional time to draw up a more robust plan of collaboration. After considering the information provided by the Bureau, the subcommittee decided to recommend to the Executive Committee approve the renewal of official relations between PAHO and the following non-state actors for a period of 3 years: Healthy Caribbean Coalition, Inter-American Heart Foundation, Inter-American Society of Cardiology, Latin American Association of Pharmaceutical Industries, Latin American Confederation of Clinical Biochemistry, Mundo Sano Foundation, and World Resources Institute Ross Center for Sustainable Cities. In addition, the subcommittee recommended that the Executive Committee defer the triennial review of the Clinical and Laboratory Standard Institute until 2026. The subcommittee therefore recommends that the Executive Committee adopt the proposed resolution that appears in Annex B of document CE 176/7. Thank you, Mr. President. This concludes my report on this item.
Thank you very much for the report. I now yield the floor to Dr. Teixeira.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Good afternoon to all. I'm going to change.
It is a privilege to introduce Agenda Item 3.4, Non-State Actors in Official Relations with PAHO. At the 55th Directing Council, the member states of PAHO accepted the framework for non-state actors, FEMSA by its English acronym, per Resolution CD 55R3. Through this resolution, the PAHO member states specifically replaced the principles governing relations between PAHO and non-governmental organizations with FEMSA. Official relations are based on a triennial program with collaboration with the PAHO that is coordinated jointly between the non-state actor and the organization. The triennial plan has been drawn up in accordance with the PAHO strategic plan and cannot have any goal that is commercial or lucrative. Non-state actors in official relations carry out valuable contributions for PAHO and have been crucial to advance public health in the Americas. Amongst the activities of these activities subject to renewal include support to design a roadmap to strengthen innovation and regional production for materials and inputs that are essential for pharmaceutical industry, contribution to analysis and validation of the pillars of road safety in Rio de Janeiro based on surveillance and empowering over 15 organizations of civil society in the Caribbean to promote policies for the prevention of child obesity, organization of 39 meetings and virtual gatherings talking about clinical laboratories for public health and emergencies with over 6,000 participants. Technical assistance to Bolivia's ministry to regulate the law for tobacco control. Implementation of the ITIM Pliplos framework in the Chaco to eliminate HIV, syphilis, hepatitis, and Chagas disease transmission, and the development of a roadmap to position high blood pressure as a public health priority in our region. During this same period, the Secretariat has worked to rationalize the document, aligning with our commitment to improve efficiency. The work will continue to automate and optimize the process, guaranteeing greater nimbleness. We have not received any request for new members meeting the criteria to join these official interactions. The yearly average of 1 to 2 requests, but not last year, a record number was received, 7 new requests to join. So let me conclude my report, thanking you all, and I remain available for any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Executive Committee is now invited to take note of this document and provide any comments that it deems pertinent. The discussion on the proposed resolution presented in Annex B will take place once the rapporteur has read the proposed resolution. I'll now like to open the plenary for a discussion. No comments? Colombia?
Thank you, Mr. President. We're grateful for presentation of this report on non-state actors in official relations with PAHO. We are not going to refer specifically to what will be subject to vote, but we do want to table a call to thought. It is a matter of concern that the Americas, being an area that is very rich in social work from academia and from non-governmental entities, this dynamic based on the regulations governing the scenario might end up being limited. And quite to the contrary, precisely now, the region truly needs to be working even closer with civil society and non-state sectors. And since the health sector is one permanently exposed to corporate forces, despite all the filters and the different assessments that leave no doubt to what's occurring, it is possible that at some other point in time, we could perhaps look into what can be done to link civil society to social movements and to the very dynamics of the Pan American Health Organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brazil?
Thank you very much.
Brazil is very grateful for the presentation of the non-state actors in official relations with PAHO. I do believe that this is an area of strategic importance for the organization, and we acknowledge it has been well analyzed by the director and his team, and takes into account the financial difficulties, and we recognize those, and also the importance of civil society and non-state actors and academia. We're very satisfied with the intense work that has been carried out for PAHO to approach these non-state actors, even through establishment of official relations. As we heard, as we mentioned earlier, we support FENSA and support its implementation as an instrument that facilitates, that enables relationships with non-state actors. Therefore, we know that PAHO and the External Relations Department don't have infinite resources, but nonetheless they have the will and the energy to be able to work more closely and approach these non-state actors. So we'd like to congratulate the work and encourage the team to continue in this direction. The delegation of Brazil is always willing to collaborate wherever possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Under this agenda item 3.4, we have a non-state actor who wishes to deliver an intervention, the Latin American Association of Pharmaceutical Industries. You now have the floor, sir.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. ALIFAR, Latin American Association of Pharmaceutical Industry, is an international association that is a non-profit, private, totally independent of governments and intergovernmental bodies. It is directed by chambers, associations, and pharmaceutical industry of national capitals of 14 Latin American nations. The chambers associated with ALIFAR represent about 400 pharmaceutical laboratories manufacturing the medicine necessary for prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of health of Latin American peoples. Founded in 1980, its goal is cooperation and reciprocal knowledge between entrepreneurs of different regions in the country, strengthening national enterprises in each one of the member countries, promotion and defense of their common and shared interest internationally, and cooperation with national governments, international institutions for the health, in order to guarantee the supply of safe, effective, and quality medicine for the population. It was the spirit of a group of pharmaceutical industries in the region that were 1 decade ahead of the protection of intellectual property that was going to limit the access to medicines of their respective countries. ALIFAR, for over 20 years, has maintained institutional relationships with PAHO, is member of the PARF network since its creation, and is also in touch with the International Commerce Organization and Intellectual Property. ALIFAR continues working with multilateral institutions to improve equitable access to quality, safe, effective, and affordable medicine for the well-being of its peoples. Therefore, it is with concern that we see the new tariff policies that would be implemented with a consequent increasing cost of input and raw materials that will result in a decrease in access to medicines. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. If there are no other comments, I go back to Dr. Teixeira.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
I'd like to thank Brazil and the representative of ALIFAR. And I'd like to make a comment for Colombia having to do with the expansion of the relationship of non-state actors, academia, and civil society. The official relations with PAHO only one way of being related to the organization. As you mentioned, there is a process here, a triennial work plan, as mentioned, but we're always encouraging and providing opportunities for the participation of non-state actors, academia, and civil society in the organization. We have hundreds of collaborating centers, we have partnerships with financial and non-financial partners. We've spoken about the many regional networks, and in the organization there are many opportunities for work, and we're always open to even more opportunities and to facilitate our processes and make them more open. So thank you very much for your comments. They have been duly noted.
Dr. Barbosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to first to thank Colombia in Brazil for their comments. They highlighted how important it is that PAHO can provide within the FENSA framework, but to provide a better environment to establish a productive dialogue with non-state actors across the region, private sector, academic institutions, and also NGOs that have a very important role to play in the health sector and can be, I think, that very strong allies in the implementation of the policies, both at the national level, but also to participate in the regional debate. As the director of the ERP department mentioned, we are talking about the most formal relationship with PAHO, reminding you about the joke that I told in the morning. We are talking about the marriage. It's not a date. So for the marriage, we need to have a very thorough evaluation, and the organization needs to understand that this is not a title. This is a real collaboration that they are providing to our member states. But we need to establish several other options. I forgot to mention, for instance, in the morning, and taking the opportunity of the committee from my friends from Alifar, that we are encouraging private sector companies to have sessions with PAHO to understand better how the revolving funds work. We received a delegation from France and another one from Belgium, and also the UK is in conversations to have a similar delegation. We had a very good conversation with several US-based companies that you want to understand, because when we present the funds to them and we invited them to participate, I think that we are giving more opportunities and having more access to products in our region. But also, with the flexibilities that were approved by our member states last year, we are also using the funds to strengthen the regional production in the Americas. So as was mentioned during this meeting, we signed the first agreement with a US-based company, Pfizer, a producer in Argentina, Synergium, and the government of Argentina and the funds. So now our member states have access to the new vaccine against pneumococcus, the PCV-20. This will benefit both Argentina, because we will develop the production there, but also all the countries in the region now have access to this very innovative vaccine by the most affordable price in the world. So I think that this is one example of a win-win situation, and we are looking forward to establish this dialogue between companies. We are starting conversation with Merck, another US-based companies, and we want to increase the spectrum of producers for medicine, for vaccines that can, and medical devices that can partner with the private sector in Latin America, and using the fact that we have in this region a regional market that is shaped by the revolving funds to at the same time to leverage the regional production and to facilitate the access. So I think that it's very important to have Alifar also participating in this debate. We are scheduling other meetings with regional producers in the region to invite them to be more active in developing regional production capacity and to guarantee more access to all member states for medicines and vaccines and medical devices. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Dr. Barbosa. We now ask the rapporteur to present the proposed resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Proposed resolution: non-state actors in official relations with PAHO. The 176th session of the Executive Committee, PP1, Having considered the report of the Subcommittee on Program Budget and Administration on Non-State Actors in Official Relations with PAHO, document CE 176/7, PP2, mindful of the provisions of the framework of engagement with non-state actors adopted by the 55th Directing Council through Resolution CD 53R3 2016, which governs official relations status between the Pan American Health Organization and non-state actors, resolves OP1 to renew official relations between PAHO and the following non-state actors for a period of 3 years. A. Healthy Caribbean Coalition. B. Inter-American Heart Foundation. C. Inter-American Society of Cardiology. D. Latin American Association of Pharmaceutical Industries. E. Latin American Confederation of Clinical Biochemistry. F. Mundo Sano Foundation. And G. World Resources Institute Ross Center for Sustainable Cities. OP2. To defer review of the following non-state actor to allow time to finalize the collaboration plan for the next 3 years without compromising existing engagement. A. Clinical and Laboratory Standards Institute. OP3. To request the director to A. Advise the respective non-state actors of the decisions taken by the Executive Committee. B. Continue developing dynamic working relations with inter-American non-state actors of interest to the organization in areas that fall within the program priorities that the governing bodies have adopted for PAHO. And C. Continue fostering relations between member states and non-state actors working in the field of health. This completes presentation of the proposed resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. You heard the resolution. I now open the floor for any comments. None? Okay, if there's no comments, no objection, I declare the resolution adopted. And I think since you have been so good, you deserve a short 10 minutes coffee break. And then we come back and we finish off the other two. Okay? Thank you.
Este es el segundo taller que realizamos en Colombia con el tema de vigilancia integrada de epizootias y vectores en el contexto de la respuesta a la fiebre amarilla.
Recordemos que hace un año se inició la transmisión en el departamento de Putumayo y actualmente tenemos una afectación de 10 departamentos, 30 municipios, en los cuales ya se ha acumulado un número importante de casos y de ellos aproximadamente la mitad han fallecido.
En la región de las Américas, aquí en Colombia, solamente hemos encontrado casos asociados precisamente a ese ciclo selvático de la enfermedad, pero un trabajo muy importante de vigilancia significa precisamente evitar que eventualmente estos humanos infecten mosquitos urbanos y se inicie lo que se conoce como el brote, como una fiebre amarilla en ciclo urbano. Hasta el momento no se ha determinado ni se ha demostrado fiebre amarilla urbana en la región de las Américas en los últimos brotes, pero tenemos que estar atentos precisamente porque la urbanización podría ser devastadora en un escenario en el cual tenemos vectores urbanos que se encargan de transmitir otros virus como el dengue, los tenemos con una amplia distribución vacunación. Seguramente no habría una capacidad suficiente para controlarlo, ya que tenemos dosis limitadas de vacunas.
De allí la importancia de este taller, que nos permita generar las capacidades para la vigilancia de lo que denominamos las episodias, es decir, la identificación oportuna en qué momento nuestros micos se están enfermando o están muriendo y que por ende ellos nos están informando de una forma muy natural por dónde puede estar circulando el virus para otros poder organizar las acciones de prevención y control, y de ellas la más importante, que es la vacunación.
Es importantísimo esta vigilancia integrada. No solo tienen que ser los equipos de vigilancia, donde la vigilancia base comunitaria es fundamental, porque es la comunidad los que van a ser las primeros vigías que van a lograr identificar esto para poder llegar al sitio con los equipos de respuesta inmediata, con formación en epidemiología, hacer el estudio de investigación del primate, la colección de vectores y un estudio apropiado de cada caso.
El taller muy enriquecedor, las experiencias de los demás departamentos, de todos los profesionales de OPS, del ministerio, más que todo porque como referente de vigilancia basada en comunidad, aporta demasiado a mi conocimiento para yo poder transmitir a esas comunidades.
Considero que uno de los pilares principales para la atención a estas contingencias es el fortalecimiento de capacidades a todos esos profesionales que desarrollamos esas acciones en los entornos departamentales.
Este es un taller teórico-práctico, es una experiencia respecto a los mayores expertos que tenemos en la región. En el caso de este taller se ha invitado a personal técnico del Ministerio de Salud de Brasil, quienes están compartiendo sus experiencias de cómo hacer la toma de muestras en los cuerpos de los primates no humanos que se encuentran en la selva.
En Brasil hay una experiencia de más de 20 años con la vigilancia de episodios. Esta estrategia, coordinada con los programas de inmunización, tiene sido la clave para el éxito del programa de prevención de fiebre amarilla.
Y me voy con unos grandes conocimientos para poder aplicarlos e implementarlos allá en el territorio.
Hemos aprendido mucho, sobre todo lo que nos interesa ahora es lo práctico, cómo recolectar las muestras de los primates no humanos en zonas alejadas.
Queremos es aunar esfuerzos como salud, como medio ambiente, para que todo sea de una manera integrada y poder evitar más muertes por fiebre amarilla y conservar la fauna, que en estos casos serían los primates no humanos.
Es importante que la gente, las comunidades locales reconozcan la importancia de estos primates no humanos que están en el territorio y cómo es esta relación con la fiebre amarilla. Se ve que de pronto este va a ser un agente contagioso, siendo una víctima más de la fiebre amarilla.
Sin las comunidades no podemos hacer una respuesta efectiva y tenemos que dar siempre información clara para orientar mejor a la salida de esta emergencia.
El tracoma es la principal causa de ceguera infecciosa en el mundo. Afecta especialmente a mujeres y niños en comunidades rurales y remotas donde el acceso a servicios de salud, agua y saneamiento es limitado. Pero hoy estamos cambiando esta realidad. Gracias a una alianza entre la Organización Panamericana de la Salud y el Gobierno de Canadá, se han implementado acciones para la eliminación del tracoma en los países de la región. La iniciativa para la eliminación del tracoma en las Américas no solo combate esta enfermedad, sino que también permite acercar atención integrada en salud a las poblaciones más vulnerables. Estos son algunos de los logros alcanzados en el segundo año de la iniciativa. Bolivia. En 21 comunidades indígenas remotas de Bolivia se realizaron evaluaciones rápidas de tracoma, más de 4,000 personas fueron examinadas y más de 800 recibieron atención en salud, en servicios como salud visual, incluidas 17 cirugías de cataratas, salud bucal, pediatría, ginecología, salud materna, telemedicina, inmunización, medicina general y tradicional. También se promovió el lavado de manos y otras acciones de higiene y saneamiento. Brasil. En Brasil, la iniciativa visitó 750 hogares y examinó a 3,123 personas en búsqueda activa de tracoma. Se capacitó a 49 personas, incluyendo miembros de la comunidad, en salud, agua, higiene y saneamiento. Además, se formó a 22 comunicadores indígenas para promover la educación en salud en lenguas originarias, fortaleciendo la prevención del tracoma desde la diversidad cultural. Colombia. En Colombia, la iniciativa concentró sus esfuerzos en los 2 distritos con mayor prevalencia de tracoma, ubicados en el este y oeste del Vaupés. Se visitaron 256 comunidades pertenecientes a 29 grupos étnicos, con el apoyo de 11 equipos de trabajo en el terreno. Se capacitó al personal de salud y se ofrecieron servicios integrados que incluyeron atención en salud visual, diagnóstico y tratamiento de malaria, leishmaniasis, tungiasis y pediculosis, así como vacunación veterinaria y la desparasitación canina, fortaleciendo así el enfoque integral e intercultural de atención en salud en territorios indígenas. Ecuador. En Ecuador, 2 equipos de trabajo visitaron 8 comunidades en Taisha y Xuxufindi, donde se examinaron a 968 personas en busca de tracoma. Además, se brindaron servicios integrados de salud para malaria y chagas, aprovechando el acercamiento a las comunidades. México. México mantiene la eliminación del tracoma mediante vigilancia continua, prevención y atención de casos crónicos. En 5 municipios de Chiapas se realizaron acciones clave, incluyendo una jornada de cirugía para tratar la triquiasis tracomatosa que salvó la visión de 6 mujeres mayores. También se implementó un protocolo de vigilancia postvalidación y se promovieron hábitos de higiene como el lavado de cara y manos para prevenir la enfermedad. Guatemala es el país que está más cerca de eliminar el tracoma como problema de salud pública en la región. En Sololá se operó a 13 personas con triquiasis tracomatosa y se realizó seguimiento posquirúrgico. Además, se evaluaron 2,742 personas en 5 departamentos y se llevaron a cabo diálogos de saberes para intercambiar conocimientos entre comunidades y personal de salud. También se hizo un diagnóstico higiénico-sanitario en zonas prioritarias. Guatemala fue sede del entrenamiento de entrenadores, formando a profesionales de 6 países en encuestas de Tracoma Plus. El Salvador. En El Salvador se evaluaron 139 personas en la comunidad Cantón El Rodeo Aguachapán en busca de tracoma. Se capacitaron 12 profesionales para las evaluaciones rápidas de tracoma, formando 2 equipos de trabajo. Las actividades incluyeron pruebas de agudeza visual a mayores de 60 años y el monitoreo del Plan Nacional para la Prevención y Control de Enfermedades Tropicales Desatendidas 2024-2026. Perú. En Perú se realizaron actividades en los distritos Alto Amazonas, Mariscal Ramón Castilla, Requena y Putumayo del departamento de Loreto. Más de 200 profesionales de salud y líderes comunitarios fueron capacitados en la estrategia SAFE para eliminar el tracoma. 3 comunidades participaron en diálogos de saberes, fortaleciendo el enfoque comunitario. Además, más de 30 autoridades locales se comprometieron con la causa. Estas acciones se integraron con otras prioridades de salud como malaria, geogelmintiasis y dengue, ampliando su impacto en las comunidades. Venezuela. En Venezuela, la iniciativa avanzó en el estado Amazonas, donde se evaluaron 2,372 personas en busca de tracoma. Se realizaron talleres de prevención con 481 participantes, principalmente personal de salud. Se integraron servicios como salud ambiental, malaria, atención nutricional, salud materna y vacunación. Además, se reforzó la vigilancia de enfermedades como leishmaniasis, oncocercosis y tungiasis, y se desparasitaron a más de 2,000 personas. En total, las jornadas de salud integral beneficiaron a 4,642 personas en las comunidades atendidas. Estamos más cerca de eliminar el tracoma en las Américas, pero el esfuerzo debe continuar. Gracias al apoyo del Gobierno de Canadá y el compromiso de cada país, seguimos avanzando hacia un futuro sin tracoma. Juntos podemos lograr una América libre de tracoma.
No, muchas gracias porque vinieron a nuestra casa a evaluar la vista de toda mi familia. Estamos muy agradecidos en nombre de toda la comunidad por la presencia de ustedes.
Dicen que hay lugares donde el camino se acaba, donde la carretera se convierte en mar y el viento en compañía. Pero también dicen que hasta allá llegan los compromisos más importantes, como el proteger la vida, para que nadie quede atrás. A la fecha, las coberturas vacunales sin influenza superan los 6 millones en población objetivo, colaborando esto con la disminución de casos graves y muertes por virus respiratorios. En el marco de la campaña de vacunación e inmunización 2025 del Ministerio de Salud de Chile y la Semana de Vacunación en las Américas, la OPS-OMS Chile, junto a un equipo del Programa Nacional de Inmunizaciones del Ministerio de Salud y autoridades regionales, emprendió una travesía hacia los rincones más australes del continente americano. 3 días, más de 4.500 kilómetros, un viaje impulsado por un propósito claro, una sola misión: llevar vacunas a quienes se encuentran en zonas aisladas o de difícil acceso en el país. Llevar vacunas a donde nadie más llega. Desde Santiago a Balmaceda, de Balmaceda a Coyhaique, nuestra primera parada. Allí reconocimos la clave del éxito de la vacunación en esa remota zona. Un equipo de salud altamente comprometido, que camina de la mano de líderes y lideresas comunitarias que convocan a mujeres y hombres, niños y adultos mayores para llegar a todas y todos. Además, cuentan con el apoyo intersectorial de las alcaldías, diferentes estamentos del Estado y la sociedad civil en general. La tradición de proteger a su pueblo a través de la vacunación es parte del ADN de Chile, desde las primeras campañas del siglo XVIII hasta la rápida y eficaz respuesta frente a la COVID-19. Nuestro país ha liderado con ejemplo, dejando una huella imborrable a nivel mundial. De Coyhaique partimos por tierra hasta Puerto Cisnes, y desde allí zarpamos iniciando la travesía que nos llevó al corazón de comunidades apartadas. El equipo bordó ambulanchas, botes adaptados como verdaderas clínicas flotantes, para llegar hasta Puerto Gaviota, una comunidad a la que solo se accede por mar. Ahí, entre rocas, cerros verdes y mar indómito, se vacunó a niños, niñas y adultos mayores. El segundo día el equipo zarpó hacia Isla Gala, rodeados de volcanes y fiordos. Nuevas distancias, nuevos desafíos, mismo objetivo: proteger a la población. Cada dosis aplicada fue un acto de cuidado, una promesa cumplida, una señal de que la salud pública no tiene fronteras. Finalmente el equipo regresó a Coyhaique. Misión cumplida, vocación intacta. La travesía terminó, pero el compromiso sigue. Porque llegar a los rincones más alejados no es solo una meta logística. Es una declaración: que nadie quede atrás, que la salud es un derecho y que en Chile se vacuna hasta el fin del mundo. Estamos seguros de que Chile logrará las metas establecidas por el país según las recomendaciones de OPS-OMS.
I have children at home. I have 4 of them, so this is the 5th one. And it's the first time in life I have to come to hospital to get my baby. My name is Sandra Francis and I'm from Yarongpar village, the beginning of Region 9. It's actually like 160 kilometers from here to there. And I find it's range from being far from home. But now I'm comfortable and as you can see, I find it like living with others and finding new friends, you know, and mixing around and we learn from each other in there.
Region 9 is a very vast area. We have 62 facilities. We have 5 sub-districts, and each sub-districts have various other health facilities attached to them. The SIP program, the SIP Plus program, came into existence in Region 9. So we had an online training course, and then we had face-to-face training where the facilitators from Georgetown came down
I think we are ready to start. Estamos listos para empezar la última sesión de...
We're ready to get going with the last session of the second day today. Please take your seats. Thank you.
All right. So we are on the last lap for today, and having been energized with some coffee, I think we can go to the next item. So item 3.5, Report of Ethics of the Ethics Office for 2024. I'd like to bring document CE 176/8 to the attention of the committee and invite Mr. Philip Macmillan, Program Manager of the Ethics Office of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table and to present the report. Mr. Macmillan.
Thank you. Mr. President, Executive Committee members and observers, PAHO Director, esteemed colleagues. As the manager of PAHO's ethics program, I am pleased to present today a brief overview of document CE 176/8, the annual report of the Ethics Office for 2024. The focus of our work as an ethics office is rooted in the principle of health first, integrity always. This means that while the mission of the organization is to improve the health and well-being of the people of the Americas, we should never waver in our commitment to carry out our work with the highest standards of integrity and professionalism. Ethical behavior must be at the core of everything we do, which is essential for long-term success and positive stakeholder relationships. Ethics promotes employee well-being, improves productivity, builds trust and credibility, and helps prevent legal and financial risks. An organization with a strong ethical reputation is more likely to attract and retain personnel, donors, and partners. The Ethics Office plays a key role in helping shape a culture of integrity, transparency, and accountability in PAHO, preventing ethical missteps and fostering a positive work environment. This includes guiding and supporting personnel to adhere to the ethical standards and principles established by the organization. Our core work involves providing guidance and advice on ethical issues, conducting learning and awareness activities, managing conflicts of interest, and developing new policies to ensure that PAHO remains at the forefront of the best ethical practices. The Ethics Office is also responsible for preventing and responding to sexual exploitation and abuse and sexual harassment. Our work in this area is outlined in a separate presentation and report. In 2024, we provided guidance to a record number of personnel, with 216 consultations on issues ranging from conflicts of interest to workplace concerns. The upward trend in the number of consultations over the years is a sign of growing trust and comfort among personnel to solicit guidance on ethical issues. We also expanded our training efforts and delivered 19 ethics training sessions, including in-person training in 7 country offices and 5 headquarters departments. This was the highest number of training programs undertaken in a single year. These efforts reflect our commitment to ensure that every member of our workforce, regardless of location or role, is equipped with the knowledge and tools to uphold the highest ethical standards. An important part of our work is managing conflicts of interest, which involves disclosing, identifying, and mitigating situations where personal interest could compromise professional judgment or decision-making. PAHO has a wide-ranging declaration of interest program to capture possible conflicts of interest across the organization. The different components of this program, which are all managed internally by the Ethics Office, include the completion of declaration of interest forms by all senior managers and staff in designated employment categories, all newly selected fixed-term and short-term staff, all national and international consultants, and all candidates for the 12 new strategic advisory groups established by the Director. In total, we reviewed 1,054 disclosure forms in 2024 and took action to manage any possible conflicts of interest that were identified. PAHO has a duty of care for people employed by the organization, as well as for people who depend on our services. To mitigate the potential risks associated with hiring someone with a criminal past, 172 criminal background checks and sex offender registry checks were carried out in 2024 for new fixed-term and short-term staff. No issues were identified following the conduct of these background checks. The Ethics Office also actively supports the organization's efforts to promote an organizational culture where respect and well-being, where respect and belonging are central to the well-being of personnel. In 2024, the focus of our activities in this area was on personnel with disabilities. Led by the Ethics Office, action was taken in 2024 to improve the operation of PAHO's integrity and conflict management system by establishing key performance indicators, redesigning the PAHO Integrity Helpline to make it simpler to use, and updating the ICMS resources page on the PAHO website. PAHO continues to align its ethical standards with global best practices. As an active member of the Ethics Network of Multilateral Organizations, ENMO, we share knowledge and experiences with our ethics colleagues in over 50 international organizations. In 2024, PAHO continued to serve on ENMO's executive committee, led the drafting of standards of practice for the ethics function, and chaired a working group on protection from retaliation. Because of our numerous contributions to ENMO, PAHO is now seen as a leader in ethical governance among multilateral organizations. Our work continues to evolve, and we are always striving to improve our services, the services we provide. In 2025, we launched another ethical climate survey, are working on a new online training course. We'll complete the development of a new code of ethical conduct, and will continue to prioritize efforts to prevent sexual misconduct throughout the organization. This concludes my introduction of the 2024 annual report of the Ethics Office. I would be pleased to respond to any suggestions or comments that you may have about the work of the Ethics Office, and wish to thank you for your kind attention this afternoon.
Thank you very much. The Executive Committee is invited to take note of this report and to provide any comments it deems pertinent. I now open the floor to the plenary for a discussion. Canada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Canada would like to thank the Ethics Office for this report and congratulate them on another successful and productive year. We note the significant increase in consultations received by the Ethics Office in 2024 and are pleased to see the efforts to ensure that complex cases are handled with inter-office collaboration. We also note the increase in queries from country offices and centres, which likely speaks to the efforts of the Ethics Office in raising awareness of its services and in the timeliness of advice given. We are pleased that the Ethics Office has successfully increased its delivery of ethics training programs and continues training on prevention and response to sexual exploitation and abuse and sexual harassment. In the past year, the Ethics Office has successfully led activities focused on inclusion of personnel with disabilities and family members with disabilities, and we encourage the Ethics Office to continue its efforts to ensure that all personnel feel valued, empowered, and supported in their workplace. We look forward to learning about these ongoing efforts to build a respectful and welcoming workplace in the next report. We note that, unlike last year, the Ethics Office report does not mention the PAHO investigation protocol. Canada recommends that a review be conducted following implementation of the revised policy in 2023 to ensure that available resources and new developments are made clear to PAHO personnel and that they are meaningfully contributing to better protection of individuals. Canada also recommends that PAHO provide comprehensive learning opportunities to ensure successful adoption, understanding, and effective implementation of the policies, and we look forward to hearing updates on these matters. Regarding the Conflict of Interest Disclosure Program for all international and national consultants, we note a marked increase over time in the number of situations where there was potential conflict of interest, from 30% in 2022, over 53% in 2023, to over 66% in 2024. Can the Ethics Office provide more detail on the response from management in cases where a consultant was unable or unwilling to mitigate the conflict of interest? We applaud the Ethics Office for their successful efforts to redesign the PAHO Integrity Helpline and for their successful outreach across personnel more generally. Nevertheless, we are concerned to learn that the new Code of Ethical Conduct, initially anticipated in mid-2023, remains incomplete. We would like updates from the Ethics Office on the advancements of this code and when we can anticipate its completion. We wish again to note our support of the external auditor's view that the launch of this code should be accompanied by a clear plan to respond to the results of the Ethics Climate Survey, which should now consider the results of the 2025 survey as measured against the 2021 survey. Finally, we are pleased to note that the Ethics Office will prepare a culture and respectful workplace strategy along with a new comprehensive policy on prevention and responding to sexual exploitation and abuse and sexual harassment. We look forward to learning more about the strategy and policy as they are developed and how the PASB plans to implement and monitor them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chile?
Thank you, Mr. President. We're grateful for this report by the Ethics Office and the work it has done to ensure the highest standard in promoting values and principles of PAHO. We commend broadening the skills required for responding to abuse, sexual harassment, in addition to promoting a working environment that's inclusive and welcoming. Finally, we think that the social connection can be spurred in these venues, improving the quality of life of anyone who works for this organization. Regarding the guidance offered, staff, we see, regarding the guidance on the clarity of that behavior which is expected of staff members, we are grateful to see the rise in the number of queries or consultations. This goes to show the trust that people have in the system as it has been designed. On this regard, I would like to learn more about the initiative of active orientation or guidance offered by the Ethics Office. For example, the publishing of questions and frequent questions and answers that don't require any prior query or consultation, but that are made available to staff members. I'd like to learn more about initiatives, about those experiences or any experience regarding member states in its relationship with PAHO, to learn about the ethical code standards, and also it's important to know what the national standards are in the countries where staff members work. That would also create a protective environment, an ethical one, and would make it less likely for anyone to fall into any inappropriate behavior that could besmirch this organization. So we commend the efforts put forward by PAHO for everything it has done, especially as regards the declaration of interest and the multidisciplinary conflict resolution system and the accountability measures. We take note of the difference in the number of consultations carried out by or made by staff members that work in country offices and the headquarters, as well as the successful actions undertaken to increase the requirements in country offices, and we appreciate the efforts that will be made to further make staff aware of what is expected of them by way of ethical behavior. we are grateful for the efforts made to raise disabilities as a common thread, as well as the modification of the rules, making them more neutral as regards gender, is also something we appreciate. Now, the changes suggested for 2025 we see as being essential for enhancing the system and regarding what behavior is expected. And we offer our experience and our know-how to enhance the attainment of these objectives.
Thank you very much. We go to the United States.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to the committee. My name is Ryan Fennell from the United States. The United States takes note of the Ethics Office report and underscores the importance of promoting ethical behavior, transparency, and accountability at PAHO. We recognize the attention the Ethics Office gave to strengthening its outreach to employees' ethic-related responsibilities across the organization, including in collaboration with other offices and PAHO's integrity and conflict management system, which appears to have improved staff engagement with the office in 2024. The United States is also pleased to see that the prevention response to sexual exploitation, abuse, and sexual harassment remains a priority for PAHO, and we look forward to seeing the new comprehensive policy to develop this year on that topic. We also look forward to updates on the development and promulgation of that policy in due course. We are also interested in hearing the outcomes of the Ethical Climate Survey and the updates on the new Code of Ethical Conduct, and the online ethics training when those become available. And as a question for the Secretariat, would you be able to please advise if this training will be an annual requirement for personnel? Finally, the United States strongly supports the work of the Ethics Office and the organization's integrated approach to promoting the highest standards of ethics, accountability, and transparency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brazil.
Thank you. I'm grateful for the report presented by the Ethics Department to understand how important it is to uphold the highest levels of behavior throughout PAHO, and that the office offering a guidance and orientation to the personnel. Promoting good governance is important to protect the reputation of this organization that's been around for 120 some odd years. Now, Brazil is grateful is very pleased to see the rise in the number of consultations. This not only instills greater trust in the organization, but also in the success and the promotion of a culture of ethics and good governance throughout the different categories of personnel. Now, this hotline or direct line will make it possible for people to not only ask questions, but also to report any undue behavior. This is a very important tool that should be made available to regional offices. This shows how much trust people have in the system. Finally, Brazil notes the initiative of the office to provide a database for the implementation of declaration of interest and for statistics gathering. We would like to ask on that what the expectation is regarding the number of queries for this year, and if other measures are going to be rolled out to further facilitate or enhance this system.
Thank you. We go to Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. President. The delegation of Mexico takes note of the report by the Ethics Office 2024. We also commend this body for the effort it has made to promote a culture of ethics and to look out for the prestige and reputation of this organization and its personnel. To this effect, Mexico is standing by, hoping that the governing bodies will be able to report on the results of the survey held on the climate of ethics and the working environment of PAHO for 2025, as well as the plan of action to be followed in support of those results and the new policy on the prevention of undue sexual behavior in the new Code of Ethics Conduct, all of which are important to promote the principles and values of ethics of this organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now ask Mr. Macmillan to respond.
Okay, well, first of all, I will say that it's great to receive so many comments and suggestions from the member states, because I remember, the Ethics Office in POW was established back in 2006, and I remember back then not receiving so many comments or suggestions. So I think what we're seeing is a corollary here between the increase in the number of consultations that we have and the increase in the number of comments that we're seeing at the executive committee meeting. So that's great. I will just try to respond generally to some of the questions. The Code of Ethical Principles and Conduct is one of the important policy documents that does need to be finalized. Certainly, I agree with Canada. That's been in the pipeline for a long time now, the development of this code. There's really only two of us in the ethics office, working on a day-to-day basis on all these issues. Every week I come into work and I say, I got to focus on the code, and then something else comes up. But it is a priority for us. It's going to be what we hope is a revolutionary code. This code is intended to provide guidance to our staff in a format that's engaging and that's easy to understand. That's the role of our office. The ethics office is to provide guidance and support to our personnel in a non-threatening environment, right? We are not the police of the organization. We want to make sure that people are comfortable coming to talk to us, coming to see us, and approaching us for guidance and advice on ethical issues. And that's why I think we're seeing an increase in the number of consultations. So the code, we fully expect the code to be finished before the end of the year. We have resumed working on it. There was a gap where we didn't have the time or resources to work on it. We have resumed working on it, and we expect the code to be issued by the end of the year. With respect to the ethics in the climate survey, we launched that survey in February. It was open for about a period of 8 weeks. We had more than 1,300 POW personnel respond to the survey, so almost 60% of our workforce responded. We are analyzing the results of that survey right now. We've received the results. We are comparing them against the 2021 survey, and we're going to be establishing an action plan moving forward with specifically the results of our ethics and climate survey. And those results are going to be shared publicly as well with all of our staff members. With respect to consultants, so when every year we review the declaration of interest forms, anywhere between 600 consultants, I would say, all national and international consultants. What we do is, again, all of this work is done internally. Some organizations, they farm out the review of declaration forms or disclosure forms to accounting firms. We do all of this work internally. And so what we do when we review the forms for consultants, for example, we make sure that there's no conflict of interest in terms of time or in terms of responsibility. So there's no conflict either with the amount of time that should be dedicated to working with us or with the nature of that work that the person may be performing outside of the organization. It doesn't happen often. It happens a handful of times a year where we are unable to mitigate a conflict of interest with a consultant. And so we have a discussion with the manager or supervisor in that situation to suggest that that person not be contracted by the organization because, again, we're unable to mitigate against a specific conflict of interest. Again, it does not happen very often that people aren't willing to mitigate a conflict to work with us, but primarily, as I indicated, it is in terms of time, mostly, as opposed to in terms of there being an actual conflict in terms of responsibility. I think, Canada, you mentioned that there's no mention of the investigation protocol in our 2024 report. I believe it was investigation protocol, correct? I believe that member states know by now that the Ethics Office did perform investigations, had a dual mandate from 2006 until 2018. As of 2019, we have a separate independent investigations office, and Luis will be providing his presentation right after mine. So the Ethics Office no longer and has not been doing any investigations in PAHO for the last 6-7 years. For Chile, thank you as well for your comments. We are working on our new website as well for the Ethics Office, where we will have frequent questions and answers. That is very useful. Right now, we have a tool, and we see people using that 15 or 20 times a year, where people can ask a question to the Ethics Office and remain anonymous if they want. And we believe that that's a good tool to encourage people to ask a question where they're not comfortable disclosing their identity. So we have that mechanism, but we are developing right now a new website where we will have frequently asked questions and answers. And then the U.S., your comments. So the new training program that we're going to be working on will be concurrent with our new code, and the idea will be to launch this training program for all staff of the organization, and then for all new staff joining the organization. So it's also going to serve as an induction program for all new staff members joining the organization. And then Brazil, we are also, in view of the number of declaration of interest forms that we review on an annual basis, again, 2024 was more than 1,000. We want to invest in a database so that we can properly have good statistics on the number of types of consultations and the declarations, and also be able to break them down by category. So that's why we are investing in a database for the declaration of interest program that we have. And Mexico, thank you as well for your comments. I believe I've tried as best as possible to answer all of these questions and comments, so thank you.
Thank you very much. I now ask Dr. Barbosa, if you'd like to respond.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Muy brevemente agradecer a...
I would like to express thanks to everyone who has intervened and made comments. The rise in the number of consultations is a very positive indicator that staff members here at PAHO are taking ever more seriously the issue of answering questions they may have about any gray areas or any situation that might give rise to conflicts of interest. As Mr. McMillan said, we have great expectations about comparing the results of the survey so that we can identify which areas are going to require greater effort. I always keep in mind that this is an effort that the whole organization needs to engage in. I believe that having an organization in which conflicts of interest are properly handled, not only for staff members, but also those strategic groups that we compile or put together to ensure that the external committees that we have work in a rational way in how they resolve conflicts of interest to keep any member from an external committee of the organization have inadvertent conflicts of interest. In today's world, without a doubt, knowing how to handle possible conflicts of interest is perhaps one of the main reasons why what we have to do and properly handle to avoid conflicts of interest and integrity issues. Now, I would like to refer to the issue of investigations as raised by Philip. We have two offices. The investigation office is going to report.
To Canada, as part of a process to identify what are the clear mandates and rules for the investigation of ethics office. We hired an external consultant, a very experienced person that worked for many years in the UN system. Dealing with this, and he provided very good recommendations that now establish a working group that is working to identify clearly what are the responsibilities of investigations office and ethics office. And I also would like to add that as part of this system, it's not a system, but a network. I think that maybe it's better. Also, we have the Ombudsman that is also here in the room, that he has established a very, very good dynamic with country offices and departments here trying to address some challenges, interpersonal challenges, collective challenges that we have in country offices and in departments. We are living in times of uncertainties, and of course this affects the interpersonal relationships. So I also would like to bring that working together, the Ethics Office, Ombudsman's Office, Investigation Office, each one respecting their own responsibility, autonomy, and independence, but they are providing us a better environment for the entire organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barbosa. I would now like to inform the committee that the discussions will be reflected in the final report. We now go to item 3.6, Report of the Investigations Office for 2024. I would like to bring document C176/9 to the attention of the committee and to invite Mr. Luis Guiardo, Chief Investigator of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table and to present the report. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the Executive Committee, distinguished delegates, observers, Dr. Barbosa, and colleagues. We are pleased to present under Agenda Item 3.6 a summary of the annual report of the Investigations Office for 2024, which you can find in document CE 176/9. During this presentation, we will share some highlights and key observations from the work of the Investigations Office, our achievements over the past year, the lessons we learned, as well as our anticipated future actions. In 2024, the Investigations Office continued to receive an upward trend of complaints from the last 3 years, which suggests that our awareness-raising and outreach efforts are being effective. Although about 45% of those complaints were determined not to be within our jurisdiction, we believe that the increase in the number of complaints is due to the greater recognition of the Office and of its role in addressing allegations of wrongdoing. In this regard, please let me stress that the Investigations Office addresses all incoming complaints, and whenever the allegations are considered to be out of our mandate, we refer the complainants' reporters to the most appropriate department to address their concerns, such as the Office of Human Resources Management or the Office of the Legal Counsel. We do this because any allegation or grievance, even when outside our mandate, could be relevant to another aspect of the operations of the organization. Thus, between new matters and cases carried forward from 2023 to 2024, the Investigations Office addressed 111 complaints in 2024, completing 15 full investigations that resulted in investigation reports issued to management. Of those investigation reports, 2 examined allegations of fraud, 5 addressed allegations of harassment, and 6 addressed allegations of sexual harassment. The submission of 15 investigation reports exceeds the previous 3-year average of 10 investigation reports per year. The Investigation Office also shared with management findings on 12 additional allegations closed at the preliminary assessment, and we submitted 3 observation letters to the director of the organization, bringing to his attention gaps in internal controls that were observed during the course of our investigations. The director of the Human Resources Management Office will provide further information on the final outcomes of the disciplinary proceedings that originated from our investigations during their presentation to this Executive Committee. Regarding the analysis of the types of wrongdoing, I wish to highlight that the Investigation Office saw the number of allegations of sexual harassment double in 2024 compared to 2023, while for the third year in a row, the organization did not receive any report of sexual exploitation and abuse. We also noticed an increase in the number of allegations relating to fraud, doubling the number received in 2023. As well as a slight decrease in the number of allegations received related to workplace harassment. This is perhaps the result of an increase in early intervention through informal channels with respect to conflict resolution, as well as an increased awareness of the resources offered by the organization through the Office of the Ombudsman and the services of the Staff Counselor to resolve interpersonal matters before they escalate to something more serious. The Office of Investigations also continues to strive to meet key performance indicators for the time it takes to respond to a complaint, as well as for the time it takes to complete preliminary assessments and full investigations, thereby ensuring that the Investigations Office is accountable for its work and it addresses any challenges that may interfere with its efficiency. Now, I would like to highlight some ongoing initiatives and future actions. The Investigation Office is focused on increasing its transparency and visibility to ensure PAHO personnel are well aware of how to report wrongdoing and that they can do so anonymously and without fear of retaliation. Thus, in alignment with PAHO Forward 2.0 transparency requirements, the Investigation Office updated its external and internal web pages, making them both available in all 4 official languages of the organization. Our office also created a dashboard now providing monthly statistics on cases open, closed, and carried over into the next month. Furthermore, the Investigations Office statistics are now published along with other regions of WHO in WHO's Internal Oversight Services dashboard. The Investigations Office also engaged in awareness-raising activities, reaching more than 400 personnel in 2024, and follow up these outreach efforts with focus groups to gauge the attitudes of personnel toward reporting wrongdoing. In 2024, a peer review commenced of 5 years of the Investigation Office's work dating back to July 1st, 2019. The purpose of the peer review was to ensure that our office is in compliance with international best practices in investigatory bodies in multilateral agencies. Following the recommendations of the peer review, the Investigation Office is updating its terms of reference, the investigation protocol, and is also developing a number of standard operational procedures to streamline its activities. The Investigations Office is also in the process of adopting a more robust and secure case management system, which it expects to be fully functioning in 2025. This case management system will have an integrated speak-up hotline to report misconduct, as well as some artificial intelligence capabilities. To conclude, the Investigations Office will continue to support management by proactively identifying trends and patterns in the complaints received and in the investigations conducted. The Investigations Office will also continue to raise awareness on speaking up and reporting wrongdoing, as well as informing personnel about the types of wrongdoing that harm the organization's reputation and the ability of its personnel to work in a safe and respectful environment. In closing, the Investigations Office would like to acknowledge the continued support from the Director, including his dedication to the independence of this function and his support of an office capable of performing our work appropriately and expeditiously to address wrongdoing in PAHO. Thank you for your kind attention, and we welcome any questions, comments, or opportunities to provide clarification. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. The Executive Committee is now invited to take note of this report and provide any comments it deems pertinent. I will now open the floor to the plenary for a discussion. Nobody? The United States.
Thank you, President. And the United States acknowledges this report and the activities carried out in 2024 to strengthen reporting and compliance while continuing to strengthen the organization's investigative capacity. The United States also recognizes that hiring additional senior consultants has enhanced the office's capacity and allowed PAHO to address a backlog of cases and manage an increased caseload in 2024. We also note the increase in the number of complaints received from the sub-regions, which we understand reflects the effectiveness of the office's awareness-raising efforts and reflects reduced fears of retaliation. We are monitoring how the office will handle these increased complaints and expect confirmation that the increase is not a reflection of an underlying pattern of increased wrongdoing. We welcome the office's intention to continue the focus on prevention and detection initiatives and believe that this kind of proactive approach helps mitigate risks and reinforces upholding integrity and ethical conduct. We also welcome the web page updates that facilitate staff members' ability to report wrongdoing and the effort to ensure staff have access to information on options available to them to help protect them from retaliation. We appreciate the transparency provided by the dashboard, which we anticipate will help increase confidence that staff allegations are taken seriously and are pursued and resolved appropriately. We are also pleased to see that PAHO's work to anticipate challenges and identify ways to address them continues to build staff trust and confidence in the office. We expect that the development of the anti-discrimination guidance and the implementation of a more secure case management system and the internal Speak Up campaign will further encourage reporting of wrongdoing and generate the kind of improvements intended, and we look forward to updates on progress at future executive committee meetings. You noted briefly the work of the peer review panel, and we look forward to seeing any outcomes or report or recommendations, as well as any ongoing assessments and improvements in transparency, accountability, and oversight. And then, if I also understood correctly, you are the new chief investigator. Is that correct? Okay. Welcome. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. We go to Canada.
Thank you very much. Canada would like to thank the Investigations Office for this annual report and acknowledges the critical role of the INV in enhancing the good governance and integrity of the organization. We note the increase in reports received by the INV over the last 2 years. Given this continued upward trend and increased workload, we are encouraged to learn INV has hired 4 senior consultants, 3 on a full-time basis, which has allowed INV to address a backlog of cases and efficiently address an increase in workload. A robust investigation process is a critical aspect of a safe and inclusive workplace, as are efforts and tools that support awareness raising and prevention. In this regard, we know that the need for guidance and governance materials on anti-discrimination has been raised again this year. Canada encourages PAHO to update the protection against retaliation policy to include guidance and governance on anti-discrimination in an expeditious manner, as this issue has been outstanding since 2023. Canada welcomes an update on these efforts. We also note that reports of sexual harassment remain low and that no reports were received related to sexual exploitation and abuse. To mitigate potential underreporting, we continue to strongly encourage the organization to implement efforts to raise awareness about how to identify suspected incidents as well as the mechanisms available for reporting. And we are happy to learn of the improved website, the button to report wrongdoing on INV web pages, and the Speak Up campaign plan to support these efforts. Canada welcomes updates on the Speak Up campaign and encourages the office to develop a logic model or some other method to monitor and evaluate the success of the campaign, as INV uncovered a hesitancy from personnel to report wrongdoing due to fears of retaliation and perceived lack of confidentiality. Finally, Canada is pleased to see INV's continued efforts to strengthen its processes and tools to make its services more accessible and effective, such as participating in the peer review process and implementing a case management system. We look forward to learning more about these initiatives as they continue to progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There any other comments? If there are none, we go back to Mr. Guiardo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank the comments from the delegations of the United States and from Canada. They are very positive. Also, I would like to thank you for your warm welcome. So I would like to commit the Investigation Office to the work that you just mentioned. We were going to continue the same lines of work that we have been developing in the past to make sure that our communication effort reaches out to all staff members and that we actually raise awareness about the existence of the office as well as the work that we do to ensure that all our staff is able to conduct their work in a safe environment free of any form of harassment.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. Any comments?
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Member States, Canada and the US for your comments. I think that's also important to Just to highlight that the investigation office also has developed several activities. I think that maybe some of you remember that this peer review was a recommendation from the external audit, and it was accomplished. And it was, I was very happy to, when we see the report at the same time that they certified that we are, in this process, that we are aligned with the best practices, but they also made some recommendations that combined with the recommendations that we received from this external consultant about it, to provide a better definition about the different roles that the ethics office and the investigation office have in the organization. I think that this will improve. I'm always concerned when we see a rise in the number of cases. I am an epidemiologist by training. We always have two hypotheses. Maybe the number of issues are really increasing, or that they were happening in the past, but our surveillance system was not able to detect them. I think that so far we have received some from the auditors, for instance. Sometimes they say that an organization that has, like PAHO, so many operations at in different areas, at the subnational levels, in very remote communities with groups that live in some vulnerable conditions, should have more allegations of fraud. But we are trying to increase the awareness of people, trying to increase the culture of no tolerance with this kind of things. So, but from this side, we don't have many information about if the number should be bigger than it is. But from the harassment and sexual harassment, yes, I think that what we are seeing is not an increase of the events, because some of the events that the investigation office is investigating now, they happened 2-3 years ago. So probably something happening that, but of course, I think that you need to be, of course, very cautious about that. And to increase awareness, I think that the investigation, the ombudsman investigation, and the ethics office, they are working together in producing more campaigns and more information. The investigation office recently, I think that a couple of months ago, launched a new campaign to invite our staff that if they see something that is a wrongdoing, that they think that is fraud or harassment, they can report that, and they will be protected against any retaliation. So I think that it is important to preserve this work and to see how we can move forward to protect our organization, to protect the work that we are providing to our member states. One thing that we are still pending is to provide a more comprehensive awareness campaign to our staff, because sometimes an interpersonal dispute cannot be reported to the investigation, and sometimes now they are being reported to the investigation. For this reason, that the chief of the investigation office mentioned that a significant number of reports are not for their jurisdiction, because when you have an interpersonal problem, that's not a fraud or harassment or wrongdoing, it's much better if the ombudsman or the counselor, staff counselor that you have can participate and try to solve the problem. So we are probably in a couple of months we will launch this more comprehensive campaign in order to respond a simple answer. When I have this issue, what's the best office to report? To try to get some support, to try to get some help. So I think that this is also very important, and I, again, thank you for your very good comments and suggestions and recommendations.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. I would like to inform the committee that the discussions will be reflected in the final report. So we are almost done. But before that, let me invite the Deputy Director to make a few comments.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have only one announcement. Dear delegates, I would like to inform you that the plenary for the Working Group on the PAHO Strategic Plan 2026-2031 will meet again tomorrow in Room C from 12:30 to 2 p.m., right after the morning session ends. All member states are invited to participate. A light lunch again will be served, and interpretation will be available in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. So before we close today's session, I would like to inform you that the discussions on item 7.5, Strategy for Prevention and Control of Non-Communicable Diseases, final report, and item 7.6, Health of Migrants, final report, were concluded yesterday. These discussions would be reflected in the final report. On top of the pending resolutions, tomorrow we'll discuss items 5.2, 5.3, 3.7, 3.8, 3.2, 5.4, and 5.5. And we will add 6.1 and 6.2. And, you know, if we have good time management, we'll also go for 6.3 and 6.4. So we have our work cut out tomorrow. Thank you very much. You have been very productive today, and look forward to seeing you tomorrow.